sure you today promises to be as exciting, with sessions on franchising, design, and skill development. Before we begin the day, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Gyanendra Kashyap, the editor of Kitchen Review, to give us a brief summary of yesterday's proceedings. Kashyap, please.
Good morning, everybody. Supravatam and Suswagatam. So the first day of India Kitchen Congress was very meeting. We began the day with once stating the size of the industry, wherein he pegged it to be around 600 crores and said that there is lot of potential. And then we had Mr. Samir Jasuja presenting the residential real estate of India, wherein he said that for the next 2-3 years, there is going to be a lot of occupancy. All the builders who have yet their inventories are going down, be it the top 14 tier 1 cities or the second list of 19 cities. He says in 2021 or 22, there is going to be a lot of business for the modular kitchen. Thereafter, he says there could be a slump, given that the real estate bill, which has just been passed by the Rajya Sabha, will be more stringent, and builders who have yet not completed the projects will be completing and selling them. Then we had a wonderful session on e-commerce, wherein Rahul Sood, who moderated the session, represented the Indian state of e-commerce. He says that while if you look at the Indian story, we are almost maybe 158 of US and 188 of China, wherein we had on the big billion, they say that GNV of around 1 billion, but that if you compare to the Chinese market, around 14-15 billion. So that is where we can head to in the coming years. And then we had a brilliant session on the manufacturing side, wherein we spoke, Mr. Mark spoke of the pitfalls that we should avoid in the manufacturing industry. He spoke of Kaizen, he spoke of zero defect. Then we had a session on Make in India, wherein speakers, Mr. Swastik Ranka, Mark, Govinda Sudani, Mr. Prabhjit Singh discussed on what are the areas wherein we as the manufacturers or the stakeholders of the kitchen industry can look forward to manufacturing more in India, and why it is the right time that Indian manufacturers, Indian producers, and even global manufacturers should look at India as a manufacturing hub. When we have had the example of Marti Balloon now, manufacturing the entire balloon in India and exporting it to India. We just had one balloon now going to Japanese market, manufacture in India. So that is a sign that we can do it here. Now we had Mr. Govinda Sari saying that Comac has already set up its plant almost a year back in India. Now that shows that be it manufacturing in the auto industry, be it manufacturing in the kitchen and chemical industry, they are seeing India as a manufacturing hub. Thereafter, we had a session by Mr. S. Vishan, where he provided inputs on what does it actually mean to have zero defect. The idea was once again promoted on the remembrance of Red Fort when during the first address on 15th August 2014, Mr. Modi had said that we should aim at zero defect, zero threat. Where the manufacturing processes to discuss that the Indian products that reach the global markets or the national markets should have zero defect. It should be defect free. And zero defect he meant was that the environmental concerns should also be addressed. So taking forward the discussions of yesterday, we will begin the day today. And in the evening yesterday we had an award session where the Lifetime Achievement Award was given today. Ram Ramakrishnan sir, the good guru, we all of us in the hall know him personally, and he's a void which man can fill our remembrances, and may his soul rest in peace. Madam Gauri could not join yesterday because he was yet another person present in his family. On behalf of peer review, our sponsors, HETIC, GLOB, BSA, Accentesa, and Knowledge Partners, FI, I wish all the winners of the awards yesterday heartiest congratulations. I'm looking forward to the day today. Thank you so much. Ramit, if you can take me forward.
Thank you, Mr. Kashyap. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the day with a session on a case of kitchen design, which will be presented by Pratap Yadav. Yeah, please. Good morning, all of you. Two mistakes. One is I'm not young, and I'm not an architect, and like I said, I don't know from Cultural Textbook magazine, and that also. And there could be a correction and leaders. And which way it's a pleasure to be here amongst more of manufacturers, retailers, than designers. And the topic is, and I'm happy to speak less about because what I'm going to throw ideas is more for the manufacturers and retailers to think about. As my mission for next 2 years, more than a designer, is being president of Institute of Interior Designers, is to take design to the masses. Because I strongly think that design can improve people's life. And the chaos that we see in our society in present days is because of the lack of design sensitivity amongst the society. Or one can say that design is still in India being taken as for the elite class, which notion we need to erase. And we are strongly working towards this mission of ours, where we deliberated at Nathwal in Indore with 2,000 delegates of how do we design the masses. Kitchen has been a very interesting area for me too, by designing for last now more than 26 years. And I believe the success of a designer lies in the design kitchen. Because I've experienced this. If you can design a kitchen well, you can do the rest of the house to your will and wish. Because the lady is satisfied, she's happy. You have catered to her ideas, needs, and the aesthetic sensibility of the house. And if that becomes successful, we've not had any issues with the client enough. So we deal with kitchen very seriously, very sincerely. And I must thank those clients of mine who have been with us in the past, who have got us into an analytical way of design, which in case of nothing else. Because as a designer, I never thought analysis and design go hand in hand. Because we all creative people think that the analysis happens in the back of your mind and you can put forward your designs. This is the outcome of the analysis. But for kitchen, I always feel that it has to be put on paper. The needs have to be defined on paper. And the culture and the family, their economic background, their cultural background, their social background, all needs to be checked thoroughly well before we get any design solution. And it's not the whims of a designer that can put on the paper and sell any of such ideas to their clients. We did a kitchen for where it's actually started. I did a kitchen for information technology graduate. I don't call him IT, but he says IT experts. But he was based in US, and we were getting their kitchen done. And this lady, to my questionnaire, which was 6 pages for a residential design, replied with 24-page supplement, which defined all her needs on paper. And we could have miserably failed had we gone with our normal standards, Indian standards, because the oven which was standing, the freestanding one was taller than the standard kitchen platform height, which was more than 33, 34 inches. He was tall, so it was fine for her. So the ergonomics couldn't go wrong there. The gadgets were installed, and everything was so well defined on paper. And that's where I realized that I remember the name was Mumtaz and the other one was again from the audience. They really taught us how it is easier when people becomes easier. And we realized that every kitchen has been since then a very different design because it directly caters to the client. We had a client who told me that your kitchen, I do not know whether it is sustained with our family. habits that we have because we wash the kitchen after the cooking is done with a bucket full of water which we pour onto the over and then we mop it. So it's the fun of doing this as well. So I was in two minds that there is sensibility about conservation of water and all these fashion words have not come in, though they are serious now. But that time it was available 20 years back, mostly was thinking about not saving water. But we had to design something which could take care of their habit of washing. Because we always thought that we design for our clients and not for ourselves. We don't educate them. One of my firms is called Attitudes. There are two firms, one is Patara Associates and the other one is Attitudes. And Attitudes is what we take care of our clients. We don't change their habits. We don't want to change their habits. And we've got wonderful clients who have challenged us on our designs because we do not understand their needs properly. Our wardrobe design in one of the one bedroom apartment miserably failed when this person told me that he's got 50 shirts which need to be hanged in this wardrobe. How am I going to do that? Well, I could give him an answer. Yes, it was a design failure. And this happened to me at the beginning of my practice, the first 3 years. And that's where we consciously build up our process of design. And we do not take up a project unless the person has answered directly. And there are clients who don't want to tell us which gadgets they are going to buy, what do they have in the kitchen, and what are their habits. We still have clients who store their anars for the entire year when it is available on the phone call. When the kitchen is 6 by 8, 1.2 by 2.4, and they want to store wheat and rice for the entire year. So there needs to be an education, yes, to an extent, but still, if the housewife is designing, using the baler with which hand is what we ask. Is the housewife principal cook or is the maid servant principal cook? Does the housewife cook once in a week at least? And what are her likings? Does she bear the roti with right and put it on the gas by left, or does she put it right the other way down? And that is important. That is sensibility. We've got clients who gave us detail the last minute of our responses. And then the satisfaction level comes. The material has changed, the hardware has changed, Epic has brought in wonderful hardware for kitchen where the usage, the performance of all these shutters, drawers, hinges, slide shutters, whatnot has become so very much easy. Not only a lot of other editors whose goals are there for of making their with so much hand in hand to complete our mission. But this sensitivity has increased. What I felt when I started the practice is when these were very marked. And there was sold as this soft closing. There were no more soft closing, it was auto closing uses was. Believe me, there was more tool which was being developed. And our carpenters used to use the capacity to make a hole into the super element as a thing, and which would give away within no time. And that's where it failed early. But then when the furniture came back, these hardwares came back, they actually came with all the tools which were given to the carpenters and these things were to be fixed and fitted. And that's where the quality came in. Otherwise, we ran away from this hardware. Where the tools were not there, the carpenters were not trained, and not enough sensibility was given to minds of the designers also. Not sensibility, but the sensibility. Because the design has to look good for a long time. It has to be timeless in its quality and its aesthetics, both. And we would not like to see the sap shutters. And the problem with India is another material that is plywood or particle board or whatever it was that kitchen manufacturers are using these days. I think one has to consider the proper climate of India, where we have a 20 degrees temperature difference in modern India. And this is where the whole hardware would fail, because if we have movements, the coefficient of expansion for both and hardware is different. And it is not taken care of properly. And if it is not designed properly, the wood doesn't take it, the parting board doesn't take it, I know that question. But then that's the reason why we use it. Good. Hardware is good, but the code has to be, it has to sustain these characteristics. And that sensibility has to be there. And that is what we try and talk to with every kitchen product. And yes, they are answering our call. We have these kitchens which have now come up with plywood and wood, and we are ready. So this is the only relevant furniture that we can fit into Indian market of houses. Because you all of you cater to, you all customize this for our clients within the space. And the other relevant furniture would be miscellaneous. And the last person to go to China and get furniture. I just don't promote it. Because our houses are not modular. We don't have fixed bedroom sizes, we don't have fixed living room sizes, we don't have fixed window sizes. So if you buy something which is ready-made and it doesn't fit into the space, because we are space designers and not furniture designers. And that's, the space has to look proportional when you get this furniture from outside. When you go to China, you carry this feeling of space, heights, and widths in your mind to be able to visualize whether it fits into your program or not. And that's the reason that I'm not in my clients, I discourage them to go to China. Not that the furniture is bad quality. It may be good, but it doesn't fit into a modular spaces that we design. So customizing is still going to be happening in India for several reasons. The day houses become modular, one bedroom apartment does not require similar footprint throughout India, only then we get the furniture. But kitchen design is being customized, and that's the reason why it makes sense. And thankfully, we've got wonderful material coming for finishes and basic material hardware, which is taken by designers. I'm one designer where we design kitchen which are very white. 99% of our kitchen are white. Because of the freshness that one is because of the masalas that we use, because of the vegetables that we put on, they look colorful, they look wonderful. And you can enjoy these colors when they are on the white top. Thanks to that white glass type material which is coming very fast. So we've been using that 99% and it is adding value to the food that we prepare. And it really gives this feeling from inside for this lady in the house to cook a good food. We had this client when this white material was introduced to him. He actually asked me to get a sample, and he kept the sample throughout the day with nimbu and turmeric powder on it. One whole night, and after 3 days, he gave me an approval to pick up and go ahead and use it. So it doesn't have tensile strength, but it has a very high consistency. Once handled properly, that doesn't happen. The better qualities are coming. So gadgets are coming. A lot of people who are selling gadgets and they are changing our lives. But physical movements are getting restricted. I don't know how I'm going to change that. But as I was talking about the mission that we are following is taking design classes. I would like to throw this challenge or to all of you manufacturers of kitchen design, think about the rural area. We want to change the lifestyle for the masses. And I believe that if we change this, we will be able to do some good work for the society. And we will cease to find such chaos that is happening in our country. I have been to Germany and I saw this countryside where even their flora and fauna is disciplined. You don't see any building standing up and making a statement of signing off the Raja's building. No, all houses look similar. All the trees have similar growth. And that is what you don't see in India. We have a variety. We have a variety of farmers. And that is the reason maybe our designers are making this technique for secure buildings and cluttering the whole space and making it clear. We are not sensitive about the products that we use, and that's the reason why you see glass buildings in hot climate, which heat up the whole space and then you start to condition there. So these sensibilities we have to improve. We have to think about. We have to be Indian. Somebody was talking about making India. So make in India for Indians, first, and then we can sell it to outside countries. Because we Indians need this market so very badly. We need to change lifestyle for each and every Indian born because we deserve it. Yes, there has to be hard work, there has to be learning, there has to be an education. So much so is required by our society, but that doesn't deprive them from having that lifestyle. And we take as III, we take this responsibility that we should promote this. And through the support from the industry, they've started continuing education program. The first semester program started by RBHM. I had meeting with me today in the morning on breakfast. We were discussing about can we have a CUP of kitchen design? I said, why not? We're having CUP on lighting design. We're having CUP on sanitation and plumbing. We're having CUPs on lighting, this thing, what we call waterproofing and colors. All this they're trying to bridge gap in the colleges between the profession and what is being taught. And also all those professionals who would want to update themselves with the technology and what is coming into the market to change the lifestyle of people. The IIT is bound, is responsible. I'm saying that we take this responsibility to get it to do all members of IIT through our partners. And I think we are blessed because we have this partnership with the thing. And that is the reason why we are able to think so much out of the box and do it for our profession. Thank you very much. The education is another purpose that we have. And so, rightfully, we can do this for the students and train them right now. What is it? They know now of the hardware now. Hardware training workshops are going on. We will continue very active and we will now have 7, 8 in this coming year. So, people know what is available in the market, how to handle this, and how do they use this for the end users for their clients who are going to utilize this. So the design, I think this what I want to give you a case for design is to design that for rural India, for maybe a lower middle class, for a middle class society. We are having this design innovation and design competition, which will be announced. And that's why we also want to have a competition for a package of residence furniture, which is for the nurses. You can pick up the whole package and set it to your house. In this case, you have but health hygiene is what primarily comes at the start when we deal with these cases. So health, hygiene, and safety for rural India is a must. We're ignoring them for even the lower middle class, even those people who are staying in the apartments, who have their permanent houses but no health, no hygiene. Is it not our responsibility? Should we not be very sensitive about all this, sensitive about the requirements of the people there? Yes, the elite class can buy anything and everything that we promote. They will look into quality, they will look into design quality, they will look into trends, they will look into fashion, they will look into whatnot to make a statement or to be proud of the owners of such kind of kitchens coming up. We believe we should be responsible for the other class of the society. And that challenge, I think, all of us should do. All of us, and we are there to help you out to execute this. We can do this together. We will take it to the society. We will try and change this world. And we will make a difference as designers, as manufacturers, as retailers to the lives of the people in India. And this social context is what I feel that I need to bring to you. And this is what message I would like to send to us, that I'm talking about these as because I thank you that I was invited at Washings and beyond in the keynote talks. Now, everybody was showing the rain showers and so many things which consume 125 or more liters of water per person every day can be a problem. Should we do this? Yes, you can sell your products to a different class, but what about converting this water? What about being sensitive about these areas? And how do we say this? How do we recycle this? So, join our be with us. We have to be satisfied. All such programs can bring in these volunteers for this nation to build up a better society, build up a better India. And we all can do it. Simple one word. Word. Again, I mentioned this before, but I want to do this. He asked me, what is your dream? And I said, this is what. He said, yeah, right. And that's how you all can join us to build up this nation. Kitchen design, yes, is a very sensitive. And that is the reason why, as I told you, my practice success is because of the design. So, kitchen industry, if we change this world, it can change this world with good kitchen designs and kitchen designs for every Indian and of every economic background, every cultural background. We have to be sensitive. We have to be social in our culture, some way or the other. You have a larger business in that culture, yes. All those can do it, but affordable design solutions is the future for Indian homes. Somebody is being figures with how many houses are there? Pune has got approved at 2 lakh crores square feet. And these plans are approved, these many houses are going to come. And we have to more than, I think, 2.5 lakh, 2,500 square feet, sorry, 25,000 square feet, 2 lakh square feet. So there's so much of demand lacking in the industry. Yes, the houses are being built. Every individual, gone are those days when you build a house and only make a cabin place. Every individual that gets into practice and starts his first job, first there's a house. So there is a huge potential, no doubt about that. There's a huge potential, but yes, let us get to each and every sector of the system, each and every part of the system, and make our lives more satisfying, and make their lives desirable. I must thank the Kitchen Thomas for having invited me. You must be expecting the slides of us, but unfortunately, as I said, that I have become an activist in the past because of my position that as president of this community. And I feel it is my responsibility to share our institutions, organizations, views with each and all, and try and bring in this change and unite the minds for this country across. Thank you so much. You have to excuse me after this session. If there is anything you want to ask, yes.
Why is doing your mission to
Most we need as many hands and minds to build up this, because it's not us of we individuals or an organization only, but all of us together and taking a difference. I think we will be equipping the rural India through the skill which is planned. And yes, we can. We have a skill development person sitting here who is right now being a part of the skill development in India. What is required? Mr. Goel is here, and IIIT itself is being a part of the skill development association. We are signing an MOU with them, and a lot of work could be done, because the moment you empower the rural Indian with certain skill, I think 25% of the work is done. And I must thank our Prime Minister for this movement on skill development that he has taken up. And that is certainly going to empower a lot of people to build up a better nation. See, under taking design to the masses, somebody made a presentation in Thane the other day, right? Somebody after the talking Khan from Nagpur, and has given some uh, examples of how one can change and bring in the health and hygiene. There is this menstrual man from South whose wife abandoned him, and he designed a sanitary napkin for rural India. This cost only 1 rupee. And it took him 15 years to develop this napkin for ladies for women in the rural India where they can afford to buy and take care of their health. And I think such kind of design could come in through our mission, which will, I was talking to somebody, Mr. Gupta in the morning about the public luminaries, and you see the state of public luminaries here in India. You would, if you are traveling on highway, the women would not want to go and use that, and we all keep on searching for kilometers together to find a better place. So there has to be a design intervention in such places, and that is our responsibility. We have to be sensitive. That is what I feel, and take this as our passion in life. Being designers, try and look into all these things minutely and turn them into a lifestyle or life-saving designs for the masses.
I think that's very nice. It should be related to our kitchen industry. What is one of the kitchen specifically for us?
It's so relative, I feel, because when first we need to educate them that they need to change. That is one thing. Because if you go and ask them to buy a kitchen which is say 20,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees, they may have other priorities for speaking with. All these houses which after all failed miserably after their designs because they did not cater to the needs of the people who were staying there. And then the houses which were made by them are real ones with the help of the architects and designers. I don't know if anybody of you know this Leela Ambience solution, which is going on for ages. This is the longest government project which is on for houses to be built for the rural India. Are done with architects and designers. Nobody has tried to look into this. None of the architects association, none of the organizations like ours have intervened into this that we need to design solution and build house. So prioritization has to be there, and the pocket size can then differ. Because I think you can start from anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 rupees. But that's the future. You will have to first start with something and then understand. And without understanding the needs of this people, we should not come out with any designs. There has to be a thorough research done to understand their customer. And what is that their priorities are. Health and hygiene is their most priority that we need to implement into our practice. Okay, thanks so much for the opportunity, for the platform that you provided to me, and I'm hopeful that I've tried to entice you something that we all should and would do together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav. I hope I got it correct this time. Next up is a session on nuances of true design. I'm so sorry. So if you could just come on stage, Mr. Kashyap will present the speaker manager.
Thank you, gentlemen. The next session is on nuances of showroom design, presented by Shantanu Garg, who is president of Shantanu Garg Design. Mr. Garg, if you could come on stage, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Shankar. I'm based out of Jaipur and is a president of a company called Shankar Design. So, being a designer in my company, we have designed and dealt with more than 50 kitchens for the individual clients. And during this time frame of 7 years, we have come up with numerous showrooms. We have primarily been designers for Sausage, we have designed for showrooms in Jaipur and in Mumbai. Now we have been working for their showroom design projects in Dubai and Bulgaria. So I would like to share my experience on how the showroom design is really important in this catering to more than 10 industries. The showroom itself is acting like a consolidated viewpoint for more than 10 industries. So we begin with the decoding into these 10 indexes, that is concept, layout, lighting, plumbing materials, visual merchandising, branding, appliances, and types of kitchen setup. So for the kitchen showroom design, is one basic principle that we have realized after designing numerous models or fitting numerous models in a design space. The space must be designed in a way that promotes an enjoyable and hassle-free shopping experience for the consumer. The design must not only be efficient and functional these days, but also flexible and adaptive. So to begin with any design philosophy or to begin any design process, you need to begin with the concept. And the concept parameters need to be set. And in order to set these concept parameters, we have few viewpoints that we can eye upon. First is the culture. For example, if I have a showroom in Jaipur or if I have a showroom in Dubai, so I can always eye the cultural impact of a particular local environment or the particular design philosophy that that particular city or a particular culture adopts. And there is a particular design philosophy that brand follows. So to begin with the design, to begin with the concept selection, it is very important to know the brand and ideology of a company, and apart from that, to give it a hint of its local presence. For example, if it is an Italian audio show, and to create its presence in cities of India, we can always take help of graphics. We can always take help of concepts like we can create a lot of local art coming to the picture in the form of visual merchandising, artifacts, etc. So for the concept, cultural inclination of the brand in question and a complete understanding of the products helps to develop a strong base for the concept. The space must be significantly tailored to the kind of product being sold in that space. Concept and the designs are the background to the merchandise and are only there to represent and create the best possible environment to entice the customers. The best way to look at designing your showroom is to imagine it from a consumer's perspective. Anything you can do to get the client involved and engaged within your showroom is also great. It is worth considering interactive displays, exclusive events, and live cooking demonstrations with tasters. To begin with, the first graphical presentation of a concept is called the layout, which is really very important. And to The first thing the consumer does is that he approaches the showroom or a store. So when he approaches the store, the moment he enters into the store, it is very important to create an element of stability. So showroom approach is very important. Client, always remember the client is on the discovery mode. He is always approaching to the kitchen showroom with a mode of discover a lot of things. So everything on a glance is avoidable. It disrupts consumers' approach to discover. So never ever display lay out your display in a way that it is being layered or zoned into various segments. There has to be enough barriers so that the moment he enters, there has to be no clarity in all the products being displayed, so that the idea of discovery in mind of consumers retained and it is being acknowledged stepwise. To, so the layout should be dynamic, trying to give the kitchen showroom multiple layers in which various functions could be placed. So that could be done in the form of zoning. Layout is set keeping in mind the range and availability of the variety, models of the product, size, quantity, to name a few. Basic layout in any showroom consists of three main zones: display, admin, and facilities. Layers are preferred to zone out the layout into various displays that help in creating individuality to each kitchen model display. So the planning and the fixtures of furniture should not act as an object of obstacle. So we have to be really concerned about the ergonomics, the flow, so that you get a proper viewpoints to view the product. Aisles should be planned in such a way to promote maximum movement and product exposure. The display should be such which lays emphasis on brand and highlights the products. It is always ideal setting out your exclusive items and appliances and show windows to attract passers-by. To save valuable space at the front of the showroom, keep sales tax and seating areas towards the rear, as this will also create more relaxed and private environment for discussing product details and deals. Now to highlight your product, lighting is a very important aspect, and lighting is also an aspect which helps in creating zones, various zones. There's a lighting zone and there's a dark zone. So the appreciation of a lighted zone is because you have enough dark zone. So you have to create a balance, and the output of a lighting is also very important. You need to have a warm ambience in order to make the material performance of various textures and colors to work in balance. The lighting should be layered with a variety of intensities and fixtures which divide, define, and highlight the different zones within the showroom. The spot illumination tends to improve aesthetics up to a great level. Ambient lights will set the mood with a soft overhead glow, while cast lights will focus a stronger light over an island countertop. The key is to balance various sources of lighting so the showroom is as warm and inviting as it is functional. So when you do a kitchen display, it is very important to have a well-lit counter space. Because of the sciography, there is always a casting shadow happening overhead units. So there has to be a use of ledge lights, which a lot of companies are having, or you can have a running profile lights, which really helps in creating a well-lit counter. Ceiling mounted lights give consistent lighting aid. Use cabinet lights so that countertop space is well lit. Not every inch in the showroom requires full lighting. Let's try creating light islands. However, if you have an area where you are often moving displays and need to adjust your lighting accordingly, track lighting is the best choice. In a showroom, you have to keep on changing your displays. You tend to come with new trends. The layouts get changed. So in order to balance the lighting according to the new setup, you can opt for this track lighting system, or you can have a provision of a track lighting system, which is really beneficial in this case. Lighting automation system not only contributes in saving energy, but also provides right amount of light whenever needed. To make a decorative statement, opt for lighting accessories like lamp chandeliers, which breaks the monotony of uniform lighting and visual flow and help it personalize the space. So for example, if you have a display of an island and the island is not used for cooking purpose, it is just meant for chopping counters, or if it is meant for a breakfast table, so it lacks a vertical proportion. So in order to give it a vertical proportion, you can have some hanging installations, some custom lighting, some chandelier, which is in contrast with it, and it can be really good to have its color performance happening, and it gives a great thrill to the visual appeal. So now there's a next point on plumbing, which is like wet points and behavior of kitchen towards moisture is a prime concern and is key point in mind of consumer to analyze your product critically. So there's one factor plumbing which wherever is a wet points, this is only one factor which, especially in the Indian market, the client is always emphasizing upon that what's the behavior of your kitchen towards moisture. So it is very important for us to display a particular segment. For example, if we have a ball system, like a wash ball system, we need to properly highlight the type of a carcass that we use, because there are the highlight points needed for these, because consumer will always try to challenge you with this query of the behavior of moisture, behavior of your kitchen towards moisture. So probably you can display a stainless steel carcass, or you can display a WPC carcass which gives a proper, which helps in making your kitchen behave properly with the moisture. So just as keeping plumbing up to date in your kitchen is paramount, similarly reflecting wet points is also essential to display. Water sense products also need a display area of their own. One of the most important aspects of kitchen plumbing is kitchen sink, dishwasher, garbage disposal, which needs to be exhibited appropriately. Don't just showcase them for the sake of presenting the commodity, rather than display how the pipe fitting, faucet fitting, etc. will. Giving such behind the scene detail is very essential when doing a kitchen showroom. Now we talk about the materials. So when you display more than 4 to 5 models on a kitchen show, you are already playing a lot of materials, because you have a lot of facade treatments, lacquer finishes, they are rough in texture, they are glossy in texture, they are matte. So to balance all that, we need to really decide that we should have optimum use of material in every is very important, and in every part of the showroom, apart from the materials that you are displaying. So it must not act like a hurdle for the material performance of the product. Use monochromatic tone in all materials in order to create perfect backdrop for the performance of this product. The importance of colors in various materials is very important. For example, the pop of color is right now in trend. So when you are using your grays, if you have a kitchen which, if you are a kitchen supplier, if you have a shutter which is blue in color, so you should have enough gray and the pop of blue is needed, or a pop of pink is needed. So the color pop is very important, and it should be emphasized on your product rather than the product used in the show design. Material selection has to be in such a way that it blends with various types of display concept. So the choices made must not only be aesthetically pleasing and persuasive, but also function with a minimum need for maintenance. Appropriate selection of materials keeping in mind the practicality and cost is a must. Avoid using eye-catching materials, as they tend to divert customers' attention from the product itself. Optimum use of materials result in minimum visual performance, thus brings the product into limelight. Flooring is a very important material in the showroom, so it has to be really subtle and it should be non-catchy. It's not essential that you display Italian marble flooring or your kitchen to be displayed on Italian marble flooring, because you have to have, since we're talking about layering a concept, when you're layering a concept, then a connect is also very important. You cannot create an individual environment, there has to be uniformity in the design space. So in that case, flooring and ceiling and the walls needs to be really uniform, so that your product has its own environment to perform well, and it should be decided in such a way that every kitchen concept is like it is having a perfect backdrop to perform its own characteristics. So flooring should be kept simple and non-attractive. Gray is trendy right now. Let the products perform better. Gorgeous example of new gray finishes like ceramic and concrete to be used as a show flooring. Flooring can be experimented on by using different flooring pattern for each section or category. Color as a material is, I'm not talking about only in the showroom design space, but I'm talking about the colors used in your own product. So it is very important to create a balance. For example, if you see in a visual, there is a empty blue kitchen, but it has enough of grays and whites as backdrop. You cannot have a blue kitchen being displayed in a red backdrop. So that balance is really important. So soft muted color palettes in a showroom design resurrects the calm authority in the retail space. Keep the colors non-eye-catchy. A range of blues are currently popular and they are all workable in creating a contrast to break a monotony in a pop-up setup. As merchandise will change seasonally, the interior colors should not be trend based on, but rather have timeless appeal like neutral based colors. Wall finish in tones of greys and white will be just perfect, way to leave a subtle and elegant impact. Keep the material select list simple and warm, but add just a hint of playfulness by working in pattern tiles with solid color to break the routine. In tiles, you can play around with shapes. If the dado is optic appropriated, then it gives perfect backdrop finish to the showroom. So dado is again a very key element in order to highlight your kitchen. So it is not necessary that you put a ceramic tile or something in your display. For a display kitchen, you can also display dado in the form of a graphic. You can just have a grid panel of the tile pattern and just show some graphic pattern or accessorize it with something. It is not important for you to really go for the selection of any other material cladded on the dado. Visual merchandising is a next point, is really important to create a contrast, because the contrast is really in trend. So contrast, I mean, is not only in the color contrast, but the contrast of the materials, contrast of design concept. For example, if you have a really modern clean kitchen display, you can try having artifacts which are boho in character, or it can be rustic in character. So it really helps in complementing the very clean and polished edge that your product is display product is having. So to make visual merchandising stand out, a good way is to create some sort of contrast in your display. It could be created by using entirely different props and artifacts, such as giving a boho rustic look to accommodate some shiny modern products in order to make them stand out. Creating an antique periodical look using Indian utensils as props can be eye-catching. Accessorizing, that is loading utilities into your visual display, can be another tool that you can do in your main kitchen, which is your live kitchen. You should have one live kitchen in the store, so that there you can accessorize it with the basic utilities, snacks, and other neatly stuff too, to create a perfect visual approach for the consumer. It is not just the entrance that has to be made appealing, but also inside the store. Plan some interesting nooks and corners and add vertical wall gardens to bring in warmth. Displaying vegetables in an innovative way can also be eye-catching. So these are the visuals you see. We recently did this pop-up show with L Decor at Strauss Puccini store in Mumbai. The store we designed 5 years back, and we did this pop-up show in which we highlighted a few Indian elements, because it's a very modern design kitchen. It comprises all modern design kitchen. So we have these rustic accessories that we created. For example, we created this utensil installation using old vintage utensils in a rack with a rustic appeal. There is a wall installation that we planned using vintage recipes of cocktail, and we've given it a Chevron pattern. So these contrasts are really aesthetically pleasing to the consumer and is really helpful in making your whole environment interesting. Now, branding is again another important aspect for every company to perform well. Visual branding of the store will ensure a memorable experience for the consumer. The interior branding should allow the consumer to easily self-direct themselves to the store, proper placement of sales signs. Following points can be taken into account: the use of creatives in form of prints, digital branding. Digital branding is not only in terms of on screen or on printables, you can also do in the form of cushions. If you have a lounge setup, you can do your digital printing of a brand. You can get the creatives made, designed by graphics. Use of such elements in design which lay emphasis on the brand. So if you have any color palette that your brand graphic follows, you can also take that into the consideration. Reinforce your brand's message with logo and printed marketing materials. Mention your website and social media presence through the store's interiors. Now, another important industry which is there in kitchen showroom design, which participates in a kitchen showroom design, is appliances. You cannot display only appliances in a store. You need to really have a practical kitchen working, or you cannot, if you are a hardware, if you have a hardware showroom and you are displaying hardware in the form of a kitchen, it is very important for you also to cater appliances in your kitchen display. So we talk about appliances in general, not only for appliance industry, but also it needs to be considered. You have to be considerate enough for this particular part in kitchen. When gadgets work in tandem with your kitchen needs, it is a match made in technology heaven. Therefore, appliances are the integral part of modular kitchen concept, and equally is important to display such appliances in the kitchen showroom efficiently. So also with time, the cooking patterns have changed in India drastically. Use of gadgets have come to the picture. So for example, you see this kitchen that we designed individually. So we have placed a Smeg refrigerator because to add vintage characteristics. It's a retro design. So it is for the premium clientele. It's very important to pump and show. So your showroom, if it's having modern gadgets or appliances displayed well, it really gets them attracted. So always have one kitchen which is very good with appliances. It should have anything eye-catching like a warming drawer, or you can also have a wine cellar, and you can just create a whole environment to give a kitchen not only meant for cooking, but also it is a space to be enjoyed. So kitchen appliances, I would like to take a description of various types of kitchens and their needs in a and the appliances that those particular kitchens need. So there is a main kitchen, there's a bar kitchen, there's a corporate kitchen. Main kitchen is for the home cooking and most popular, and it almost comprises all the appliances except for the wine cellar and other bar equipment. Bar kitchen, developed to cater specific requirement, includes appliances like wine cellar, refrigerator, and induction. So when you design a display, you can segregate your display by these functions also. For example, first kitchen I can display for the kitchen meant for the apartment. Second kitchen I can display corporate kitchen. Third kitchen I can display bar kitchen. And the last kitchen I can display as a main kitchen, which would be a practical kitchen. So all the gadgets you would cover, you don't have to repeat your gadgets, and it would really help you in cutting down the cost. Corporate kitchen includes appliances like wine cellar, built-in refrigerator, drawer refrigerator, induction microwave, warming drawer, and coffee machines for corporate selling. There is a bakery kitchen developed to cater specific baking needs, including baking ovens, etc. So we designed one kitchen where our client was a bakery enthusiast. So we created a corner for them in which all sorts of bakery items were considered. We designed the tandem drawers in a way that could equip well with all the appliances and needs of a bakery kitchen. There's a show and interactive kitchen which is right now in trend, because in a high-end clientele there is a chef-run kitchen which is not of a concern as far as the aesthetics are concerned, but they need a show kitchen which is really interactive with your dining or your living. So pertaining to each clientele, which comprises of a main chef kitchen for integral tasks and a show kitchen which is open and interactive. There are the displays that you can plan by hypothetically imagining hobbies. So for example, if I'm displaying a kitchen, it could be if there's a person who's a golf player. So you can imagine that you are designing a kitchen for a golf player, and you can accessorize it, or you can merchandise it with accessories that is being used in golf by creating an installation or some visuals. So it helps in improvising the aesthetic appeal of your showroom in a very creative way. Then there can be an event-based design, so theme-based kitchens which are reflective of a client's passion, favorite product, etc. Something which is playful and personal. So for example, if there is a client who is really fascinated by Apple products, so we would always prefer to have a very clean and minimalistic design for the kitchen. So that could also act as a concept while developing a showroom display. One of the showroom display could be eyed upon segregating into the function, hobby, and event. So finally, I sum up with that it's important to make such designs which are practical and adaptive to the environment, community, country, region they are built for. Along with clients' needs and requirements, it is also essential to take into account the cooking pattern the kitchen is made for.
For example, a kitchen design built for an Indian family will differ from that built for an American one. Their need for utensils, appliances will be entirely different. Similarly, a design built for a non-vegetarian kitchen would differ from that. So kitchen showroom design is really very important, and it is acting like a consolidated window or a viewpoint for more than 10 industries. So I would prefer that, and like even in India Kitchen Congress, this is the emphasis that all these consolidated forms must happen in all sort of displays, be it appliances, hardware, or even if you're a kitchen concept provider. So it needs to be catered in all the industries in a uniform way. You cannot avoid a particular aspect in a particular industry. For example, as I said, if it is just a hardware that you need to reflect, but it is also very important for you to display appliances. It is also very important for you to display shutters. It is also very important for you to display countertops. So in order to educate your client well and give him a complete experience and give him a perfect package to take. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaib. I'd like to call on Mr. Deepak Gupta, the publisher of India Kitchen Review, to kindly present the speaker manometer to the speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. Our next session is on opportunities for designers through e-commerce, and this will be presented by Anuj Srivastava of LiveSpace. Mr. Srivastava.
छोटा 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 कैमरा कुछ मुझे पड़ लिया छोटा कैमरा हाँ कर एक बना सब चोरी जब सब चेंज कर दिया ऑडियंस के हाथ
Give us a few minutes to sort some technical stuff.
firstly, I just like to thank the Indian Kitchen Congress for having me here. It's such an honor. And, when we were creating, I'll tell you a lot about this space. But that's not really important. It's almost it's like a personal story. So when you create startups and those startups kind of start doing well, and they're all you esteemed people who have been a part of this industry so long, and you are here to listen to me talk about what's happening in this industry. I as an entrepreneur, I feel very, very happy. So thank you for giving me the 15 minutes to talk. I'll keep it largely conversation. So sort of take you through the journey, what we are doing for the industry, and how we collectively see the evolution of the company. So before we jump into this, I'll a little bit about how this idea kind of came together. I grew up in India, like probably most of us do, and I went to IT Kanpur. I left India very early. So next I'm good one. So मेरी हिंदी भी अच्छी है और अंग्रेजी इवेंचुअली हुई होना चाहिए. So if I left there, I worked for a startup internet industry. So all I know is really the internet very, very well. Eventually, I left the startup, joined Google in 2006. So got married and so forth and so on. So we bought our first house in San Francisco, bought another house in London. So तब तक मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि होम डिज़ाइन करके क्या होता है, how big it is, how much time it takes, how complicated it is, how extremely experienced and evolved the industry is. So when I started designing my own home in San Francisco, it took me 1 year, right? And there was not even one modular construction. When we started doing the London home, I was like, इसको कराने के लिए तो मुझे नौकरी छोड़नी पड़ेगी. So at that point in time, me partly from the internet industry and as a consumer, sort of realized that there is so much amazingness, beauty, choice, industrial design technology, all the work that the modular folks have done, all the folks on interior design, and companies like, I'm sure you guys have used products from a company called Autodesk, Adobe. So a lot of the software that I think all you great people use typically was created in the 80s, 90s. So partly it's the same challenge which happens at home. So all of the software environment that they built for the design industry is completely desktop oriented. So, and the consumers today move to the web. So the people understand the internet, people trust the internet right now. I largely said that there is definitely a way for me to use all that I've learned in the world of the internet, and then sort of try and solve my own problem as a consumer. But then philosophically, there were two conceptual, thoughts that I had as an entrepreneur. And the first speaker, Mr. Jahan, he actually mentioned a beautiful point. Actually, that design is beautiful when you have to take design to everybody, right? Picasso to a drawing. So, if you Picasso this thing, you may actually have to go to like art studios or galleries in Barcelona or Paris or whatever. So, my instinct at that point in time was, is there a way such that you can create beautiful design, right? But not only create beautiful design, create an experience such that everybody in the ecosystem can experience. So I really like what he said, and fundamentally that's really why I started working on the idea of flip space. This was 2014, and I was still in like at that point. I'm Indian, and India is very exciting these days. Lots of people are buying homes, people like the internet, lots of innovation. So for all kinds of reasons, we thought we'd launch something here. And I think a lot of you would have seen a company called House.com. If you're interior designers, I'm sure you know House.com, or if you're architects, you studio. So if you see like house you can see lots of pictures. Right? The problem with houses is that if you have a picture जैसा बनाना है, तो बहुत problem है. Because the products in the pictures must have been sourced from wherever possible, Italy, studios, Vermont, India, So the other instinct and innovation or the innovating thought was, can we as a company first create a standardized catalog for the full home design situation, experience, opportunity, which means modular industry, used furniture, decor, services, turnkey contracting, all that stuff. So when you can actually create like a standardized catalog, then you start making pictures from that standardized catalog, then it becomes easy. So in effect, the vision really of the company was, can we build an e-commerce company first, which is build a catalog, build a supply chain data, and then build a technology to actually make lots of beautiful pictures very, very quickly. So that's exactly how the idea of this space came. First thing would be my presentation. So I'll just give you a quick walk on to what we're doing. I just want to sort of take you guys through the experience. Largely the spirit is that we are also an e-commerce company, but this space is more a technology company. It's an internet company. So the class of things that we are creating, building the company, actually really is for the first time unifying the industry with assumptions. And hopefully you could see how. So as I said, it's really honestly the world's first attempt to create an end-to-end home design experience wherein various participants, whether it's the consumer who's effectively buying a kitchen, wardrobe, sometimes used furniture sets, sometimes getting bundle design, sometimes getting iron design. They can come to our website, they can, and I'll show you the experience which we created. But then they can also work very closely with interior designers and suppliers in the industry to make sure that they can actually convert them, make it very, very beautiful, very, very good. So unlike my personal experience that lasted 1 year, big part what we want to do with this space is that anybody can actually make their home look beautiful and those designs that you actually see on the outside could actually be created in. So why can't it be like I bought a home in the neighborhood and I really want to make my living room look like Cliff or Milan, and can I actually do that in a matter of years? It's a complicated problem to solve. That's the class of problem that we are going to solve. You've well covered the NCR and very kind in us. We launched in 2015 and honestly, we've just launched the experience in its full shape in Bangalore. We've been in the Bangalore market now for doing homes for about 6 to 9 months, and the industry is very recognizing the innovation behind the space and the fact that we actually working to organize a very complicated problem. It's a fragmented industry. So looks like a little bit about us. I think one, Gopalji is trying to take a picture of it. But when we built the company, I think we realized that this team types is not important. So, I'm sorry for those of you who are from outside India. I'm mixing my English with Hindi, but what I'm trying to say is that there are 4 skills that were required when we were building this space. So one, of course, was somebody who actually understands home design itself as a factory. So Shakosta, who she actually built a company called Space Matrix. She also happens to be an assistant. So Space Matrix is one of the largest office interior companies for big cities. So for the last 10-15 years, I've actually seen the industry pretty closely from an office perspective. So a lot of that is modular class areas as well. But she actually has a phenomenal understanding of sourcing, supply chain, how to onboard the right kind of products into a catalog. So that was the first thing. The 2 other critical skills when you're building this class of company is somebody who's a very good engineer, e-commerce engineer. So Ramakant, who is my co-founder, built a company called Myntra. I'm sure Myntra is known. It's a large fashion e-commerce company. He was one of the co-founders, the CTO of that company, and I understand the internet. So some of the products that I've worked in the past to Google Maps, some use for me. So a lot of the experience on Google Maps is created by me. So the 3 of us came together and we were like, well, it's as much a technology problem as it's a design problem. So we have to understand these 2 streams and then kind of create an interesting experience. So effectively, like I'll tell you what we want to be, what we are for the consumer and for designers and product. So really for consumers, I mean, consumers don't care. Consumers really want the best experience. They want to make it beautiful. They want to do it in a very predictable, price transparent way. They want to do it in, less than 6 months, 9 months, 10 months, and it takes today. So one of the principal vision that that we have in the spaces to make sure that can we improve the customer experience itself 100 times, meaning the best quality product, the best quality design, price transparency. When you say 12 weeks, we can do it in 12 weeks. There is warranties built in, there is strong customer service built in. The but the interesting thing also that we realized was that the customer in this situation, whether they're in the room or a kitchen or a full home design, is spending a lot of money because their budgets are large. So, and typical internet is cheap. So, Myntra, you buy a t-shirt on Myntra, you spend how much? 250. You get one room designed, you actually spend 1 lakh. So, actually, the industry itself is very, very different. Wherein the customer wants trust, they want expertise, because this is you're talking about their home. And they also have faced a lot of problems. So, we had to create not necessarily only an e-commerce company, but an e-commerce company with slight twist, wherein consumers can actually come in, get a lot of interesting experience online, but also they're able to interact with other people also. There's a customer service element. So we were really sort of the first company in our space all across the world where we brought a lot of traffic to our websites online, showed them designs, furniture products, modulars, so on and so on. But at the same time, because the customer was spending a lot of money, they really want to talk to someone. Now, when you're someone like me whose work is like at Google, we only created products to keep people away from people. Right? So the first big learning for me was that you have to create an experience wherein customers can actually still have an internet experience, but talk to each other. So we acquired 2 companies, Well company or Design, which is a community of intelligence. I'm sure a lot of people know. And we recently started working more with studios and so forth and so on. We also have an in-house of interior design just to learn things. But about 15 to 2,000 on the platform. So what we thought that if the customer can actually get internet class experience, but still work very closely with designers. Design is the challenge here. Catalog problem, so sourcing product is a big problem. Then the software that you guys use, there's AutoCAD, VDS Max, VA, Unibody. They're expensive. They're all built on the desktop. So that's a hard problem to solve because these are expensive software. So one of the challenges that we actually solved for the designers was, I'll show you, was that we actually built this entire experience on the web. So you can actually come, if you're a designer, you can come to this space, certify yourself with us, get access to our standard catalog, which has everything pretty much. Then it's an experience on the web where you can drag and drop furniture onto a layout, and then press a button, it generates a 3-dimensional view. Press a button, it sends it to the consumer on our mobile phone. So the experience that the consumer now is completely on the web. But the beauty for the designers is that they can work very, very quickly. So we've seen that the same interior designers who used to do 4 to 5 projects, honestly a year, can actually do 25 to 30 projects because catalog standardized here, technology standardized here, customer experience is world class, and we work with a lot of project managers as well. So all the project managers that we have today work for us in the company, and we are innovating a lot of or creating a lot of software tools for them to make sure that once when the design project starts, we can really complete it in 2 to 3 weeks. So there is a lot of interesting things happening, which is sort of partly the opportunity and why Gopal and I were very interested in coming and talking to the communities that we, as opposed to traditional e-commerce companies, I mean, which is honestly sort of taking away the consumer experience element of this industry, really want to work within the ecosystem, whether it includes suppliers, interior designers, project managers, at some stage the turnkey contractors as well, wherein the customer still gets the best in-person experience, but everything is standardized, very, very quick, very, very fast, very, very technology. So that's what we sort of created with this space. And as I mentioned, the mission is very, very close. The gentleman said is, can we make everyone's home look beautiful? And really taking all the design expertise that we are creating in this space to last years. This I think talked about a little bit. I think the interesting thing that we are sort of doing for interior designers is that right from day one, wherein part of the problem is how do you even get access to the customer? The customers today are all over the internet, Facebook, so you can imagine that we on an everyday basis get about 10,000 to 15,000 views without any marketing, coming to our website, a lot of people just discover, lots of people actually go and tell us they want to get their homes built. Lots of people find their homes on our website and tell us that, well, like a specific design, they want to make their kitchens look like this, they want to make their living room look like this, and so on. The beauty is that all of those pictures are effectively built with products from our catalog. So you can guarantee that within 8 to 12 weeks, you can actually easily convert your home and make it look like. So the designer gets that benefit. They get all this 2D, 3D design experience. They can design the Livspace platform, material selection, they can customize to crazy amount of like our kitchens and wardrobes have millions and millions of SKUs. We work with about 150 suppliers by now. We're rapidly expanding there. I think now starting to look at European suppliers, Chinese, Southeast Asian suppliers, so that we can bring in that class of expertise into it. And because it's e-commerce, so you can actually aggregate a lot of customer demand. So our ability to actually go and talk to someone is a little easier because you see so much demand that come out here. You understand choice, logo ko chahiye kya hota hai. And really, the company right now at one level is built around all the skills that interior designers, turnkey contractors, project managers require to do their job well. So think of Livspace as a company which for the customer is very, very e-commerce, but really for the designer, project manager, even supplier, it's like making sure that their life is easier, their life is like 10 to 20 times better. If their life is 30 times better, customer experience automatically good. So that's sort of the experience that we are creating. This is a bit of a snapshot of how we do it, so I can show you. So this. If you see it, this is a property in Bangalore. If you search it, all you have to do is to set the layout. We've already created for that layout all these looks. So if you see, so all these things, they're all coming from our catalog. And by now we must have we've got designs created for about 17,000 apartment complexes. So all of Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Northwest Bombay, jitna we built out property, sort of pretty much covered all of them. And we've got like whole host of these choices that we've created for these specific designs. As I said, the good news is that everything that you see in the picture is coming from catalog. The customer can go in and say, yeah, I want to buy this, which is e-commerce. Or you can go in and say, मुझे इसको थोड़ा सा customize करना. So then what happens is that we pull in that specific layout on our backend tool. This is a tool for designers. And all these products that you see, this is basic arrangement. That's what AutoCAD would sketch up. So, but if you see, all of this is now on the web. This is not happening on my website. And you can press a little button and it generates this 3D view. You can go inside and you can do all kinds of things. And all this is happening on the internet. So you can see that. So what we can effectively do is that the designer, imagine doing this thing on 3ds Max, itna time lagta. Now you can actually just come to our website, just get certified, create a 2D layout, just press a button, generate this thing, send this thing to the consumer. The consumer can go to their website, press a button, see all of this thing. All of this thing can happen in one day. So if the consumer can get this class of experience in one day and make a decision, this whole time that it takes, 3 to 4 months, technically the decision can be made. So that's the kind of thing. Now it may not take one day, but if we can, so we're launching this experience within a week from now. And I think the spirit of the conversation is for those of you who are in the industry, like interior designers, project managers, turnkey contractors, suppliers, we'd love to sort of talk to you. Help have you become part of our journey. That's that. So this is a mobile experience and mostly what we showed you. So people come on their phones, they can discover looks. See here, this specific one, you can actually find properties that you've already created. So you can go inside and you can click a button and you can see pictures, real pictures of properties that Livspace would have created. You can go visit them to the extent that people allow you to visit them. You can visit those properties with our own interior designer because this is a touchy industry. So people really want to see the quality of what we do. So a whole host of things. Um, this is the experience that I just showed you. So in Bangalore, for example, in a little area, we've got designs recreated for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of apartment complexes. So it's monthly Espana is another one, select. And we offer like three sort of choices to consumers. So I can tell you that this was actually created by an Italian designer. This was created by a Thai designer. This was created out of our studio in Bangalore. So depending upon your budget, you can actually literally 12 weeks now make your home look like an apartment in Milan to all the way to design in India. Just make the payment, we'll actually make sure that it happens within 4 weeks. Because all of these products, whether it's designed by someone in Milan or designed by someone in Delhi, they're all coming from our factory. So you make this entire problem part design, part e-commerce. So that's the beauty of internet scale model. So that's that. I mean, these are some real examples that I could show. This is like my own home. I have a place in South Korea. So if you see this, the left thing, it was actually built in a studio that we worked with in Gujarat. And within 12 weeks, it's like that here. So someone in Gurgaon, similar experience, someone in Bombay. You just look at the beauty of things. That's very, very, very quick. So this class of experience we're bringing now to the industry. Some more pictures for you. And as I mentioned, I think the amount of customization that we are able to introduce in the platform is massive. So the catalog consists of all these elements, whether it's decor element, finishes, all of course all the furniture, flooring, fall ceiling, going on. Massive amount of choices available on the modular side, and Gopal has done such a fantastic job. So we really had to make sure that we work with someone from the industry to be able to bring in all the expertise from which you guys have created into our company. So effectively, what we've done is taken the whole modular industry, moved it to the web, make sure that our backend to supplier side, we created a software that our internet portion is deeply integrated with the ERP. So whatever changes we make here doesn't actually change their work processes. So the industry is still, this is like another range that we're launching on the wardrobe side. Whole host of designers, and I think the spirit of this slide is that there are some designers who work with us, but we learn very, very quickly that the fastest way we scale is if we work with people from the industry. So we're trying to work very closely with NIF and ID, SET, and so forth and so on, so that designers who are coming out from those institutes are actually more trained on our experience, such as easy for them, and they can actually make more money using the work for us. Talk a little bit about this. So yeah, the point being that on the modular side, massive amount of choice that I think we'll be able to take over. And we're launching storage, components very, very soon. Massive amount of catalog on the furniture side. So you can see this. And the idea that you can understand is that our primary understanding was for the customer, it really doesn't matter whether it's an internet company or it's a phone app. The customer is actively solving a problem. They really want to make a beautiful roof. They want to make it done in a predictable way. Maybe it's a couple who actually just had their baby, maybe a second home, maybe remodeling, a kitchen karvaye, we as a brand will never succeed if we cannot understand both the online and the offline. So that's what we are trying to do. This is an experience. So roughly takes us about 10 to 12 weeks to get the whole thing done. And the consumers exhibit all that behavior on the internet, tell us what they like. Within a matter of a couple of weeks, like the industry, they make a 10% payment. It moves very quickly. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks for them to actually get the whole thing done. And we place an order on an e-commerce system in about 4 to 6 weeks. It takes about 4 weeks for the manufacturers, or in some instances, we've started putting a little bit of intro. Goes into the home. The whole installation process is managed by a project manager. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks. So for us to get a full home done from the time someone tells us start the project done, it takes about 12 to 15 weeks. And we've done about a few hundred. So we've done about 500 to 600 rooms now, all over Bangalore, Gurgaon, Greater Noida. First one being up in Bombay last week. And consistently you see that we can get a full home done in about 15 to 16 days. Kitchen, sort of the modular elements in about 15 days. A room takes us about 2 days. So it's very, very, very quick for this company. So yeah, that's sort of pretty much the end of my conversation, but actually the spirit and the emotion that I think Gopal I want to communicate is that we exist because you guys exist, right? In part, what we are doing is bringing the beauty of the internet to this industry, which technology actually is stuck largely in the 80s and 90s. So the spirit of my presentation is that whether you work on the supply side or you're an interior designer or project manager or model designer, Space really as a platform would love to talk to you guys because the real idea is to make your life. So yeah, that's sort of the end of my conversation, but happy to take questions if you have. So, um, sure, it's high. So it's the highest that you can experience for an e-commerce company. A room is typically anywhere from a lakh to 3 lakhs, depending on the catalog. So a home would be in the early teens. That's about it. So 10 to 12 lakhs for an average home. That's the segment that we're going after right now. So it's the same couple who's buying their first home, shops on Flipkart, etc., etc. We are launching 2 more ranges in time. So one which will be a purely modular, so that will be a price point innovation. The other is we're probably taking the fabrics, the finishes, so forth and so on, to actually cater to homes in the 5 to 6 lakh segment, and then launching a premium, which is a 25 lakh. So we really want to sort of cover the whole range. But today the sector that we are going after is someone who's just bought their first home for 75 lakhs in Gurgaon or 60 lakhs in Bangalore or a crore in Bombay. And roughly the interior cost is around, you guys know, 10 se 15 lakh for a full home. Our kitchen range all the way from 2 to 25. So pretty much full size. We're doing a lot of innovation on the wardrobe storage side as well. But the idea is that you get lots of price point, lots of choice, such that all the consumers can actually experience these products. It's a good question. Which one is pricing? So that's an excellent question. So the only thing that we charge the consumers for the products. So much like any other e-commerce company, the consumers will only pay for the products that they buy. Pretty much everything else is free of cost. So everything else is free of cost for designers or project managers. So that's the innovation. So we spent about a year and a half to create what I didn't show you everything, but what we really did. And we said that this is free of cost. The way LiveSpace will make money is actually by selling products. And if designers choose to work for us, they actually work on a salary and but lots of designers who actually don't work with us and partner with us get a commission. So it's pretty simple. Like the design industry works like that. So, but where we want to take this is that if it is your original design, then we can actually give you credit as well. So let's say you created a beautiful apartment in Bombay, right? And it fit 2 BHK, 1300 square feet. Now layouts are very standardized. Architecture is really standardized. So if the same design with a little bit of tweak will go to someone's home, let's say in Gurgaon, then I as LiveSpace should not take the credit. I should give the credit to the design. So you see the spirit is slightly different. We will exist because people will use our technology and people will buy products from our catalog. Not because we will take their credit in this job. We will actually prosper if more and more designers actually come and work with us. Whether as a partner, as an affiliate, as a franchisee, which I love. And when you say customization, define it. So on. Yeah. पूरा product रोजना ही बताऊँ. Yeah, so no, that's excellent question. So so on the catalog there is a services element as well, which is not showing up here. But for us to do this thing, what we've done is that so we have about honestly, we have about 35 to 50 type of services on the catalog to make sure that this thing has to work. So we've tied up with some big turnkey contractors who've done good work. So we can do flooring, kitchen demolition, basic kind of civil work already started. Electrical points of view to बहुत पहले some of these things. So there is I think it's not that we will actually completely re-architect your home for you. That is not the company that we will. But at least everything is needed to give you a good interior design experience, which includes reasonable amount of civil work, good shades, wall painting, wallpaper, some other connects. So that those things that you saw obviously take a certain element of services for it to complete. So typically what happens is that once the process starts, our project manager is working with the assemblers, the furniture assemblers, they work with all the modular fitters, they work with a bunch of service providers. The customer is only interacting with them. So we get that's the second is absolutely. So what I showed you would be absolutely the same way for fitted furniture. So you will get the same experience for any modular installations. And if you could see that, I'll tell you the theory. The technology theory is that when you take it from 2D to 3D, you're just creating a Z axis. It's a Z dimension that you're creating. So if you can create the wall and you can put a picture on the wall, you can fundamentally put a kitchen module on the wall. The kitchen module obviously comes with some degree of rules, what we go with what, and I'm sure you put a lot of चीजें कहाँ पे होती हैं, what you start with, so forth and so on. So inside this space, we've actually already created. We just have launched. So we will launch the full home design kit first within weeks, and then hopefully something for the modular market extremely soon, very very soon. That's the next thing. So the idea is that as a designer, we really have to only come to one platform. And I think the other interesting question you asked was, do we really want to market product from our own catalog? That's not really one. So should you as an industrial designer create your own range? Actually, we might be the best platform for you to market it.
Don't mind me interrupting you. We can, debate it.
We can talk something. Well, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srivastava. I'll now ask Mr. Kashyap to speak a little. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly move on to our next panel discussion, which is on empowering our business through franchising. And our participants for the panel discussion are Mr. Rajiv Manchanda, Mr. Samir Kukreja, Mr. Deepak Bharadia, Ms. Anastasia Bochi, and Mr. Sam Chopra. If you could call the lady and the gentleman on stage, please. The session will be moderated by Mr. Manchanda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Franchising Association of India, I welcome you all to this session on franchising. Franchising Association was formed about 12 years back as an industry association. We have offices in Delhi and Mumbai. We have about 200 plus members. And we are part of World Franchise Council, which is a conglomerate of about 41 countries, associations, and only one official association can be part of this, and we are also part of Asia Pacific Franchise Association. Just to give the background of Franchising Association, we are not the partners for India Kitchen Center, and we are so glad that we're here to do a session on franchising. So we have a very eminent panel here. I'll just quickly introduce and then we can move on. We are running against time because some of our panelists have to leave early. So what we'll do is we'll skip one of the initial presentation, which was introduction on franchising, and we'll just go for the panel discussion, and we can do the presentations later. That is fine with the panelists. So we have Sameer Kukreja. Sameer comes with over 25 years of experience of working with brands like Nerula's, Yum, and he's like from the time when franchising was Nerula's in India 25 years back. And I remember meeting Sameer 25 years back, talking of kitchen, and they used to have a division, kitchen division. So I think Sameer, you can put a lot of insight on that. And we have Sameer was also president for National Restaurant Association of India, NRAI, for 5 years until like last year. Yeah. Okay. And then we have Sam Chopra. Sam is a master franchise of two large US brand, Remax, which is into real estate services, and Carl's Jr. They have recently opened in Mall of India. They are in Pacific Mall and Saket. So Sam has a very rich experience, and today he enjoys a very nice, good position in franchising as a master franchisee himself and as a franchisor, because for Remax he's a franchisor within India. So I think Sam can give us a lot of insight on franchising from both sides of it. Then we have Deepak Bharadia, who is the managing director for India, and they are into premium modular kitchens for almost 8 years now. So with a joint venture with a German company, and we have Anastasia. She's currently for Aran Kitchen World. This is again a joint venture. Here we have a very good combination because Aran runs a chain of stores which are all franchised, and Deepak has been in business for 8 years, and they are all country owned stores. So we'll have good learning from you. Why franchise and why not? You have gone into franchising. So we'll come to that. But quickly before going into this, what I understand about the industries, the furniture industry is huge, about 71,000 crores, and kitchen is about 20,000 crores. And out of this, modular kitchen is 2,500 crores. And in franchising in different sectors, when we look at growth, it was interesting for us to know that modular kitchen is actually growing at a rate more than 50% annually, which I think make it like very attractive. And one of the catalysts to make it further grow is could be franchising. And what is generating this demand is, of course, high disposable income and the changing lifestyle, nuclear families, and affordability. So people are going in for lifestyle products. So, and I think many international brands have entered this space, which also is one of the factors which is increasing the market, and because they are catering to a niche market, a premium market, it also an opportunity for domestic players to get into this space. One of the factor which I would actually like to discuss during the panel discussion with the panelists is emergence of e-commerce, and we see a lot of modular kitchen being sold on e-commerce. As a franchising professional, we understand there are two types of franchising models. One is a product franchise, and there's other one is a service franchise. But it's interesting to see that in kitchen space, I think it's a hybrid. We were talking that we are selling products, but it's more of a service because you are giving a lot of customization and a lot of tailor-made this thing. So it's an interesting space that you are between product and service. And e-commerce anyway is expanding market, but I think it's I don't want to use the word, but it's spoiling market also, because people's expectation have gone so high in terms of price discounting and deliveries and whatnot, or returns, for that matter, maybe. So there's a fine balance, and offline and online will coexist in this industry. So I think there's a huge opportunity to work in conjunction with both. So online can be supported by offline, and offline can be supported by online. So that's one thing we will sort of explore while we're discussing it. And of course, there are a lot of challenges in this industry that what we understand as franchising professional is it's quite a capital intensive business. You need huge spaces for these type of products to display and sort of showcase them. Um, that's human intensive, and I think that's those challenges that you have to take care, and which actually lead you to more towards franchising, because you can actually expand your business without eroding your capital by appointing franchisees to be your sort of marketing arm in different areas. And it's a huge country, it's a vast country. So penetration need a huge network, and with this type of investments, I think it makes so much sense to go into franchising. And one of the things we were discussing again before the session was about diversity in our country. So it's so diverse and vast, and culturally is so different, food-wise is so different. So can we standardize a kitchen for the whole country, or it has to be adapted to different regions and different markets? It's so different. Cuisine is so different in north than in south. So will it make sense? Do we have a standard product that can be sold online and it works, or it has to be adapted to different regions? So I think that gives a huge opportunity, because you can have a local partner who can give feedback and who can handhold you in this market. So franchising can be a good sort of a catalyst for growth in different regions of market. And then I think during or we can actually start a panel discussion. So I think we save time, and any questions coming up we can do later. There's two small presentations we can do after the panel discussion. So Deepak, we just spoke about this. Do you see this as a product franchising or service franchising? Because you're selling a product, but you said no, it's a service franchising. Can you elaborate?
Unfortunately, so that the fact of the matter is, Indian homes are not standard. Every home is by itself an individual element, and it has to be customized to its space. Also, the fact that you rightly said, it's a very diverse country. The fact of the matter is, the next phase of growth can only be attained via the franchise route. But when I say we're getting ready, we believe very strongly that systems have to be in place before you can expand via the franchise network. And for me, a franchise is principally a successful business getting replicated. So a successful business without the owner there, or without the original team running it, when the business is of that standard, that's when you can replicate it further.
Aaron, your brand is new in India, right? As a joint venture, but you're all franchised. You have not taken time to sort of standardize it, or
Okay, so the brand I'm representing, it's not really new, in the sense that we have been here for the past 15 years. And we have always tried to develop the business through franchises. So, of course, we do have one company-owned store, which is the one where we have the headquarter and sales force works from and all that. But then we are touching different cities, around 15 cities, through the knowledge and investments also of other partners. So I just wanted to add something to what Mr. Deepak was just explaining. I would say that yes, it's product, it's service, So why don't we call it as a solution provider? So it's not a tag sale. You like it, you buy it. It's 10 rupees. It's nothing like that. But it's not also just service. It's a full mix of factors that are happening. So it's more of a solution provider kind of business. As you said, yes, my company entered the Indian market through a strong presence, because the partner we have in India, the director we have in India, was already anyway having a good platform and a very strong knowledge about kitchens. He was from the industry. So we didn't really have to, sit back and think what to do. Should we have all, companies owned stores and implement the organization and give guidelines and then expand? We immediately started with franchises only. And I would say that from our experience, this has been, at least for us, at least for our company, a winning solution. Because it has been helpful to reach a lot of cities which are requiring detailing, understanding, time, efforts that a single team, a single core team cannot actually handle. So we need partners in different areas to deliver these solutions in the best way and fulfill the requirements that each city, and I would say each block, in fact, in India has got. In fact, this is also the reason why the company entered through a JV. An Italian company approaching India cannot really succeed if without an Indian partner. Because for us, this is a continent. It cannot be considered a country. It's too different. So through this JV, then we started with franchises, and this is how we are still working. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Annie. Annie, we'll come to you later again with the formats you have, because there's something very interesting in this industry. This is quite a matured industry in terms of hardware or kitchen sales, and there are a lot of retailers already, or a lot of stores already. We see an opportunity that you can convert these stores, traditional stores, into a franchise store, what we call conversions in franchising. Sam, I think you did it a lot in real estate, converting those standalone real estate consultants to a branded, like under a Remax umbrella. And we saw this happening in pharmacy chains. Unfortunately, in that it miserably failed, because you were not able to change the DNA of that pharmacist to sort of follow SOPs and to follow the business ethics of brand. How has been your experience, and do you think conversion is a good option? Will that be a viable option in this industry?
Sure. I think one of the things, Rajiv, thanks firstly for having me here. One of the key things in this industry, your industry, as kitchen solution providers, as Anastasia rightly said, it's not a service industry nor a product industry. What really happens is that you have, as I was told, only 3% of the entire market is organized, and 97% of it is in the unorganized sector. I think Deepak mentioned that. So you have a tremendous opportunity. I also heard that some of the brands have almost about 400 franchises or other outlets, so as to say, shops, etc., which Rajiv pointed out. Which makes me believe that conversion is obviously the order of the day. In your business, conversion is a lot easier because what you need is a USP. And the USP has to be intrinsic to your product or your service or eventually a solution. So when you have a product that is either being manufactured in India or being imported from overseas, but there is technology, there is technical skills, etc., required in building the kitchen, whether it's fabrication, whether it's built to suit, whether it is modular, it's a lot easier to ensure that the franchisee does not go, say, the Remax way or the pharmacy way, where he thinks now he knows everything and he can step out of the brand's shadows. So for you, I think it's a lot easier to say that the USP or the nerve is always going to be in your hands, and you're able to easily ensure that the person stays with you for life as long as he'll only give you up for another superior product or better service or solution product. Otherwise, he's going to remain with yourselves. So having said that, you have a market which is as large as 97%. You can't go across the country, opening your own offices or own retail outlets because it's not cost effective. So it makes sense to bring a person on board, train him. So you give him the brand, you give him the business model, you give him all the technology that he needs to provide the end solution to the customer. You give him the network that you have, because your network and your brand gets you all the leads possible to actually get the business. You tie up with institutions, with developers, etc. So that entire collective business opportunity is phenomenal for anybody. And I was just saying that, if my hands are not full, I would love to be in your industry and actually take a franchise from one of you guys and then, do this entire thing on my own. Having said that, also, as Anastasia just said, that you cannot run this business on your own. If you're a global brand and you have to go into Agartala and you have to go into Ernakulam and places like that, you would not be able to set it up on your own. So you need a joint venture partner for sure for this conversion. So having a brand, having a master franchisee, or at least a state level state level franchise is very important for you to run this business. And wish you the very best.
Samir, in franchising we say there are three important factors. Those are adaptability, adaptability, adaptability. Especially in food, the space you have operated all your career in, and you have gone to all the markets in India. And in food, we adapt a lot. Okay, franchising is all about cut and paste and replication, but adaptability is very important. I don't know, but I think kitchen is something that is so different because cuisines are different, because the utensils you are using are different, because the cooking method you are using are different. So how important is adaptability in terms of business growth within the country?
I think adaptability is, a critical factor in the success of any franchising platform, be it in any industry, whether it's, kitchens, shoes, clothing, or food. And that's because, especially in a diverse country like India, where, we have so many differences regionally. Even within North India, for instance, in food, there are different tastes and cuisines and as far as kitchens go, different cooking habits, different types of dishes, and therefore different equipment required in the kitchen. So I think adaptability is what I call a no-brainer. You have to, to kind of succeed in franchising, and of course I'll cover some, other broad principles. It has to be a synergistic relationship. It works when it works for both. It can't be unfavorably skewed to either the franchisor or the franchisee. A franchisor, very important, has to listen. Globally, in various industries, franchisees have been the best source of new ideas and innovation often in businesses. I remember Ray Kroc of McDonald's saying that his franchisees, when he used to operate McDonald's, were the greatest source of ideas of new food products and other things. And similarly for various other kind of brands and across various industries. So franchisees who are operating your businesses, dealing with customers on a day-to-day basis, are often great source of ideas, and one should use them, harness that, and not take it as that they know better, or they're giving something that the brand should have thought of. I think a brand should always be willing to learn and again adapt. Yeah. Adaptability to what a franchisee says. Another important aspect, which often I think is the reason for a lot of failures in franchising in India, is the financial model doesn't work. So the financial model has to work for both. And it has to be fair for a franchisee, has to give the franchisee some leeway, some benefits when they're scaling up and investing, so that if they're making losses originally, the franchisor steps in with support. I think that's another important aspect. And we've got enough, I'd say, as many failures in industries. If you look at the shoe industry, there's been a whole kind of churn in the way Reebok and Adidas used to franchise or license in the way they do today. So there's a lot of learning, but a lot of it is, I think, coming from these common joint principles which apply across all industries.
No, I think that's a critical factor. All the studies and all the research we have done in franchising, the businesses which are failing are majority of them are because of the franchisors, not because of the franchisee. Franchisee, we feel if you have picked up a right franchisee, he's an entrepreneur, he's passionate, he is investing his life's, saving into a business, and he'll try his best. But I think there are level of expectation when it comes to a franchisor, and you need to support that. So Deepak, I'm glad that you said that 8 years, you're not into franchising, but you're preparing to get into franchising. You have to be franchisable. You have to be very cognizant that you are able to support our franchisee. And one more thing, Samir, coming back to you is, like online, offline, it will be a very wrong to sort of compare, but I think you consult Zomato and, other tools. So in this sector, you are lot being sold online, right? But being serviced offline. So I'll come to you, but as per your experience, when one is receiving an order, other is executing it, third person is sort of, like multiple agencies are there.
It's the same challenge. So I'll give you the example. I currently consult with Zomato for online ordering that they do. And one of the areas I'm helping them with. So a customer gets onto the Zomato app or website, places an order, then they have to depend on the restaurant to fulfill it and make good food and deliver it on time. Okay.
Delivered by third party.
Either by the restaurant or by a third logistics party. So three parties involved. There are challenges. Of course, there are challenges, there are problems. However, that does not mean that they're not overcomable. So I think one is that the online world is here, ain't going anywhere, in any industry.
Yeah.
Whether it's in selling modular kitchens or selling shoes or clothes or, food, F&B. In any industry, I think worldwide consumers are moving to convenience, to time paucity. Therefore, kind of online penetration will increase in India. So I think therefore brands, even in the kitchen space, have to kind of, I would say, figure out solutions, and as we were talking, not jugaad, but figure out solutions which work so that you coordinate well and still provide the consumer a good experience. Eventually the consumer is paying and they want a seamless experience. Whether they're ordering on a Flipkart, but they're ordering from your brand, they want a seamless experience where you, Flipkart and your brands have to coordinate well so that the installation, execution, after sales service is all, provided as committed.
But I think it gives an opportunity, in franchising of different formats or different types of franchises. Maybe it gives you an opportunity that you have a franchise partner only for service in different regions. So if something is being sold and it's serviced or is by your franchise partner in that region. So a
lot of kitchen equipment manufacturers who manufacture kitchens for restaurants, various big international players have actually franchise service partners in different parts of India. It's a very common trend.
Yeah. So you have different formats. You have a franchise partner only for sales, or sales and service, or service only. And you have different formats of stores. A large store, maybe a small store. Large store could be an experience center. Maybe small store could be with the catalog and electronic marketing thing, and that's where another opportunity which comes is about multi-unit franchise. So if you are running, say, about 15 franchisees, so are you working with 15 partners, or is it like less partners and they have multiple number of units?
No, mostly they're all different partners.
Okay.
There is only one partner that is handling 3 cities at a time. Otherwise, they're all different partners everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, but it works very well if you have a multi-unit franchise. And in this case, I feel it could be, correct me if I'm wrong, it could be that you have area franchise where we have one central experience center, and then you have satellite shops around in that area. So, he has penetrated the area, and there's an advantage of scale, and you have one partner for the whole region instead of having 10 partners. Deepak, sorry, Annie.
Yeah, we don't do it yet, but we are planning to do it. And where? In these second tier cities we were talking about, because now you also have the third tier which are coming up. And maybe they cannot justify the opening of a big display, but still they justify sales. So from a city like Surat or Ahmedabad, we can reach Rajkot, Morbi, and other satellites which are the upcoming markets. So we are in somehow implementing these ideas, which of now are just on papers, but yes, they are not practically executed yet, but we are thinking to do that in the near future, because why not? I mean, the scope is terrific, so we need to explore ways to get advantage out of this scope.
Sam, maybe one opportunity and one challenge. If it is general franchising is fine. If it's specific to maybe kitchen, if we can do that.
In terms of multi-unit?
Yeah.
Okay. So in terms of multi-unit, I think, if I may say, a format that I would recommend is not going to tier 2 or tier 3, but rather than that, do a regional franchise. So, what I would recommend is if you have, say 20 regional franchises, and each one of them is multi-unit. So the opportunity is that the stock, the distribution, the cash flows, and the overall support in terms of service industry or solution providing, guidance, mentoring, training, all that happens at the regional level, because he knows his local market, so it's at a state level. And then in that particular state, all the tier 2, tier 3 work with that person. So that's, I think, I would say a huge opportunity. The challenge, however, is that when one person fails at the regional level, then his, he's actually stemming a rot into that entire state. So, you like you say, you have too many eggs in the basket. So there's an advantage and a disadvantage. If you have too many eggs, you can carry them, together. But the disadvantage is if the basket falls, then all of them break. So, if I may say, that's the advantage and disadvantage.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to cover was sort of international benchmarks for Indian market, but I think you're doing a presentation on that, so we can cover that in that. And I want to wrap up this panel because we have two presentations and both are very interesting. Sam is doing on 5 reasons why a franchise fails, and he's doing international benchmarks for India in this market. So, but Sameer has to leave. So what we can do is maybe we can open floor for questions and then we can go in for presentation. Unless some of the panelists want to add something before we go.
Just to share one of our experience, as Sam was also pointing out, for the last 2 odd years now, we've been experimenting, I can call it successfully experimenting, a format which is having brand partners in tier 2 cities around Pune, the city where we operate from. We have close to 8 brand partners, and because what happens is investing into a retail showroom it requires a lot of capital and a lot of expertise as well. So instead what we have is regional partners across the tier 2 cities who generate leads, get in the customers to Pune and have them experience in our studio, and we are successfully able to convert those. So brand partners is one way that we are also pretty successfully experimenting with.
So they don't need to have a physical store.
They don't have a physical store.
Okay. That's a great idea because it's so economical. So any questions to any of the panelists, please feel free. Yep.
Hi. My question goes to Sam over here. Sam, this is regarding the last conversation we had. I'm over here. Yeah. So this is regarding the last part of your talk where you said that it's always better to have zonals and then you go down into the states. I would actually like to differ from your suggestion because, see, I'm also in the kitchen manufacturing and we follow a strictly franchising model. We launched last year, November, and we've actually done 10 franchises in the last 3 months, and we've signed 23 franchises in the last 3 months. So what maybe I'm wrong because I'm new in the franchising model, what we personally feel is that the moment you increase your stakeholders, that actually leads to a reduction of your margins for eventually your franchisee direct partners. So do you think this is a wrong way to think about it? Because we believe that instead of having a regional person outsourced and giving him a master franchisee, why don't we build up a team of our own company and then start having them on our payrolls, but at least not cut down on the margins of our franchisee partners who are competing with the other brands with equal margins, What do you feel about it?
I think you have a very fair point. Both are opportunities. Both have their own risks. If you were to be able to open zonal or preferably state-wise offices, that means company-owned offices, then it makes a lot of sense to do what you're doing. But otherwise, servicing becomes an issue, and local knowledge of the, local market knowledge becomes an issue. As an example, where are you based, if I may ask? Which city?
Our company name is called Waffle Kuche, and we're based out of Bangalore.
Okay. So if I was to ask you which are the 5 prime holidays in Punjab or in Jammu and Kashmir or in Kolkata, you may not know. If I was to ask you what is the staple food of various places, as Anastasia rightly said, this is not a country, it's a continent. That is the problem. The key issue is having your ears to the ground. So if you have your own offices, company-owned offices in at least north, south, east, west, central, or preferably 20 of them across the country, and you can afford that, then what you're saying is 200% right. Even I would love to do that. The idea is the cost-benefit analysis, which you do, and you figure out whether it makes sense to open your own offices, or you have the regional offices that take the risk, that put in the cost, and therefore they earn the margin. So what is the margin you give them? So it's, while you want the franchisor and the franchisee to earn equally and earn well, only then you'll progress. But the fact of the matter is you can manipulate the commissions or the earnings or the payouts that you give to your master franchisee or to your sub-franchisee on the basis of that. So you can build a model. It's all dependent on the product pricing and the services model that you build for this structure.
I think it's function of how much you want to invest, how much you want to get involved. And yeah, any other question, please? So we move on to presentation. Sam, your presentation first is okay. Sam does it first because you need to leave here.
And we probably need the laptop. Sorry? Can you just go to the first slide, please? Yeah, okay. It's back to me. So, how many of you are in the business of franchising, if I may ask? Because I need to know whether you've ventured into it before we speak about failure. Okay, I can see about 11 people totally raising the hands, which is a good number because obviously each one of you has several franchises, and I'm presuming there should be about 100, 200 franchises across collectively amongst all of you, which is fantastic. So essentially, we've spoken about franchising, but you need to know what not to do in franchising, and therefore a little bit of talking about failures. And failures really, again, we were speaking about 5, but I didn't want somebody to come back and say, but I failed because of this, and I could easily say, but that was the 6th one, and I didn't tell you about it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I think can be done. So essentially, how has the franchising shaped the the Indian business? It's obviously helped through the entrepreneurial drive of young entrepreneurs. It creates employment opportunities, creates business opportunities. You're able to go into different niches across the country to be able to do business. So those are great opportunities. What are the reasons why franchisees fail? So critically, franchising is not about just obtaining the rights. Most people say, I've obtained the right, I've got the right location, and therefore I'm going to be able to do well. There's much more to it, and essentially, in this discussion, you'll get to know why and what all you need to do to be able to safeguard yourself. So, let's talk about what really franchising failures could be. The most important thing is processes and procedures. So, you have to ensure that you have specific SOPs available. What really happens is that you get into franchising, the franchisor or the brand owner himself doesn't have anything available which he can pass on to yourself. So you've bought just the brand. So in that case, it is more like licensing. You've taken a brand, and beyond that, you seek no help, you get no help, and you pray more to God than you were doing before you bought the franchise. Okay, so second is you have the SOPs, you have the processes, practices, but there's more to it. You need to implement them. When I was a consultant 20 years ago, I was fortunate also at one point of time to be a consultant like Samir is now. But one of the key things I found, and that was a niche that I moved into, that people loved building processes and procedures for people. So I, as an accountant, as a qualified management consultant, would go to large companies and charge lakhs and lakhs of rupees, spend months at a stretch and build these lovely manuals. Okay, operations manuals, audit manuals, you name it, those quality manuals, etc. And I'd gild them, nice leather-bound, gold typefaced, and then I would go a year later to the finance director's office and ask him, what did you do with it? And he'd say, no, you made a damn good manual. I said, so what did you do with it? And I'd see behind that in his closet, a nice glass thing. So he kept it as a matter of pride. It was like a trophy that he'd got. He'd take it out, dust it regularly, and put it back. So he needed to implement it. Second is, you have to see how relevant and how interested the master franchisee is. No audits and control by master franchisee and the franchise owner. If you do not have a process of auditing, if you don't have a process of controlling your people who are actually doing the franchising for you, or the sales people that you have, because this business is all about acquisition and post-acquisition support. So if you don't have that, it's not going to do well. You need to know about, in restauranting at least, you need to know about food cost. In your case, you need to know about your material cost. You'll have to do a complete breakdown of your build-up cost to be able to understand what your costs are, do your profitability analysis, ensure that you have your inventory control in place, etc. The third is quality. I think our biggest problem is that, we build something and then we don't care about the quality. So what really happens is, if you go deep into things, you'll have a lovely constructed building. In fact, I'll share a real life example. I used to work with American Express Bank in 1987. And in 1987, we were in Hamilton House, A Block, Connaught Place, which has now become Starbucks, incidentally, the first Starbucks in Delhi. So during my transition, we were moving into Jeevan Bharti building made by LIC. Huge, I think it was an iconic building at some point of time, just opposite Palika Bazaar, etc. So great building between Janpath and Parliament Street. Third day into the place, I saw the toilets clog, I saw the flooring ripping off, etc., etc. Iconic building, beautiful place, everybody paying through their nose in terms of rentals, etc. Long-term leases of 9 years and 25 years, but the quality killed it. So I think it's all not about just building something, not about selling, but about maintaining, sustaining quality. So in the restaurant industry, we would go for mystery audits, surprise tasting, testing, walk into the back of the house, have CCTVs not only to check on the point of sales, but actually to see what your people are doing, what kind of customer service is given, etc., etc. And of course, the quality of the people that you have as franchisees, etc., is very important. Then ownership. It's extremely critical who you get as owners. So inexperienced owners, part-time owners, there's a saying we have in Remax, which is part-time owners give part-time results. So if you're doing something else, or if you're a weekend daddy, then obviously you can't look after your child, and your business is your child, or your, not your living child, but still your child. Too much dependence on the master franchisee. If you keep remaining on an ask mode, what can you do for me? What can you do for me? Help me in this, help me in that. Then you're never going to grow. Because what typically is happening is you're always going to use the crutch that he's given you. You've got to throw the crutch eventually, one at a time, and then start walking and eventually running. Compromising on SOP is a huge issue. Communication gap or mismatch on the expectations, on the vision, on the goals between yourself and the brand, or between the master franchisee and the franchisee. If you have these, if your vision doesn't match, if your goals don't match, if your expectations don't match, or if you're in constant dribbling and discussions and arguments, then there's going to be a huge problem. Lack of strong marketing and promotion. So, there's a saying that no matter how good your services or your products are, if people don't know it, it's not going to sell. So you've got to be forthright about it, tom-tom it, go into social media, go into whichever way you can market. Whatever suits your pocket, use that to market. The best way of marketing, of course, could be word of mouth, but your product's got to be that good to be able to be marketed. Get to know your customer, get to know your target profile. And if you don't have, people get so immersed into the production, into quality, into training, they also forget about marketing. If you're not able to market your product, if you're not able to sell your product, all expenses, all investments are going to go for a 6. So lack of a strong marketing plan, advertising budget, and of course creative ideas. So you must have some talent which is creative enough to tell you what to do next. Your USPs. You must know your USPs, you must flaunt your USPs. So what are your unique selling propositions? Capitalize on what your core expertise is. Show your core competence and flaunt it as much as possible. In the F&B, so this could be both ways, speciality versus general. So if I had an opportunity and I was going to spend the same amount of money, and people are different, but if I had a choice of going into a fine dining restaurant or going to a coffee shop, and I know I'm going to spend the same amount of money, where would I want to go? So, is there a USP? You might go to the coffee shop once, maybe twice, but eventually you might want to go into a fine dining restaurant. So people attract you for various reasons. Large menus. If you're a jack of all and a master of none or a master of some, you have a problem with that also. Wrong hiring at all levels, wrong training at all levels. This is very dear to, again, Samir here, who's an expert in the F&B training, hiring segment. Lack of proper training of your staff, bringing them into the field straight away, whether it's your production, whether it's your services, whether it's your customer interface, wherever, in whichever industry you're in, if you take your employee to do a customer interface or to build a product or to build a service or to build even a strategy without knowing your product or without knowing the required skills, there's going to be a problem. Your team is the most important thing, so search and select the team. Most people, including myself, don't find time to search and select. And that becomes a huge problem. So search in advance, select in advance, learn from the last business that you did and the mistakes you had, and try and move that. Attrition, team building. Make sure that you do enough to build your teams to run your organization. If you don't, and if people are not happy. So, there's this American airline which actually said that, if I have a choice between building a team, motivating my customers and my employees, I'll do it to my employees, because if I can motivate my employees automatically, my customers will get motivated. Vendors. So ensure that your vendors are of high quality. You can save money various ways. You can negotiate hard. If it's not a win-win deal with your vendor, if you give him too little, he's not going to be interested. If you get the wrong vendor, he's going to make a mess of what you're doing. Location. So like adaptability, there's, Conrad Hilton once said, three ways of making a hotel succeed. 3 things that you do are location, location, location. So location's got to be extremely important. So even your retail shop that you have, you've got to make sure that it is in the best location. If you don't get that right, you're going to have a lot of problems, because people need to come into that market. People need to know, so that you'll have footfall. So accessibility, target audience. If you go into a developed market and you have a particular product, say affordable product, modular affordable product, and you go into a Delhi Tony place like say Vasant Vihar, you're not going to be able to sell them. On the other hand, if you have a huge, beautiful product, which is really expensive, you're spending tens of lakhs of rupees for your kitchen, and you put it in a smaller colony, it's not going to work either. So you've got to make sure, then you've got to see what kind of products do you have. Your products go well with developers that are coming on board, or they are conversions of existing kitchens. So is there an aspirational community over there? What is the kind of people that are there? Are they only rented apartments? Say you go and set up a modular kitchen retail unit between a cluster of government owned homes. What are they going to do? It's not that they can't afford. It's not their home. It's a leased property. They may not run it. That's the reason you see marble, people selling marble. What do? They have places where there's a lot of development taking place. Okay? Or there was a development, and over a period of time, everyone's gone there. So that is a niche market where people go to buy the specific products. You've got to also see the neighborhood. You've got to see how many people travel, what happens, what's the quality of your neighborhood in that 5 kilometer or so radius, depending on the product that you have. So, franchising, a lot of people might say, I prefer doing company-owned business. Some people might say, I want to get into licensing. There are various ways of doing business. You can have partnerships and so on and so forth. So while there is risk in opening the franchises, the rewards are immense. Very important, follow the leader, follow the creator, don't be the creator. Because if you've gone into franchising and you start reinventing the wheel, then what you're doing is you're going into further problem. You've paid him money for his expertise, for his creativity. Follow him blindly. Of course, ensure that he's adapted it to your country or your region or your locality. So, with that, I think I don't know what happened, but I probably pressed the wrong button. It was my last slide. Thank you very much, guys. Happy to field any questions that anybody has. Otherwise, I'll request Rajiv to call the next speaker. Nobody, I guess. Oh, there is a question there.
My question is that when you set your rules and regulations for, the terms and conditions or rules and regulations, whatever you call them, that binds the franchisee and the franchisor, how do you think that, how strict it should be on those rules and regulations? Like, for example, okay, for kitchens, we don't start a kitchen before you pay 50% of the advance, or, 50% before dispatch, 100% has to be paid. So normally, you being a franchisor, you try to really be strict on your terms and conditions, but support them in whatever other ways you can support them. But what is your experience, or what do you feel?
We are Indians, and of course an Italian also here, but we deal with our hearts more and less with our heads, and that's our prime reason of failure in that particular franchising business. I think it's very important to follow the rule sets. Firstly, set up a rule only if you want to follow it. And I always tell people, when collections have to be done from your franchisee, the franchisee in a priority will say, I can't give you royalties because you know what, I have to pay rentals. I have to pay my employees, I have to pay my electricity bill, I have to do so many things. So, but what he forgets, and what we forget to tell him, is the reason he's paying all those things is because he has the franchise, so he's got to pay the royalty first. That's one. Secondly, the moment you start being financially indisciplined and say, if you've said 30% is what you want as an advance before you start, or 50%, whatever it is, then you must take that. If he wants to compromise, he's most welcome to do so. But you must not, because if you are indisciplined also, like he is, your business at some point will suffer, payments won't come, and once you give him a finger, he's going to take your hand, he's going to take your neck. It's not about the franchisee alone. Look at the credit card business. I mean, can you afford to not pay for your credit card bill? What happens? Can you go back and negotiate? Some people can, but can you go back really and negotiate and say, you know what, I'm not going to pay it today, I'll pay you tomorrow, so don't charge me the interest. It's not going to happen. You can only do it when you're cutting your card and it's final payment and you become an NPA and you go back to them. The same way your electricity bill, same way your telephone bill. So when you can't do it there and you have financial discipline, you must have financial discipline here. Of course, you can give them a margin to play with. You can say that this is the dealer price, this is, so this is your price, this is the price that you will give to the customer, this is the bandwidth you can play with, this is the financial terms that you can give. So you can take a 30 to 50% gap. We'd prefer a 50%, but if we can go at the least at 30. So build, it doesn't have to be so straight-jacketed, but there has to be some kind of a leeway, but don't go beyond the leeway. Whatever you've given him, that must be followed. I have actually first-hand experience in doing that in our own real estate business in Remax, where we gave leases in the first 5 years, and eventually I realized that I was the sole financer of the working capital of my franchisees. And one fine 1st April, and most people thought I was fooling around because it was 1st April. 1st April, I said, this financial year, this is going to happen. It took us about 3 months to sort people out. We had penalties. We were never charging them for 5 years. We started sending invoices of penalties. Suddenly, in 3 months, everything got sorted out. Now we get payment on time. Otherwise, we get a penalty. And we very happily accept the penalty. So I say you're great friends socially. You're great friends of the business. But when we're doing business, we can't get that personal. So we will charge you whatever is owed to us.
Actually, probably I give it a wrong example in the sense like, finance part I understand, we're also very strict about it. But on other terms and conditions like you define that, to finalize the design you take 7 days, for example. So, I mean, I'm asking you this question because, you have dealt with a lot of Indian franchises. How is the mentality works that when you start giving them some levy on whatever, if it's not related to finance, but something like, okay, I'll give it a delivery of the kitchen instead of 30 days, I'll give it even 25 days. So do you feel that increases their expectations and leads to problems later?
People respect if you set the right expectations and you follow them. So irrespective whether it's finance or it is any other terms and conditions, I think you need to undercommit and over-deliver down the line. Up the line, automatically you have the control to ask for it. But down the line, you must always do that. So even when you're doing it with your customer, your franchisee, and he does that with the customer, you've always got to say, I'll do it in 30 days and deliver in 25 days, whatever the terms and conditions are. And upwards, of course, you have to do the same thing and control that. So this is all about setting up a DNA within your organization which says that I'm not willing to compromise. We follow the rules. So the biggest advantage that all of you have is that I have in Hindi you say my bap. So I have a person above me. So sub-franchisee says, or the franchise sales consultant, or the service consultant says that I have a owner. The owner says I have a sub or a regional or a master franchisee. He says I have a brand to report into. So as long as you say that you have a structure, you have a franchise sales manual or a franchise service manual which says this is what you have to follow. As long as you make it clear to everybody, because it's got to follow from you. Whatever you give as direction is what everybody's going to follow, and you've got to be very strict about it. Once you're strict, it's going to be very painful initially. People are going to curse you, people are going to hate you. But eventually, over a period of time, people will respect you because the next person down the line also doesn't have to face it ahead. Is that okay? Yes, please. Okay, so let's go question by question. Your first question was, just repeat that again for everybody. So I think the best practices to me is, you lead by example firstly. So as long as you're doing the right thing, they're going to do it. So first you have a franchise sales manual or a franchise service manual or a franchise operations manual. As long as that is being strictly implemented, as long as the training is taking place, as long as you show that you're doing, like I was telling the gentleman, as long as you show that you mean business. And the key important thing is the guy has to believe and trust in the business and has to be passionate about it. So as long as you can infuse passion into the person to understand it, that itself will motivate him, incentivize him into making the sales or the service or whatever commitment that he's doing to the client or the customer, to be able to follow and work on that. Does that answer your question? Okay, what is the second one? So, the ones that I see, the key, performance indicators that I see to ensure that, that your franchisee is following things, is that if you have a happy franchisee, okay, so his happiness index is the most important thing. So how do you get a happy franchisee? A happy franchisee is the one who comes to your conventions, for your meetings, etc. A happy franchisee is who calls you up once in a while, not to talk about work and to talk about general things. A happy franchisee is who's got connected with you. So these are happiness indicators that you have. These are not business indicators, but these actually tell you that the guy is happy. Otherwise, when you go to a franchisee and you say, how are you doing? If you're the owner of the master franchise, he's never going to say on your face, I'm not doing well. He might be cribbing to everybody and anybody in the business, but he's never going to tell you this. That's one. Secondly, of course, you have the business parameters. So you'll obviously see what kind of sales. So you've got to give targets. So if you set goals for him and he's achieved those goals, fantastic. If he hasn't, you have a problem with that. Is he making money? If he's not going to make money, he's not going to service your customers. He's going to cut costs. He's going to cut on services. He's going to cut on standards and norms and practices and procedures. And therefore, you'll have an unhappy customer. Unhappy customer means 10 other people broadcasted that you're unhappy about it. So the chain reaction is such that at some point of time, your business is going to stall because you did not have a happy franchisee. So does that answer it? So that's why I said, when you can't find a business parameter, you've got to find his happiness coefficient. So his happiness index are the ones that, at least what I see is when I have a convention, I have an annual convention. So in 1 year, I'll have 300 people. If in the next year, I have only 150 people, I have a great cause of concern. So I find out what happened. And most probably, either the market is down, or he was not happy with his account manager, or he was not well trained, or we did not retrain him, or we did not do a dipstick study to find out why he's not performing well. And even if we did not implement the findings into a positive manner with him so that he was able to get remotivated. You've got to constantly instill passion into the guy. If you can't do that, so these are dipstick yards that you can use. Okay? That's it? Yeah. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra. I'd like to invite Anastasia onto the stage for her presentation on applying global learning to Indian retail.
Yeah, I think there is a presentation. Yeah, I gave it to the guys there. Yes. Okay, so the topic for the next 15-20 minutes will be this application to global learning, to the Indian retail. So what I thought was to go through the factors of change and then understand what are the new golden rules that have been applied abroad and that we are starting to apply also in India for the new retail environment. So first of all, as we have also discussed yesterday, there are a lot of new digital technologies. Of course, the expectations of the consumers are changing, and there is also a different scenario when it comes to the socio-economic scenario itself. So the combination of these three factors, it's what has transformed the shopping environment itself. Therefore, the retailers should in somehow sharpen up their strategies in order to reply back and proactively, in fact, react to these changes. So what the analysts and specialists are saying is that in the past we used to have a very linear and easy way to reach the purchase step. It was a kind of funnel. So the client was having awareness, going through the familiarity, and then stepping to the consideration, the purchase itself, and then jumping to a more sophisticated level of loyalty. But it was in somehow something not at all mixed up or messed up. What is happening nowadays is something that is called the purchase fish. So the client, the consumer, is browsing, scrolling, downloading, uploading, checking, comparing the different feedbacks about the products, and then maybe perhaps going to the location, so to the physical store, rechecking again, and then sometimes they buy, sometimes they go back home, and the purchase happen on a different device. Once the action is concluded, the purchase action per se is concluded, a lot of other activities are starting. So again, the consumer himself will start to chat, again upload, record videos, and give feedbacks for new consumers to start with their own internal comparisons. So yeah, the logic behind this is absolutely different from the past, till the point that what we have been calling as e-commerce right now is perceived as everywhere commerce. So there's not just a single place, it's not just that bricks and mortar kind of location, and it's not just online, it's offline, online both. The sale doesn't happen now and here, it happens everywhere. It might happen on devices, it might happen in a store. So that's why we talk about everywhere commerce. Said so, consumers are having nowadays different expectations. I won't say that they have different needs. Needs are more or less the same, but the expectations on how the business will fulfill those needs, that is what has been changed. So first of all is the household structure. It is nowadays a nuclear family. I'm generally talking, I mean, I'm just thinking globally, okay? So if I can give you an example, in Italy, we started to have in grocery stores mono portions. For what? For small families. So you have small portions of ready-made food, small portions of salads, for households which are counting maybe a couple or a single parents with a kid. When it comes to kitchens, there is a very nice study that has been done by a product designer called Karim Rashid, who has of course also designed some kitchens models. Before even taking the pencil in his hands and making sketches, he decided to study what was the family, what family means nowadays in the US. And he found out that a nuclear family is having different activities in different areas of the house. So there was a communication gap among the members of the same small tiny little family. The husband was watching the TV somewhere, the kids were doing homework somewhere else, the wife was cooking, then again the husband maybe was washing the utensils. So what he wanted to do was to recreate a compact kitchen with a simple island. There is a washing area, there is a lid to be put on the sink, so the same island can be used as a table to dine, to do homework, to play cards with friends, to work. The dado area, it's a mirror. and inside it has got a TV. So once the dinner is over, the whole family can actually get together there and watch the TV while someone is washing the utensils at the same time. The values. Someone yesterday, one of the speakers yesterday was saying that value doesn't mean necessary price. So a good value is not a cheap price or a low price. We were saying that people are buying, especially in India, you have MRPs. So you know what the price is, but people are looking for values. They're looking for discounts. And this is what is happening, for example, in Germany, where Aldi and Lidl, which are extremely big retail realities, are having 46 of market shares of the grocery retail market in Germany. And these Aldi and Lidl are discounted stores. The mental space. So we do not have time nowadays. Life is frenetic. We don't want to waste time. We don't want to take passion. So what happens is that Walmart has created express corners for people who are just buying a few items and they can skip the queue. Or IKEA, let's just think about IKEA. You have galleries where you can get your own billing done. You have a barcode, you have a scan, you just scan the barcode and the bill is punched. So you don't have to wait for other clients to go through the queue and then reach the cashier and all that. You can, actually speaking, handle your own time the way you want and the speed you want. The assurance and the quality. So we are becoming nowadays more and more concerned about transparency. We want to know what are the ingredients of the food we are buying. We want to know what are the technicalities of the kitchen we are buying, the materials, the finishes. Just again a quick example, in China, the organic food market just got a hike. So in a span of time which is not even 4 years, the sales of organic food jumped 4 times higher from 2007 to 2011, and it's China. So as a stereotype, we don't think that the Chinese market is appreciating quality, but that is happening there as well, of course. So due to these digital technologies and the change of the consumer's behavior and lifestyle and attitude and approach, of course, we have certain rules which I just decided to summarize in a few points. First of all, we should adjust and adapt to the new shopper's attitude and the disaggregation of the shopping process. So, for example, in India, you guys are one step ahead than Italy in this sense. You have apps, you have brokers, you have big basket. We don't have all that. If we need a kg of tomatoes, we need to dress up, take the car, go to supermarket, get the tomatoes, check the weight by our own, because it's a self-service kind of process nowadays. Then stand in the queue, buy the tomatoes and go back home. Here is just one click away. So in this sense, you're absolutely one step ahead. What Tesco did in Korea, for example, they have just put some kiosks at the metro station. People in the morning while going to work, everyone has a mobile nowadays, so what they need to do is just scan the QR code of what they want to buy, and the delivery will happen the same day. So again, it's just one scan that happens, one action. So this is a very, I think, hot topic that we have discussed in these 2 days, because bricks and mortar formula is there, but digital formula is there too. So these offline, online, both of them will be combined together. So what a company called Uniqlo in Japan, which is a fashion brand, did, they didn't want to jump immediately to the online, deleting the offline market. What they did, they digitalized their mirror in the trials rooms. So what happens is that instead of trying 3 or 4 t-shirts in different colors, the client just tries one. And the colors are automatically changing on the mirror. So that is brilliant because it's saving the time of the client and it's saving manpower inside the store. They don't need helpers or people who can actually reshelf or restack the stock that has been tried and thrown away on the desk by the client. And then what is happening nowadays is that we should highlight, implement and hydrate what we call the experiential marketing. So products are everywhere, but not everyone knows how to create the experience. Now let's think 1 second. I'm sure you guys went to Starbucks. Have you ever asked to yourself why you're going to Starbucks and why for a tiny little shot of espresso, which is hardly 2 sips, you're ready to pay $135? It's not because of the coffee. It's not the best. It's not. But it's because of the ambience. It's because of the atmosphere. It's because of the experience that Starbucks is able to offer you. And at that point, you are convinced and you shell out whichever amount Starbucks is asking you to shell out. Starbucks is considered a third place. It's not your office. You're not answerable there. You don't have anything to do. You can spend as much time as you want there. It's not your house. You don't have again responsibilities. It's your third place where you can actually take a break, think about whatever you want, enjoy the ambience, and that's it. And that is the experience you are paying for. It's not for the product itself. This is something also we are trying to recreate worldwide in the kitchen segment, and we are starting also in India. We were discussing yesterday and today with some of you. So in our format, we always try to include one live kitchen because we want to give to our clients the freedom of coming, carrying the ingredients, or we'll be offering them, and cook in the kitchen, bang the drawers, understand how the soft close it's working, understand if that is the right hob they want, or they need a bigger one or a smaller one, more burners or whatever they require. And then it goes without saying, the experiential marketing is also related to emotional marketing. So we were saying just now, we are here to provide solutions, not just products, not just services. So what pays the most nowadays in our business, but I'm sure also in other segments, this is one of the golden rules, it's put a smile on your client's face. I was reading yesterday night some articles about the way of thinking of Americans. I was quite thrilled in understanding that people in the US as well, they actually rely on word to mouth. So more than half of the people that got interviewed for those studies replied that they would be able to buy a product without even checking the price or without even touching it if referred by a friend. And this is in somehow what is summarized here in this slide. So some of these rules, let's call them however you want, I just call them rules, have been already applied here in India. Some are slowly being applied. We are getting there. In some areas we are one step ahead than other European countries. But this is more or less what is happening in the retail scenario, with a quick comparison also of some cases, Korea, Japan, and these other developing or already sophisticated countries when it comes to retail. So thank you so much for the attention and for giving me the chance of being here today. I'm done with the presentation, so I don't know if there are questions. I guess you guys are just thinking about the lunch because it's lunchtime, I guess. So what do we have to do? I'll stay here. I'll reply. There's no question. Yeah, of course. Why not? I would be glad. Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Anastasia. Before breaking for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, I'll quickly call Mr. Kashyap to present the speaker mementos to our previous speakers. Call on stage Mr. Bharadia, Mr. Manchanda, and Anastasia again, please. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll head into lunch now and reassemble at 3 o'clock. Post lunch, we have a session on, we'll begin with a session on Design as a Source of Happiness by architect Jayanti.
inside.
Started continuation of education program. The first ever program started by Hectic on hardware training. I had meeting with today in the morning on breakfast. We were discussing about can we have a CAP on kitchen designing. I said why not? We're having CAP on lighting design. We are having CAP on sanitation and plumbing. We are having CAPs on lighting. This thing what you call waterproofing and colors. All this we're trying to bridge gap in the colleges between the profession and what is being taught, and also all those professionals who would want to update themselves with the new technology and what is coming into the market to change the lifestyle of the people. IID is responsible. I'm saying that we take this responsibility to get it to you all members of IID through our partners, and I think we are blessed because we have this partnership with the trade. And that is the reason why we are able to think so much out of the box and do it for our profession of interior design in India. The education is another focus that we're working on. And so rightfully we can do this for the students and train them right now what is good. They know now of the hardware now. The hardware training workshops are going on. We will continue. We've already had 2 and we will now have 7, 8 in this coming year. So people would know what is available in the market, how to handle this, and how do they use this for the end results to be good for their clients who are going to utilize this. So the design, I think this, what I want to give you a case for design is to design a kitchen for the rural India, for maybe a lower middle class, for a middle class society. We are having this design design competition which will be announced, and that's where we would also want to have a competition for a package of residence furniture which is for the masses. You can pick up the whole package and set up your house. Maybe the space will have to be dealt with, but health hygiene is what primarily comes and is counted when we deal with the spaces. So health, hygiene and safety for rural India is a must. We're ignoring them totally. For even the lower middle class, even those people who are staying in the hutments, who have their permanent houses but no health, no hygiene, is it not our responsibility? Should we not be very sensible about all this, sensitive about the requirements of the people there? Yes, the elite class can buy anything and everything that would promote. They will look into quality, they'll look into design quality, they'll look into trends, they'll look into fashion, they'll look into whatnot to make a statement or to be proud of being owners of such kind of kitchens from you. But equally we should be responsible for the other class of the society. And that challenge I think all of us should take. All of us, and we are there to help you out to execute this. We can do this together. We will take it to the society. We will try and change this world. And we will make a difference as designers, as manufacturers, as retailers to the lives of the people in India. And this social context is what I feel that I need to bring into you. And this is what message I would like to send to all of us, that I am talking about these sensitivities on any forum that I come to. I was invited at Washrooms and Beyond in Mumbai to give a keynote address. Now, everybody was showing the rain showers and so many things which consume 125 or more liters of water for per bath per person every day. Can we afford that? Should we do this? Yes, you can sell your products to a different class, but what about conserving this water? What about being sensitive about these areas? And how do we save this? How do we recycle this? So join IID, join our mission, be with us, be happy, be satisfied. All such forums can bring in these volunteers for this nation to build up a better society, to build up a better India for future. And we all can do it. Simple one word. Well, again I mentioned Mr. Goyal, that I want to do this. He asked me, what is your dream when I became the president? I said, this is what. He said, we are with you. And that's how you all can join us to build up this nation. Kitchen design, yes, is a very sensitive area. And that is the reason why, as I told you, my practice success is because of the designs for kitchen. So, kitchen industry, if we change this world, we can, it can change this world with good kitchen designs, and kitchen designs for every Indian of every economic background, every cultural background. We have to be sensitive. We have to be social in our causes, somewhere or the other. You have a larger business being done for this elite class, or those who can do it. But affordable design solutions is the future for Indian homes. Somebody was giving figures which were given yesterday about how many houses are going to be built. Pune has got a approved FSI of 2 lakh crores square feet. And these plans are approved, these many houses are going to come. And we cannot build more than, I think, 2.5 lakh, 2,500 square feet per, 25,000 square feet or 2 lakh square feet in a year. So there is so much of demand lacking in the industry right now. But yes, the houses are being built. Every individual, gone are those days when you build your house and own them at the retirement age. Every individual, when gets into practice or starts his first job, first gets a house for himself. So there is a huge potential, no doubt about it. There is a huge potential, but yes, let us cater to each and every sector of the society, each and every part of the society, and make our lives more satisfied, and make their lives desirable, make them comfortable. I must thank India Kitchen Congress for having invited me. You must be expecting few slides of my works here, but unfortunately, as I said, that I have become an activist in the past because of my position right now as a president of Institute of Indian Interior Designer. And I feel it is my responsibility to share our institutions, organizations' views with each one of you, and try and bring in this change and ignite the minds for this country of ours, India. Thank you so much. I would take the questions now if they are, because you will have to excuse me after this session. If there is anybody who would want to ask. Deepak? Yes.
Joins you in your mission to bring design
Most
to the masses.
welcome. We need as many hands and minds to build up this, because it's not a task of we individuals or an organization only, but all of us together can bring in a difference. I think we'll be equipping the rural India through the skill which is dying.
The
And
skill which is actually needed by the industry, the skill which is actually needed by the consumer, the skill which is actually needed at the field end. What we get from the outside world, Western world, that has to be imbibed with what is actually ground reality driven.
yes, we can. We have a skill development person sitting here who is right now being a part of the skill development in India. What is required? Mr. Goel is here, and IIID itself is being a part of the skill development through Plumbing Association. We are signing an MOU with them, and a lot of work could be done, because the moment you empower the rural India with certain skill, I think 25% of your work is done. And I must thank our Prime Minister for this movement on skill development that he has taken up. And that is certainly going to empower a lot of people to build up a better nation. See, under taking design to the masses, somebody made a presentation in Thane the other day, right? Somebody, architect Habib Khan from Nagpur, and he was giving some uh, examples of how one can change and bring in the health and hygiene. There is this menstrual man from South whose wife abandoned him, and he designed a sanitary napkin for rural India, which costs only 1 rupee. And it took him 15 years to develop this napkin for ladies or women in the rural India, where they can afford to buy and take care of their health and hygiene. And I think such kind of design could come in through our mission, which will, I was talking to somebody, Mr. Gupta, in the morning about the public urinals, and you see the state of public urinals here in India. You would, if you are traveling on highway, women would not want to go and use that, and we all keep on searching for kilometers together to find a better place. So there has to be a design intervention in such places, and that is our responsibility. We have to be sensitive, that is what I feel, and take this as a passion in life. Being designers, try and look into all these things minutely and turn them into a lifestyle or life-saving designs for the masses.
Thank you, Pratap sir, for igniting our minds. My question to you would be pertaining to our kitchen industry. At what price point you think targeting a kitchen specifically for the masses would be appropriate?
It's so relative, I feel, because when first we need to educate them that they need to change. That is one thing. Because if you go and ask them to buy a kitchen which is say 20,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees, they may have other priorities first to deal with. You know, all these houses in Bhuj after earthquake failed miserably after their designs, because we did not cater to the needs of the people who were staying there. And then the houses which were built by them are real ones with the help of the architects and designers. I don't know if anybody of you know this Indira Awas Yojana, which is going on for ages. This is the longest government project which is on for houses to be built for the rural India, are done without architects and designers. Nobody has tried to look into this. None of the architects associations, none of the organizations like ours have intervened into this, that we will give design solution and build houses on that. So prioritization has to be there, and the pocket size can then differ, because I think it can start from anywhere from 5,000 to 20,000 rupees. But that's the future. We'll have to first start with something and then understand. And without understanding the needs of these people, we should not come out with any design solution. There has to be a thorough research done to understand their culture and what is that their priorities are. Health and hygiene is the utmost priority that we need to look into in the ergonomics. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity, for the platform that uh, you have provided to me, and I'm hopeful that I have tried to entice you with something that we all should and would do it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jadhav. I hope I've got it correct this time. Next up is a session on nuances of showroom design. Oh, I'm so sorry. So if you could just come on stage, Mr. Kashyap will present a speaker memento to you. Thank you, gentlemen. The next session is on nuances of showroom design, presented by Shantanu Garg, who's the president of Shantanu Garg Design. Mr. Garg, if you could come on stage, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Shantanu Garg. I'm based out of Jaipur and as a president of a company called Shantanu Garg Design. So, being a designer in my company, we have designed and dealt with more than 50 kitchens for the individual clients and for the basic needs. And during this time frame of 7 years, we have come up with numerous showrooms. We have primarily been designers for Stosa Puccini. We have designed their showrooms in Jaipur and in Mumbai. Now we have been working for their showroom design projects in Dubai and Bulgaria. So I would like to share my experience on how the showroom design is really important and is catering to more than 10 industries. The showroom itself is is acting like a consolidated viewpoint for more than 10 industries. So we begin with the decoding into these 10 indexes, that is concept, layout, lighting, plumbing, materials, visual merchandising, branding, appliances, and types of kitchen setup. So for the kitchen showroom design, there's a one basic principle that we have realized after designing numerous models or fitting in numerous models in a design space. The space must be designed in a way that promotes an enjoyable and hassle-free shopping experience for the consumer. The design must not only be efficient and functional these days, but also flexible and adaptable. So to begin with any design philosophy, or to begin with any design process, we need to begin with the concept. And the concept parameters need to be set. And in order to set these concept parameters, we have few viewpoints that we can eye upon. First is a culture. For example, if I have a showroom in Jaipur or if I have a showroom in Dubai, so I can always eye a cultural impact of a particular local environment or the particular design philosophy that that particular city or a particular culture adopts. And there is a particular design philosophy that brand follows. So to begin with the concept selection, it is very important to know the brand and ideology of a company, and apart from that, to give it a hint of its local presence for Italian modular kitchen showroom, and to create its presence in cities of India. We can always take help of graphics, we can always take help of concepts like we can create a lot of local art come into the picture in the form of visual merchandising, artifacts, etc. So for the concept, cultural inclination of the brand in question and a complete understanding of the products helps to develop a strong base for the concept. The space must be significantly tailored to the kind of product being sold in that space. Concept and their designs are the background to the merchandise and are only there to represent and create the best possible environment to entice the customers. The best way to look at designing your showroom is to imagine it from a consumer's perspective. Anything you can do to get the client involved and engaged within your showroom is also great. It is worth considering interactive displays, exclusive events, and live cooking demonstrations with tasters. To begin with, the first graphical presentation of a concept is called the layout, which is really very important. And the first thing the consumer does is like he approaches the showroom or a store. So when he approaches the store, the moment he enters into the store, it is very important to create an element of serendipity. So showroom approach is very important. Client, always remember that the client is on the discovery mode. He's always approaching to the kitchen showroom with a mode of discover a lot of things. So everything on a glance is avoidable. It disrupts consumers' approach to discover. So never ever lay out your display in a way that it has been layered or zoned into various segments. There has to be enough barriers so that moment he enters, there has to be no clarity in all the products being displayed, so that the idea of discovery in mind of consumer is retained and it has been acknowledged stepwise. So the layout should be dynamic, trying to give the kitchen showroom multiple layers in which various functions could be placed. So that could be done in the form of zoning. Layout is set keeping in mind the range and availability of the variety, models of the products, size, quantity, to name a few. Basic layout in any showroom consists of 3 main zones: display, admin, and facilities. Layers are preferred to zone out the layout into various displays that help in creating individuality to each kitchen model display. So the planning in the fixtures of furniture should not act as an object of obstacle. So we have to be really concerned about the ergonomics, the flow, so that you get a proper viewpoints to view the product. Aisles should be planned in such a way to promote maximum movement and product exposure. The display should be such which lays emphasis on brand and highlights the products. It is always ideal setting out your exclusive items and appliances in show windows to attract passers-by. To save valuable space at the front of the showroom, keep sales tax and seating areas towards the rear, as it will also create more relaxed and private environment for discussing product details and deals. Now, to highlight your product, lighting is a very important aspect, and lighting is also an aspect which helps in creating zones, various zones. There's a lighting zone and there is a dark zone. So the appreciation of a lighted zone is because you have an enough dark zone. So you have to create a balance, and the output of a lighting is also very important. We need to have a warm ambience in order to make the material performance of various textures and colors to work in balance. The lighting should be layered with a variety of intensities and fixtures which divide, define, and highlight the different zones within the showroom. Spot illumination tends to improve aesthetics up to a great level. Ambient lights will set the mood with a soft overhead glow, while task lights will focus a stronger light over an island countertop. The key is to balance various sources of lighting so the showroom is as warm and inviting as it is functional. So when you do a kitchen display, it is very important to have a well-lit counter space. Because of the sciography, there's always a casting of a shadow happens because of the overhead units. So there has to be a use of ledge lights, which a lot of companies are having, or you can have a running profile lights, which really helps in creating your well-lit counter. Ceiling mounted lights give consistent lighting aid. Use cabinet lights so that countertop space is well lit. Not every inch in the showroom requires full lighting, thus try creating light islands. However, if you have an area where you are often moving displays and need to adjust your lighting accordingly, track lighting is the best choice. In a showroom, you have to keep on changing your displays. tend to come with new trends, the layouts get changed. So in order to balance the lighting according to the new setup, we can opt for these track lighting system, or you can have a provision of a track lighting system, which is really beneficial in this case. Lighting automation system not only contributes in saving energy, but also provides right amount of light when and where needed. To make a decorative statement, opt for lighting accessories like lamp chandeliers, which breaks the monotony of uniform lighting, add a visual glow, and help in personalizing the space. So for example, if you have a display of an island and the island is not used for cooking purpose, it is just meant for chopping counters, or if it is meant for a breakfast table, so it lacks a vertical proportion. So in order to give it a vertical proportion, we can have some hanging installation, some cluster lighting, some chandelier which is in contrast with it, and it can be really good to have its color performance happening, and it gives a great thrill to the visual appeal. So now there's a next point is on plumbing, which is like wet points and behavior of kitchen towards moisture is a prime concern and is key point in mind of consumer to analyze the product critically. So there's one factor of plumbing which wherever is a wet points, there's only one factor which, especially in the Indian market, the client is always emphasizing upon that what is the behavior of your kitchen towards moisture. So it is very important for us to display a particular segment. For example, if we have a ball system, like a wash ball system, we need to properly highlight the type of a carcass that we have used, because there are the highlight points needed for these, because consumer will always try to challenge you with this query of the behavior of moisture, behavior of your kitchen towards moisture. So probably you can display a stainless steel carcass, or you can display a WPC carcass which gives a proper, which helps in making your kitchen behave properly with the moisture. So just as keeping plumbing up to date in your kitchen is paramount, similarly reflecting wet points is also essential, need to display. Water sense products also need a display area of their own. One of the most important aspects of kitchen plumbing is kitchen sink, dishwasher, garbage disposal, which needs to be exhibited appropriately. Don't just showcase them for the sake of presenting the commodity, rather than display how the pipe fitting, faucet fitting, etc. will occur. Giving such behind the scene detail is very essential when doing up a kitchen showroom. Now we talk about the materials. So when you display more than 4 to 5 models in a kitchen showroom, you are already playing with a lot of materials, because you have a lot of facade treatments, lack of finishes, they are rough in texture, they are glossy in texture, they are matte. So to balance all that, we need to really decide that we should have optimum use of material in every is very important, and in every part of a showroom, apart from the materials that you have been displaying. So it must not act like a hurdle for the material performance of your product. Use monochromatic tone in all materials in order to create perfect backdrop for the performance of displayed product. Importance of colors in various materials is very important. For example, the pop of color is right now in trend. So when you are using enough of grays, if you have a kitchen which, if you are a kitchen supplier, and if you have a shutter which is like blue in color, so you should have enough gray, and the pop of blue is needed, or a pop of pink is needed. So the color pop is very important, and it should be emphasized on your product rather than the product used in the showroom design. Material selection has to be in such a way that it blends with various types of displayed concept. So the choices made must not only be aesthetically pleasing and persuasive, but also functional with a minimal need for maintenance. Appropriate selection of materials keeping in mind the practicality and cost is a must. Avoid using eye-catchy materials, as they tend to divert customers' attention from the product itself. Optimum use of materials result in minimum visual performance, thus brings the product into limelight. Flooring is a very important material in the showroom, so it has to be really subtle, and it should be non-catchy. It is not essential that you display Italian marble flooring, or your kitchen to be displayed on Italian marble flooring, because you have to have, since we are talking about layering a concept, when you're layering a concept, then a connect is also very important. You cannot create an individual environment. There has to be a uniformity in the design space as well. So in that case, flooring and ceiling and the walls needs to be really uniform so that your product has its own environment to perform well, and it should be decided in such a way that every kitchen concept doesn't is like it is having a perfect backdrop to perform its own characteristics. So flooring should be kept simple and non-attractive. Gray is trendy right now. Let the products perform better with gorgeous example of new gray finishes like ceramic and concrete to be used as a showroom flooring. Flooring can be experimented on by using different flooring pattern for each section or category. Color as a material is, I'm not talking about only in the showroom design space, but I'm talking about the colors used in your own product. So it is very important to create a balance. For example, if you see in a visual, there is a teal blue kitchen, but it has enough of grays and whites in its backdrop. You cannot have a blue kitchen being displayed in a red backdrop. So that balance is really important. So soft muted color palettes in a showroom design resurrects the calm authority in the retail space. Keep the colors non-eye-catchy. A range of blues are currently popular, and they are all workable in creating a contrast to break a monotony in a pop-up setup. As merchandise will change seasonally, the interior colors should not be trend-based but rather have timeless appeal like neutral-based colors. Wall finish in tones of grays and white will be just perfect way to leave a subtle and elegant impact. Keep the material select list simple and warm, but add just a hint of playfulness by working in pattern tiles with solid color to break the routine. In tiles, you can play around with shapes. If the dado is opted appropriately, then it gives perfect backdrop finish to the showroom. So dado is again a very key element in order to highlight your kitchen. So it is not necessary that you put a ceramic tile or something in your display. For a display kitchen, you can also display dado in the form of a graphic. You can just have a grid planning of your tile pattern and just show some graphic pattern or accessorize it with something. It is not important for you to really go for the selection of any other material cladded on the dado. Visual merchandising is a next point, is really important to create a contrast, because the contrast is really in trend. So contrast, I mean, is not only in the color contrast, but the contrast of the materials, contrast of design concept. For example, if you have a really modern, clean kitchen being displayed, you can try having artifacts which are boho in character, or it can be rustic in character. So it really helps in complementing the very clean and polished edge that your product is which your displayed product is having. So to make visual merchandising stand out, a good way is to create some sort of contrast in your display. It could be created by using entirely different props and artifacts, such as giving a boho rustic look to accommodate some shiny modern products in order to make them stand out. Creating an antique periodical look using Indian utensils as props can be eye-catching. Accessorizing, that is loading utilities into your visual display, can be another tool that you can do in your main kitchen, which is your live kitchen. You should have one live kitchen in the store, so that in there you can accessorize with the basic utilities, snacks and other eatery stuff too, to create a perfect visual approach for the consumer. It is not just the entrance that has to be made appealing, but also inside the store. Plan some interesting nooks and corners and add vertical wall gardens to bring in warmth. Displaying vegetables in an innovative way can also be eye-catching. So these are the visuals you see. We recently did this pop-up show with L Decor at Stossa Puccini's store in Mumbai. The store we designed 5 years back, and we did this pop-up show in which we highlighted a few Indian elements, because it's a very modern design kitchen. It comprises all modern design kitchens. So we have given these rustic accessories that we created. For example, we created this utensil installation using old vintage utensils in a rack with a rustic appeal. There is a wall installation that we planned using vintage recipes of cocktail, and we have given in a chevron pattern. So these contrasts are really aesthetically pleasing to the consumer and is really helpful in making your whole environment interesting. Now, branding is again another important aspect for every company to perform well. Visual branding of the store will ensure a memorable experience for the consumer. The interior branding should allow the consumer to easily self-direct themselves to the store, proper placement of sales signs. Following points can be taken into account: the use of creatives in form of prints, digital branding. Digital branding is not only in terms of on screen or on printables. You can also do in the form of cushions. If you have a lounge setup, you can do your digital printing of your brand. You can get the creatives made, designed by a graphics. Use of such elements in design which lay emphasis on the brand. So if you have any color palette that your brand graphic follows, you can also take that into the consideration. Reinforce your brand's message with logo and printed marketing materials. Mention your website and social media presence through the store's interiors. Now, another important industry which is there in kitchen showroom design, which participates in a kitchen showroom design, is appliances. You cannot display only appliances in a store. You need to really have a practical kitchen working, or you cannot, if you are a hardware, if you have a hardware showroom and you are displaying hardware in a form of a kitchen, it is very important for you also to cater appliances in your kitchen display. So we talk about appliances in general, not only for the appliance industry, but also it needs to be considered, you have to be considerate enough for this particular part in kitchen. When gadgets work in tandem with your kitchen needs, it is a match made in technology heaven. Therefore, appliances are the integral part of modular kitchen concept, and equally is important to display such appliances in the kitchen showroom efficiently. So also with time, the cooking patterns have changed in India drastically. Use of gadgets have come into the picture. So for example, you see this kitchen that we designed in the visual. So we have placed a SMEG refrigerator because to add a vintage characteristics. It's a red dot design. So it is for the premier clientele. It is very important to pump and show. So your showroom, if it's having modern gadgets or appliances displayed well, it really gets them attracted. So always have one kitchen which is well equipped with appliances. It should have anything eye-catchy like a warming drawer, or it can also have a wine cellar, and you can just create a whole environment, giving kitchen not only meant for cooking, but also it is a space to be enjoyed. So kitchen appliances, I would like to take a description of various types of kitchens and their needs and the appliances that those particular kitchens need. So there is a main kitchen, there is a bar kitchen, there is a corporate kitchen. Main kitchen is for the home cooking and most popular, and it almost comprises all the appliances except for the wine cellar and other bar equipments. Bar kitchen, developed to cater specific requirement, includes appliances like wine cellar, refrigerator, and induction. So when you design a display, you can segregate a display by these functions also. For example, first kitchen I can display for the kitchen meant for the apartment. Second kitchen I can display corporate kitchen. Third kitchen I can display bar kitchen. And the last kitchen I can display as a main kitchen, which would be a practical kitchen. So all the gadgets you would cover, you don't have to repeat your gadgets, and it would really help you in cutting down the cost. Corporate kitchen includes appliances like wine cellar, built-in refrigerator, drawer refrigerator, induction microwave, warming drawer, and coffee machines for a corporate setting. There is a bakery kitchen developed to cater specific baking needs, including baking ovens, etc. So we designed one kitchen where our client was a bakery enthusiast. So we created a corner for them in which all sort of bakery items were considered. We designed the tandem drawers in a way that it well equipped all the appliances and needs of a bakery kitchen. There's a show and interactive kitchen which is right now in trend, because in the high-end clientele there is a chef-run kitchen which is not of a concern as far as the aesthetics are concerned, but they need a show kitchen which is really interactive with your dining or your living. So pertaining to elite clientele, which comprises of a main chef kitchen for integral tasks and a show kitchen which is open and interactive. There are the displays that you can plan by hypothetically imagining hobbies. So for example, if I'm displaying a kitchen, it could be if there's a person who's a golf player. So you can imagine that you are designing a kitchen for a golf player, and you can accessorize it or you can merchandise it with accessories that is being used in bulk by creating an installation or some visuals. So it helps in improvising the aesthetic appeal of your showroom in a very creative way. Then there can be an event-based design, so theme-based kitchens which are reflective of a client's passion, favorite product, etc. Something which is playful and personal. So for example, if there is a client who is really fascinated by Apple products, so he would always prefer to have a very clean and minimalistic design for the kitchen. So that could also eye as a concept while developing a showroom display. One of the showroom display could be eyed upon segregating into the function, hobby, and event. So finally, I sum up with that it is important to make such designs which are practical and adaptive to the environment, community, country, region they are built for. Along with clients' needs and requirements, it is also essential to take into account the cooking pattern the kitchen is made for. For example, a kitchen design built for an Indian family will differ from that built for an American one. Their need for utensils, appliances will be entirely different. Similarly, a design built for a non-vegetarian kitchen would differ from that of a vegetarian one. So kitchen showroom design is really very important, and it is acting like a consolidated window or a viewpoint for more than 10 industries. So I would prefer even in India Kitchen Congress, this is the emphasis that all these consolidated forms must happen in all sort of a displays, be it appliances, hardware, or even if you're a kitchen concept provider. So it needs to be catered in all the industries in a uniform way. You cannot avoid a particular aspect in a particular industry. For example, as I said, if it is just a hardware that you need to reflect, but it is also very important for you to display appliances. It is also very important for you to display shutters. It is also very important for you to display countertops. So in order to educate your client well and to give him a complete experience and give him a perfect package to take. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garg. I'd like to call on Mr. Deepak Gupta, the publisher of India Kitchen Review, to kindly present the speaker memento to Mr. Garg. Thank you, gentlemen. Our next session is on opportunities for designers through e-commerce, and this will be presented by Anuj Srivastava of LibSpace. Mr. Srivastava.
Give us a few minutes to sort some technical challenges. I thank you for being patient. Firstly, I'd just like to thank the Indian Kitchen Congress for having me here. It's such an honor. And um, when we were creating, I'll tell you a lot about Live Space, but that's not even the point. It's almost it's like a personal story. So when you create startups and those startups start doing well, and they're all you esteemed people who have been a part of this industry for so long, and you are here to listen to me talk about what's happening in this industry. I as an entrepreneur actually feel very, very honored. So thank you for giving me the 15-20 minutes to talk. I'll keep it largely conversational, so sort of take you through the journey, what we are doing for the industry, and how we collectively see the evolution come together. Um, so before we jump into this, I'll a little bit about how this idea kind of came together. Um, so, um, I grew up in India. Like probably most of us here, I went to IIT Kanpur as a kid. I left India very, very early. So मैं कानपुर का हूँ. So मेरी हिंदी भी अच्छी है और अंग्रेजी eventually अमेरिका में जाके अच्छी होगी. So I left there, worked for a startup, internet industry. So all I know is really the internet very, very well. Eventually, I left a startup, joined Google in 2006. So got married and so forth and so on. So we bought our first house in San Francisco, bought another house in London. So तब तक मुझे ये नहीं पता था कि होम डिज़ाइन करके क्या होता है, how big it is, how much time it takes, how complicated it is, how extremely experienced and evolved the industry is. So when I started designing my own home in San Francisco, it took me 1 year, right? And there was not even one modular component in that. Right? When we started doing a London home, I was like, इसको कराने के लिए तो मुझे नौकरी छोड़नी पड़ेगी, right? So at that point in time, me partly from the internet industry and as a consumer, sort of realized that there is so much amazingness, beauty, choice, industrial design technology, all the work that the modular folks have done, all the folks on interior design, and companies like, I'm sure you guys have used products from a company called Autodesk, Adobe, all these people. So a lot of the softwares that I think all you great people use typically was created in the 80s, 90s. So partly it's the same challenge which happened right now. Right? So all of the software environment that they've built for the design industry is fundamentally desktop oriented. So, and the consumers today has moved to the web. So, the people understand the internet, people trust the internet right now. I largely said that there is definitely a way for me to use all that I've learned in the world of the internet, and then sort of try and solve my own problem as a consumer. But then philosophically, there were two conceptual, thoughts that I had as an entrepreneur. And I think the first speaker, Mr. Jadhav, right, he actually mentioned a beautiful point. Actually, that design is beautiful when you actually take design to everybody, right? Matlab, Picasso ki to ek drawing hai. So, to see the Picasso thing, you may actually have to go to like art studios or galleries in Barcelona or Paris or whatever. So my instinct at that point in time was that is there a way such that you can create beautiful design, right? But not only create beautiful design, create an experience such that everybody in the ecosystem can experience it. Right? So I really liked what he said, and fundamentally that's really why I started working on the idea of Live Space. This was 2014, and I was still in America at that point in time. But I'm Indian. India is very exciting these days. Lots of people are buying homes. People like the internet. Lots of innovation is happening. So for all kind of reasons, we thought we would launch the company here. And I think a lot of you would have seen a company called House.com. If you're interior designers, I'm sure you'd know House.com. Or if you're architectural studios. So if you see like house में you can see lots of pictures, right? The problem with house is कि अगर आप बोलो कि यार मुझे अपना घर उस picture जैसा बनाना है, तो फिर बहुत problem हो जाती है, because the products in the pictures must have been sourced from wherever possible, Italy, studios, Vermont, India, Canada. So the other instinct and the innovation or the innovating thought was, can can we as a company first create a standardized catalog for the full home design situation, experience, opportunity, which means modular industry, loose furniture, decor, services, turnkey contracting, falana dhimkana. So when you can actually create like a standardized catalog, then you start making pictures from that standardized catalog, then it becomes easy. Right? So in effect, the vision really of the company was, can we build an e-commerce company first, which is build the catalog, build the supply chain behind it, and then build a technology to actually create lots of beautiful pictures very, very quickly of it. So that's exactly how the idea of Lip Space came together. Boss, can you toggle me back to the presentation? Yeah. So I'll just give you a quick walk down into what we are doing. I just want to sort of take you guys through the experience. Largely the spirit is that we are also an e-commerce company, but LiveSpace is more a technology company. It's an internet company. So the class of things that we are creating, building in the company, actually really is for the first time unifying the industry in some sense. And hopefully you'll sort of see how. So as I said, it's really honestly the world's first attempt to create an end-to-end home design experience wherein various participants, whether it's the consumer who's effectively buying a kitchen, wardrobe, sometimes loose furniture sets, sometimes getting one room design, sometimes getting the entire home design. They can come to our website, and I'll show you the experience which we've created. But then they can also work very closely with interior designers and project managers and suppliers in the industry to make sure that they can actually convert a home, make it very, very beautiful, very, very quickly. Right? So unlike my personal experience that lasted 1 year, in fact what we want to do with LiveSpace is that anybody can actually make their home look beautiful in a matter of 10 to 12 weeks. And those designs that you actually see on our website could actually be created anywhere. So why can't it be like, I bought a home in Delhi today and I really want to make my living room look like Italy or Milan, and can I actually do that in a matter of 12 weeks? It's a complicated problem to solve. So that's the class of problem that we are sort of solving through LiveSpace. So I'll take you through this thing. We've well covered, the industry has been very kind on us. We launched in 2015 beginning, and ever since, honestly, we've just launched the experience in its full shape in Bangalore. So we've been in the Bangalore market now for in doing homes for about 6 to 9 months, and the industry has been very, very kind in terms of recognizing the innovation behind LiveSpace and the fact that we're actually working to organize a very complicated problem. It's a fragmented industry. So that's that. A little bit about us. I think one, Gopalji was kind to take his pictures out of this one. But when we built the company, I think we realized that इसमें 3 type की skill बहुत important है. Right? So I'm sorry for those of you who are from outside India. I'm mixing my English with Hindi, but what I'm trying to say is that there are 3 to 4 skills that were required when we were building LiveSpace. So one, of course, was somebody who actually understands home design itself as a faculty. So Shagufta, who is the girl in the middle, she actually built a company called Space Matrix. She also happens to be my sister-in-law, actually. So Space Matrix is one of the largest office interior company in the world. It's about 5th, 6th. So for the last 10, 15 years, I've actually seen the industry pretty closely, but from an office perspective. So a lot of that is modular class, as you guys know. But she actually has a phenomenal understanding of sourcing, supply chain, how to onboard the right kind of products into our catalog. So that was the first thing. The 2 other critical skills when you're building this class of company is somebody who's a very good engineer, e-commerce engineer. So Ramakant, who is my co-founder, built a company called Myntra.com. So I'm sure Myntra aapne suna hoga. It's a large fashion e-commerce company. He was one of the co-founders, the CTO for that company, and I understand the internet. So some of the products that I've worked in the past include Google Maps, sub use karte mein. So a lot of the experience on Google Maps was sort of created by me. So the 3 of us came together and we were like, well, it's as much a technology problem as it's a design problem. So we have to understand these 2 streams and then kind of create an interesting experience for consumers. So effectively, like, and I'll tell you what we want to be, what we are for the consumer and for designers and project managers. So really for consumers, I mean, consumers don't care. Consumers really want the best experience. They want to make their homes look beautiful. They want to do it in a very predictable, price transparent way. They want to do it in, less than 6 months, 9 months, 10 months that it takes today. So one of the principal vision that we have at LivSpace is to make sure that can we can we improve the customer experience itself by 100 times, meaning the best quality product, the best quality design, price transparency. When you say 12 weeks, you can do it in 12 weeks. There is warranties built in. There's strong customer service built in this industry, and the but the interesting thing also that we realized was that the customer in this situation, whether they're doing a room or a kitchen or a full home design, is spending a lot of money, right? Because their budgets are large. So, and typical internet, if you see, so Myntra, like I'm sure many of you've known, you buy a T-shirt on Myntra, you spend how much? 250 rupees. You get one design, you actually spend 1 lakh, right? So conceptually, the industry itself is very, very different. Wherein the customer wants trust, they want expertise, because this is you're talking about their home, and they also have faced a lot of problem in this industry. So we had to create not necessarily an e-commerce company, but an e-commerce company with a slight twist, wherein consumers can actually come in, get a lot of interesting experience online, but also they are able to interact with our people offline. There's a customer service element to it. So we were really sort of the first company in our space all across the world, wherein we brought a lot of traffic to our websites online, showed them designs, furniture products, modulars, so forth and so on. But at the same time, because the customer was spending a lot of money, they really wanted to talk to someone. Right? Now, when you're someone like me who's worked his life at Google, we've only created products to keep people away from people. Right? So the first big learning for me was that we have to create an experience wherein customers can actually still have an internet experience, but talk to interior designers. So we acquired 2 companies, a Dwellin karke company or Designer, which is a community of interior designers. I'm sure a lot of you people may have heard about them. And we've recently started working more with studios and so forth and so on. We also have an in-house team of interior designers just to learn the industry. But about 15 to 2,000 designers right about on the platform now. So what we thought that if the customer can actually get internet class experience, but still work very, very closely with designers. Designers की challenge क्या है? Catalog is a problem, so sourcing products is a big problem, right? Then the software that you guys use, whether it's AutoCAD, 3ds Max, V-Ray, Yeni Woni, वो सारे के सारे they're expensive and they're all built on a desktop. So that's a hard problem to solve because these are all expensive softwares. So one of the challenges that we actually thought for the designers was, and I'll show you, was that we actually built this entire experience on the web. So you can actually come, if you're a designer, you can come to LivSpace, certify yourself with us, get access to our standard catalog, which has everything pretty much. Then it's an experience on the web wherein you can drag and drop furniture onto a layout, and then press a button, it generates a 3-dimensional view. Press a button, it sends it to the consumer on our mobile phone. So the experience that the consumer now gets is completely on the web. But the beauty for the designers is that they can work very, very quickly. Right? So we've seen that the same interior designers who used to do 4 to 5 projects, honestly a year, can actually do 25 to 30 projects with us because catalog standardized here, technology standardized here, customer experience is world class. And we work with a lot of project managers as well. So all the project managers that we have today work for us in the company. And we are innovating a lot of, or creating a lot of software tools for them to make sure that once when the design project starts, we can really complete it in 2 to 3 weeks. So there's a lot of interesting things happening, which is sort of partly the opportunity and why Gopal and I were very interested in coming and talking to the communities that we, as opposed to traditional e-commerce companies, I mean, which is honestly sort of taking away the consumer experience element of this industry, really want to work within the ecosystem, whether it includes suppliers or interior designers, project managers, at some stage turnkey contractors as well, wherein the customer still gets the best in-person experience, but everything is standardized, very, very quick, very, very fast, very, very technology savvy. So that's what we sort of created with LivSpace. And as I mentioned, I mean, the mission is very, very simple. It's like the gentleman said is, can we make everyone's home look beautiful? And really taking all the design expertise that we are creating at LivSpace to the masses. This I actually talked about a little bit. I think the interesting thing that we are sort of doing for interior designers is that right from day one, wherein part of the problem is how do you even get access to the customer? Right? And customers today are all over the internet. वो Facebook में जा रहे, या करे, वो करे. So you cannot imagine that we on an everyday basis get about 10,000 to 15,000 people without any marketing coming to our website. A lot of people just discover. Lots of people actually go and tell us they want to get their homes built. Lots of people find their homes on our website and tell us that, well, they like a specific design. They want to make their kitchens look like this. They want to make their living rooms look like this, and so forth and so on. The beauty is that all of those pictures are effectively built with products from our catalog. So you can guarantee that within 10 to 12 weeks, you can actually literally convert your home and make it like that. So the designer gets that benefit. They get all this 2D, 3D design experience. They can design on the LiveSpace platform, material selection. They can customize to crazy amount of like our kitchens and wardrobes have millions and millions of sort of SKUs. We work with about 150 suppliers by now. We're rapidly expanding there. I think now starting to look at European suppliers and I think Chinese, Southeast Asian suppliers as well, so that we can bring in that class of expertise into India. And because it's e-commerce, so you can actually aggregate a lot of customer demand. So our ability to actually go and talk to someone is a little easier because you're seeing so much demand in the market. You understand choice, logon ko chahiye kya hota hai, so forth and so on. And really, the company right now at one level is built around all the skills that interior designers, turnkey contractors, project managers require to do their jobs well. So think of LiveSpace as a company which for the customer is very, very, very e-commerce, but really for the designer, project manager, even supplier for that matter, it's like making sure that their life is easier. Their life is like 10 to 20 times better. If their life is 10 to 20 times better, customer experience automatically will be better. So that's what the experience that we are creating. This is, a little bit of a snapshot of how we do it. So I can try and show it to you. So I built this. So if you see this is a property in Bangalore. And if you search it, all you have to do is to select a layout. We've already created for that layout all these looks. So if you see, so all these things, they're all coming from our catalog. And by now we've got designs created for about 17,000 apartment complexes in India. So all of Bangalore, all of Hyderabad, Pune, Northwest Bombay, jitna bhi built out properties in, we've sort of pretty much covered all of them. And we've got like whole host of these choices that we've created for these, these specific designs. As I said, the good news is that everything that you see in that picture is coming from our catalog. The customer can go in and say, yeah, I want to buy this, which is e-commerce, or you can go in and say, ki, mujhe isko thoda sa customize karna hai, right? So then what happens is that we'll pull in that specific layout on our backend tool. This is a tool for designers. And all these products that you see, this is basic arrangement. Huh? That's what AutoCAD helps you with, SketchUp and all that. So, but if you see, all of this is now on the web, on my desktop, right? And you can press a little button and it generates this 3D view. You can go inside and you can do all kind of crazy things. So it'll run for you and all that. And all this is happening on the internet now. So you can see that. So what we can effectively do is that the designer, which imagine doing this thing on 3ds Max, V-Ray, usme itna time lagta tha. Now you can actually just come to our website, just get certified, create a 2D layout, just press a button, generate this thing, send this thing to the consumer. The consumer can go to their website, press a button, see all of this thing. All of this thing can happen in one day. Right? So if the consumer can get this class of experience in one day and make a decision, this whole time that it takes, 3 to 4 months, technically the decision can be made in one day. So that's the kind of thinking. Now it may not take one day, but if we can, so we are launching this experience within weeks from now. And I think the spirit of the conversation is for those of you who are in the industry, whether it's interior designers, project managers, turnkey contractors, suppliers, we'd love to sort of talk to you and help have you become part of our journey. So that's that. Let's see. So this is a mobile experience. I mean, mostly what we showed you. So people come on their phones, they can discover looks. And you see here, this specific one, you can actually find properties that we've already created. So you can go inside and you can click a button and you can see pictures, real pictures of properties that LiveSpace would have created. You can go visit them to the extent that people are allowing you to visit them. you can visit those properties with our own interior designers, because this is a touchy-feely industry, right? So people really want to see the quality of work we've done. So a whole lot of things. This sort of is the experience that I just showed you, right? So in Bangalore, for example, in a little area, we've got designs pre-created for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of apartment blocks. So it's Mantri Asmana is another one. You can come and select. And we offer like 3 sort of choices for consumers. So I can tell you that this was actually created by an Italian designer, right? This was created by a Thai designer. This was created out of our studio in Bangalore. So depending upon your budget, you can actually literally in 12 weeks now make your home look like an apartment in Milan to all the way which is designed in India. Just make the payment. We'll actually make sure that it happens within 12 weeks. Because all of these products, whether it's, designed by someone in Milan or designed by someone in Delhi, they're all coming from our catalog. So you've made this entire problem part design, part e-commerce. So that's the beauty of internet. Scale bahut aa jata hai. So that's that. I mean, these are some real examples I thought I'll picture. This is actually my own home. I have a place in Sarvpriya Vihar. So if you see this, the left thing, it was actually built in a studio that we work with in Milan. And within a matter of 12 weeks, it's sort of moved from there to here. And this is someone in Gurgaon, similar experience, someone in Bombay, I think. Just look at the beauty of things. And it's very, very, very quick. So this class of experience we are bringing now to the industry. More pictures for you. And as I mentioned, I think the amount of customization that we are actually able to introduce on the platform is massive, right? So the catalog consists of all these elements, whether it's decor elements, finishes, of course all the furniture, flooring, false ceiling, going on. Massive amount of choices available on the modular side, and Gopal has done such a fantastic job. So we really had to make sure that we work with someone from the industry to be able to bring in all the expertise from which you guys have created into our company. So effectively what we've done is taken the whole modular industry, moved it to the web, made sure that our backend, to supplier side, we've created a software such that our internet portion is deeply integrated with their ERP. So whatever changes you're making here doesn't actually change their work processes. So the industry scales really well. This is like another range that we're launching on the wardrobe side. Whole host of designers. I mean, I think the spirit of this slide is that there are some designers who work with us, but we learned very, very quickly that the fastest way we'll scale is if we work with people from the industry. So we are working or trying to work very closely with NIFT, NID, CEPT, and so forth and so on, such that designers who are coming out from those institutes are actually more trained on our experience, such that it's easy for them and they can actually make more money, assuming that they work with us. I sort of talked a little about this. So yeah, the point being that on the modular side, massive amount of choice that I think sort of we are bringing to the table, and we're launching a storage, component very, very soon. Massive amount of catalog on the furniture side. So if you can see this, and the idea really behind the slide is that our primary understanding was for the customer, it really doesn't matter whether it's an internet company or it's a phone app. The customer effectively solving a problem. They really want to make their homes look beautiful. They want to make it done in a predictable way. Maybe it's a couple who actually just had their baby. Maybe they bought their second home. Maybe they're remodeling. Their kitchen karwa rahe hain, jo bhi karwa rahe hain. We as a brand will never succeed if we cannot understand both the online and the offline components. So I think that's what we went ahead and built. This is an experience. So it roughly takes us about 10 to 12 weeks to get the whole thing done. And the consumers exhibit all that behavior on the internet, tell us what they like. Within a matter of couple weeks, like the industry, they make a 10% payment. It moves very quickly. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks for them to actually get the whole thing designed. And we place an order on our e-commerce systems in about 4 to 6 weeks. It takes about 4 weeks for the manufacturers, or in some instances, we have started holding a little bit of inventory. It goes into the home. The whole installation process is managed by a project manager. Takes about 2 to 3 weeks. So for us to get a full home done from the time someone tells us start the project to done takes about 12 to 13 weeks. And we've done about a few hundred. So we've done about 500 to 600 rooms now all over Bangalore, Gurgaon, Greater Noida. First one came up in Bombay last week. And consistently we've seen that we can get a full home done in about 15 to 16 days. Kitchen, sort of the modular elements in about 8 to 10 days. A room takes us about 2 days. So it's very, very, very quick for this class of industry. So yeah, that's sort of pretty much the end of my conversation. But hopefully, the spirit and the emotion that I think Gopal I want to communicate is that we exist because you guys exist, right? In part, what we are doing is bringing the beauty of the internet to this industry, which for which technology actually is stuck largely in the 80s and 90s. So the spirit of my presentation is that whether you work on the supply side or you're an interior designer or a project manager or modular designer, LiveSpace really as a platform would love to talk to you guys because really the idea is to make your life easier. So yeah, that's sort of the end of my conversation, but I'm happy to take questions should you have any. Sure. Sure, it's high. So it's the highest that you can experience for an e-commerce company. A room is typically anywhere from a lakh to 3 lakhs, depending upon the catalog depth. So a home would be in the early teens, 10 se 12 lakh, right? So 10 to 12 lakhs for an average home. That's the segment that we are going after right now, right? So it's the same couple who's buying their first home, shops on Flipkart, etc., etc. We are launching 2 more ranges in time to come. So one which will be a purely modular, right? So that will be a price point innovation. The other is we are probably tweaking the fabrics, the finishes, so forth and so on, to actually cater to homes in the 5 to 6, 7 lakh segment, and then launching a premium one, which is the 25 lakh plus. So we really want to sort of cover the whole range. But today the sector that we are going after is someone who's just bought their first home for 75 lakhs in Gurgaon or 60 lakhs in Bangalore or a crore in Bombay, so that class. And roughly the interior cost is around, you guys know, 10 se 15% aata hai mota mota, right, for a full home. Our kitchens range all the way from 2 to 25, right? So pretty much full service. So you can get the entire range. We're doing a lot of innovation on the wardrobe storage side as well. But the idea really is that you get lots of price point, lots of choice, such that all the consumers can actually, experience these products. So it's a good question. Sure. Right. Which wise? Price wise? Right. So that's an excellent question actually. So the only thing that we charge the consumer is for the products. So much like any other e-commerce company, the consumer is really only paying for the products that they buy. Pretty much everything else is free of cost. So everything else is free of cost for designers or project managers or the consumer. Right? So that's the innovation in the company. So we spent about a year and a half to create what I didn't show you everything, but what we've created, and we said that this is free of cost. The way LiveSpace will make money is actually by selling the products, and if designers choose to work for us, they actually work on a salary and an incentive. But lots of designers who actually don't work with us and partner with us get a commission. So it's a pretty standard. Like the design industry works like that, right? So, but where we want to take this is that if it is your original design, then we can actually give you credit as well. So let's say you created a beautiful apartment in Bombay, right? And it fit 2 BHK, 1300 square feet, right? Now layouts are very standardized. So architectural industry is reasonably standardized, right? So if the same design, a little bit of tweak, will go to someone's home, let's say in Gurgaon, then I as LiveSpace should not take the credit. I should give the credit to the designer who came up with the idea. So you see, the spirit is slightly different. We are like, we will exist because people will use our technology and people will buy products from our catalog, not because we will take the interior designer's job. We will actually prosper if more and more designers actually come and work with us, whether as a partner, as an affiliate, as a franchisee, inshallah one day. So, right. Very complex process. Yeah. And when you say customization, define it for me.
So on, right. Huh. Sure. Sure. आप तो पूरा product roadmap ही बता दें. Yeah. So no, excellent question. So um, like so on the catalog there is a services element as well, which is not showing up here. But for us to do this thing, what we've done is that so we have about I'm honestly we have about 35 to 50 type of services on our catalog to make sure that this thing comes together. So we've tied up with some great turnkey contractors who've done good work. So we can do flooring, kitchen demolition, basic kind of civil work already starting. Electrical points वो तो बहुत पहले से कर रहे थे वो सारी की सारी चीज़. So there is I think it's not that we will actually completely re-architect your home for you. That is not the company that we are building, but at least everything that is needed to give you a good interior design experience, right? Which includes reasonable amount of civil work as well, right? Gopalji, that's probably suffice. Wall painting, wallpaper, Faladam Khana XYZ. So those things that you saw obviously take a certain element of services for it to come together. So typically what happens is that once the process starts, our project manager is working with the assemblers, which are furniture assemblers. They're working with all the modular fitters. They're working with a bunch of service providers as well to make sure this thing comes together. The customer is only interacting with the project manager, right? So we take care of that. So that's one, to answer your question. The second is absolutely. So what I showed you would be absolutely the same way for fitted furniture as well. So you will get the same experience for any modular installation as well. And if you could see that, I'll tell you the theory as well. So the technology theory is that when you take it from 2D to 3D, you're just creating a z-axis. It's a z dimension that you're creating, right? So, but if you can create the wall and you can put a picture on the wall, you can fundamentally put a kitchen module on the wall as well. Right? The kitchen module obviously comes with some degree of rules. What will go with what, and I'm sure you know, like अब तो थोड़ा बहुत आ गया मुझे कि चीज़ें कहाँ पे होती हैं, what do you start with, and so forth and so on. So inside Live Space, we've actually already created that. We just haven't launched it. So we will launch the full home design thing first within weeks, and then hopefully something for the modular market extremely soon, very, very, very soon. So that's the next thing. So the idea is that as a designer, you really have to only come to one platform. And I think the other interesting question that you asked was, do we really want to market product from our own catalog? That's not even the idea. Right? So should you as an industrial designer create your own range? Actually, we might quality on top of that.
Don't mind me interrupting.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, sure.
Debate it
we can
in the lunch session.
We can talk separately. Yeah. So much, guys. Share it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bastava. I'll now ask Mr. Kashyap to present the speaker memento to him. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly move on to our next panel discussion, which is on empowering your business through franchising. And our participants for the panel discussion are Mr. Rajiv Manchanda, Mr. Sameer Kukreja, Mr. Deepak Bharadia, Ms. Anastasia Bochi, and Mr. Sam Chopra. If you could call the lady and the gentleman on stage, please. The session will be moderated by Mr. Manchanda.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Franchising Association of India, I welcome you all to this session on franchising. Franchising Association was formed about 12 years back as an industry association. We have offices in Delhi and Mumbai. We have about 200 plus members, and we are part of World Franchise Council, which is a conglomerate of about 41 countries associations, and the only one official association can be part of this, and we are also part of Asia Pacific Franchise Association. Just to give the background of Franchising Association, we are knowledge partners for India Kitchen Center, and we are sort of glad that we are here to do a session on franchising. So we have a very eminent panel here. I'll just quickly introduce, and then we can move on. We are running against time because some of our panelists have to leave early. So what we'll do is we'll skip one of the initial presentation, which was introduction on franchising, and we'll just go for the panel discussion, and we can do the presentations later if that is fine with the panelists. So we have Sameer Kukreja. Sameer comes with over 25 years of experience of working with brands like Nerula's, Yum, and he's like from the time when franchising was Nerula's in India 25 years back. And I remember meeting Sameer 25 years back, talking of kitchen, and they used to have a division, kitchen division. So I think Sameer, you can put a lot of insight on that. And we have Sameer was also president for National Restaurant Association of India, NRAI, for 5 years until like last year. Yeah, okay. And then we have Sam Chopra, is a master franchise of two large US brand, Remax, which is into real estate services, and Cast Junior. They have recently opened in Mall of India. They are in Pacific Mall and Saket. So Sam has a very rich experience, and today he enjoys a very nice, good position in franchising as a master franchisee himself and as a franchisor, because for Remax, he is a franchisor within India. So I think Sam can give us a lot of insight on franchising from both sides of table. Then we have Deepak Bhadaria. He is a managing director for Mankish India, and they are into premium modular kitchens for almost 8 years now. It's with a joint venture with a German company. And of course, we have Anastasia. She's country head for Aran Kitchen World. This is again a joint venture. Here we have a very good combination because Aran runs a chain of stores which are all franchised. And Deepak has been in business for 8 years, and they run all country-owned stores. So we'll have a good learning from you. Why franchise and why not you have gone into franchising. So we'll come to that. But quickly, before going into this, what I understand about the industries, the furniture industry is huge, about 71,000 crores, and kitchen is about 20,000 crores. And out of this, modular kitchen is 2,500 crores. And in franchising in different sectors, when we look at the growth, it was interesting for us to note that modular kitchen is actually growing at a rate more than 50% annual, which I think make it like very attractive. And one of the catalysts to make it further grow could be franchising. And what is generating this demand is, of course, high disposable income and, the changing lifestyle, nuclear families, and affordability. So people are going in for lifestyle products. So, and I think many international brands have entered this space, which also is one of the factor which is increasing the market, and because they are catering to a niche market or a premium market, it also gives an opportunity to domestic players to get into this space. One of the factor which I would actually like to discuss during the panel discussion with the panelists is the emergence of e-commerce, and we see a lot of modular kitchen being sold on e-commerce. As a franchising professional, we understand there are two types of franchising models. One is a product franchise, and there's other one is a service franchise. But it's interesting to see that in kitchen space, I think it's a hybrid. We were talking that we are selling products, but it's more of a service because you are giving a lot of customization and a lot of tailor-made this thing. So it's an interesting space that you're between product and service. And e-commerce anyway is expanding market, but I think it's I don't want to use a word, but it's spoiling market also, because people's expectation have gone so high in terms of price discounting and deliveries and whatnot, or returns for that matter, maybe. So there's a fine balance, and offline and online will coexist in this industry. So I think there's a huge opportunity to work in conjunction with both. So online can be supported by offline, and offline can be supported by online. So that's one thing we will sort of explore while we are discussing it. And of course, there are a lot of challenges in this industry that what we understand as franchising professional is it's quite a capital-intensive business. You need huge spaces for these type of products to display and sort of showcase them. That's human-intensive. And I think that's those challenges that you have to take care, and which actually lead you to more towards franchising, because you can actually expand your business without eroding your capital by appointing franchisees who will be your sort of marketing arm in different areas. And it's a huge country, it's a vast country, so penetration need a huge network, and with this type of investments, I think it makes so much sense to get into franchising. And one of the things we were discussing again just before the session was about diversity in our country. So it's so diverse and vast, and the culturally is so different, food-wise is so different. So can we standardize a kitchen for the whole country, or it has to be adapted to different regions and different markets? It's so different. The cuisine is so different in north than in south. So will it make sense? Do we have a standard product that can be sold online and it works, or it has to be adapted to different regions? So I think that gives a huge opportunity, because you can have a local partner who can give feedback and who can handhold you in this market. So franchisee can be a good sort of a catalyst for growth in different regions of market. And then I think during or we can actually start the panel discussion. So I think we'll save time, and any questions coming up we can do later, and there's 2 small presentations we can do after the panel discussion. So Deepak, we just spoke about this. Do you see this as a product franchising or service franchising? Because you're selling a product, but you said no, it's a service franchising. So can you elaborate, please?
Sure, Rajiv. Thanks for the introductory remarks. As you rightly said, it's a hybrid of both product-based business and a service-based business. There's a lot of customization that's required. Unfortunately, so that the fact of the matter is, Indian homes are not standard. Every home is by itself an individual element, and it has to be customized to that space. Also, for the fact that you rightly said, it's a very diverse country. From an European standpoint, it's probably 25 countries in one country together. So it's not that easy to thereby standardized onto one single format to franchise. I said, see, as a company, if I were to put it that way, we've been in the business for the last 8 odd years, selling premium modular kitchens, and we haven't yet expanded via the franchise route. We have our own company-operated, company-owned stores in Pune at the moment, and we are getting ready, because the fact of the matter is, the next phase of growth can only be attained via the franchise route. But when I say we're getting ready, we believe very strongly that systems have to be in place before you can expand via the franchise network. And for me, a franchise is principally a successful business getting replicated. So a successful business without the owner there, or without the original team running it, when the business is of that standard, that's when you can replicate it further.
Yeah. Aaron, your brand is new in India, right? As a joint venture, but you're all franchised. You have not taken time to sort of standardize it, or?
Okay, so the brand I'm representing, it's not really new in the sense that we have been here for the past 15 years. And we have always tried to develop the business through franchises. So, of course, we do have one company-owned store, which is the one where we have the headquarter and sales force works from and all that. But then we are touching different cities, around 15 cities, through the knowledge and investments also of other partners. So I just wanted to add something to what Mr. Deepak was just explaining. I would say that yes, it's product, it's service. So why don't we call it as a solution provider? So it's not a tag sale. You like it, you buy it. It's 10 rupees. It's nothing like that. But it's not also just service. It's a full mix of factors that are happening. So it's more of a solution provider kind of business. As you said, yes, my company entered the Indian market through a strong presence because the partner we have in India, the director we have in India was already anyway having a good platform and a very strong knowledge about kitchens. He was from the industry. So we didn't really have to, sit back and think what to do. Should we have all, companies owned stores and implement the organization?
Ladies and gentlemen, we start our post-lunch session anytime now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'd start our post-lunch session with a presentation on design as a source of happiness by Jayanti Nadisalingam, who's a professor at Sushant School of Art and Architecture. I'd invite Ms. Jayanti, please.
Thank you, Indian Kitchen Congress, for having me here as part of the teaching fraternity. I think we all, I'm glad the organizers are looking also forward-thinking that they should include teachers in this group, because I think we take our job quite seriously of the that we are the ones who are going to be probably training the next generation, the younger people who are now going to become architects and going to be sort of working with you in teams and using your services and specifying your products. So thank you. I think that's really nice. So as a teacher, as you know, I'm not just an architect of 20, 25 years, but I'm also a teacher. And this semester, I read a book with my students called, can I shut this? Do I need this open? I don't need it. I think I'm just doing it with this. Yeah. So as a teacher, I read a book with my students this semester called The Architecture of Happiness, and it's an intriguing title. And I read the book and I wondered what's going to come out of this book. Maybe it's going to tell us very quickly how to create happiness. You know, you read this book and you can get these answers. And it was interesting. There was a lot of debate. There was a lot of discussion. And I teach at the Sushant School. The students are always very vocal. They like to talk. And one of the things that came out was that somehow I think one of the ideas was that beauty has a lot to do with happiness. And so I think I started getting them to write papers and lots of assignments. And so as a result, I also said, let me look back at my work and see if I can look at it through this prism of this book. What Mr. Alain de Botton has written in his book, The Architecture of Happiness, is can we sort of define beauty and can we sort of grasp what this is that we can sort of get in our work. And so one of the first big questions that I'd like to dive right into is revolves around beauty. So why is beauty even important in architecture or in interiors or in design? Because we all, I think, design products. So as designers, I think one of the things is that we think our job is to create beautiful spaces. And one of the fantasies that we as architects have is that in some ways good architecture and beautiful design is going to somehow improve us or make us better people, or that somehow we will become better citizens if only our environments were more attractive. I think that's a thought we all sort of go with. So is it possible? I'd like to leave you with some questions, and I have some ideas. Is it possible that actually good design and good or rather beautiful architecture actually has a moral message? Is it possible that a beautiful interior can actually make you a better person? So while I personally believe that it's not necessarily true that good architecture will make us better people, but one of the first questions I want to pose is there actually a moral message when you sit in a beautiful interior? So and the slides I'm showing you are some of my work only, because I thought let me look back through my work. So this is a space of a dining room we designed in Gurgaon. So I'd say if you looked at this image or if you sat in this space, this idea of do good spaces make you feel, somehow make you better people? I would think yes. You wouldn't, when you saw, if you were in a space like this, you wouldn't be thinking, for example, of murder or mayhem or let me go out and shoot a bunch of people. It somehow gives you that other image or message that maybe there's domesticity or warmth, because you've designed a space that looks like a fireplace, you can see with the lighting. So it sort of evokes feelings of comfort, of reassurance, and in that way I think it's, it's comforting. So what I'm trying to say is that that good interiors could help you, foster a sort of a better feeling. And so, but the trouble is that these things are not bylaws, they're not requirements, they're not legal requirements anywhere, they're not building codes, they're just whispered images. These are just whispering to us, these things. So as a designer, you have to keep listening, I think, to these images, because they only whisper suggestions of how you might live. And if you will agree with me, just for today, that yes, beautiful spaces can have a positive effect, then one of the questions I want you to think about is this issue of what is a beautiful interior. And all of you are going to say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, what's beautiful for one is not beautiful for somebody else. And many of us, for example, as architects, we were brought up, we were very influenced by modernist architects like Corbusier, who built Chandigarh, who was, of that school where they felt that a home is a machine for living. These are things which architects at that point were saying. Or form follows function. But, what is the function of a home? is it just that, it should keep you cool in summer and warm in winter, it should keep you dry, it should provide shelter for your possessions? Is that all that is a function of a house? And if your architect just satisfied all those functions, would you be happy? I don't think so. Most of us also want our spaces to communicate some emotions to us, a feeling of domesticity, or feeling of comfort. Maybe our memories should somehow come out in those interiors. So there's a quote, and of course I'm a teacher, so I have to put all these quotes in, but it's a quote which sort of helps me define what I think would lead to beauty and eventually lead to happiness, is that design must speak to us of all the things that we think are most important to us and that we react and need to be reminded of on a daily basis, whatever our values are, whatever your client's values are. And that could be in an interior, it could be in a product, it could be in a space, it could be in anything that you design. Right? And so I began to see that interiors should somehow embody the values, and then they should remind us of these values as we wander through those spaces. So here I'm just showing you a few images of another house that was designed in Gurgaon by us, and about 2 years ago. And the people who live in this house, they seem to find it beautiful. And I'd like to think it's because at some level they imagine that the values that come from these spaces are those that are more or less in sync with their own. And so this is true, I find, not only of architecture and of the larger interior spaces, but also of the smaller elements that make up an interior, like staircases, walls, columns. I mean, staircases especially, I think, are very, very eloquent. They speak to us. When I say interiors whisper to us and that we have to hear, it's because these spaces are communicating things to us. And for that reason, staircases very often speak to us a lot, very, very eloquently if you listen. And depending on how you design, that's a message that's given to your clients, to users. Like, for example, this staircase, we built it in Friends Colony about 20 years ago. But, it was difficult to build at that time because it used so much steel. It was so light. The clients could barely believe that structurally this was going to be possible. Now, of course, we look at it, it's not such a piece of cake. But at that point, it spoke of the client's belief, trust, also the fact that they wanted something very light, very airy, very transparent. This was built much later, but this client was someone who was, I'm not just saying that it embodied the client, but also the values that they stood for, solidity or dependability. And that's what it was in sync with them, and so they could react to spaces like this. There was a little bit of decoration, so there was hammered metal, for example. The client sort of believed in the fact that their craft skills were important. So you put in those sort of elements into your interiors. This one, the client was again, a very open person, and they wanted these, something which was very free-floating. And so I find, staircases especially, and I'm going on staircases, because I find staircases are so eloquent, not just because they present, as you walk through them so much every day, but also because there's a lot of order and symmetry in spaces like staircases. Order and symmetry, again, being something that I think resonates with many of us, resonates with our sense of, again, beauty, a feeling of that everything's right in the world, when things are in a certain order, but somehow not too much order, not everything symmetrical, but a little bit of complexity within the symmetry. So you have a staircase which has, these are all the same staircase. So, just the railing, it's not just tuck, 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 tuck everywhere. So I find that one of the other things that lends itself to beauty is the fact that there's a little complexity within the order itself. The fact that there is complexity in order also helps us feel a little happy. And that, like I said, with all kinds of interior elements. For example, doors, there's so much decoration on that door, but if you were to just say, okay, door, functional, let's just put hardware on it and it'll open, it'll shut, it'll lock, it'll give us privacy. But is that all? You'd just be happy if we just gave you a door which, just did its functions? No. Why do we put decoration on doors, for example, even on this one? I didn't have to have that little diamond motif on the door. But when you give this door to a client, they remember their holidays in Bali. As they walk through that space every day, they say, oh yes, we were there once, it was nice. So, there are these things which come out. This was a client who wanted this thing of, I live in Delhi, there's a Mughal heritage that we have in us. So, let's do something as I pass through these doors every day. Let them not just be things to keep out air conditioning, let them also talk to me about something else. So we gave them doors that spoke to them. doors that whispered to them every day. And after a while, you forget that these patterns, but you somehow there's a very, very subtle message that comes out from elements like doors. And then as you get into smaller and smaller elements, wash basins, door handles, light fittings, they all speak to us. So when you look at a wash basin, you're not just going in there to wash your hands, or you're looking at the tap fixture. Subconsciously, that speaks to you. That basin, for example, it's ceramic. It's not glazed ceramic. It's an artisan made bowl. It's a studio thrown bowl. So it says something about the person who's put that in their house, as opposed to a bowl like this, as opposed to another bowl. So what I'm saying is that after a while, and this might sound really crazy, but I'd like to put this idea across to you, is that we start giving attributes to these things, characteristics almost. And even when I was talking about the staircase earlier, you give them like almost personalities. You give them very sort of characteristics that are like human characteristics. You say dependable or solid or transparent or open. So things like this. After a while, you start saying this one what, and this is going to be very crazy. You might even start thinking, what kind of newspaper would this wash basin read? Would it be like Mint, like I read, or would it be the TOI, or would it be the Hindu? That sounds silly, but think about it for a while. This basin, would you go on holiday with it? I'd like to really provoke you into thinking about these things, because that's how you specify, that's how you look at things as an architect and as a user subconsciously. You start looking at things and you use these things every day, and this is how you really relate to people. And while, again, and I'm just showing you lots of wash basins in our own interiors, this is like one solid bowl. It's like it could be a banker, or it could be an accountant. I'm not looking down on those professions, but it's so solid and it's so straight. So we do this with all sorts of things, not just plumbing fixtures, like I said, but door handles, sofas, coffee tables. So we go from going from values to characteristics. We find that there's a personality that emerges from things, and when I use the words beautiful and ugly, I find that I'm not just making judgments based on color and form, I'm also making judgments based on the values, the emotions, the personality, the politics that you detect coming from these spaces that I design. And when I use the word beauty, really I think what I'm saying is that I found an object or a design or a space that is talking to me about the values that I approve of, or when I design for my client, that my client can relate to. That means a sort of a material version of something that I found good in a very big way. So again, like I'm saying, the spaces that again, another house, the spaces that we design, the elements of the spaces that we design, they are not just functional, they speak to us. And so you try to fix an image for your client, an image of what life could be, ideally like, not just fulfilling functions, not just what it is day to day, but what it should be like at its best. I think that's our job, what it could be at its best, what it could be if we were really taking ourselves seriously and listening to those messages, the fact that products and elements of space can actually speak to you. And very quickly, just the last idea that I'd like to throw out about what would give us happiness, I think, is that design should be of its time and of its place. We cannot, I think, be designing something which is not relevant to its time and to its place. And here I'd like to just quickly show you two projects, which are architectural projects. This was in Kulu, and structurally, of course, it was lovely that we could lift off all those roofs and you could see those mountains, but also all that stone in that house was, of course, from that site. And it spoke to that client every day that they used that space. The wood, the floors were all local materials. So we could not just use the technology that would, that said, okay, you can use a lot of large glass, but we could also put in a lot of values of the client themselves. Hand chiseled stones, slates, and then it whispers to that person who walks through that space every day. And instinctively, you feel happy. Yeah? That's a house in Kulu. This is a house in Goa. I mean, you can see it was not built, it's not sort of, I would say it should be of its time and its place, meaning use local materials, use your own, traditional, it references a lot of traditional themes of Goan life without being very frou-frou or, using a lot of filigree or using very traditional elements. You can see it could have only been built contemporary now, but it uses sort of very traditional building techniques or traditional materials. So, so it's very alive to many of the themes of Goan life, little Balka, things like this. So, and I know I was only given 10 minutes, so I'm going to respect that and quickly finish because it's after lunch, everyone must be feeling quite sleepy. What I want to just quickly close with is a quote that I have from, this is all the Goan house, we use a lot of laterite. This is all the Goan, is a quote again from Stendhal, is to see something and think it beautiful, is to judge it to be a promise of happiness. In fact, I like to leave, this is in fact how we even make friends with people, or how we get married to people, how we fall in love. When you see somebody and you think they're beautiful, that person, it's in your eyes that they're beautiful, because the thing that you know instinctively is that this is going to make me happy. This person is going to make me happy. This thing is going to make me happy. This space is going to make me happy. And that happiness is it's a very primal feeling, and it's a very instinctive feeling. You know from the time you're a baby what makes you happy. And that's what you have to sort of link into always. The fact that you know what is going to make you happy, and pull out that essence. And that's what sort of ties up at the end. I think it's a useful idea, because at the end it connects us to the world of art and architecture, furniture, staircases, columns, door handles, hardware, light fittings, doors, wash basins, houses. Everything sort of gets connected in this central idea of happiness. And so I think it's an important link and connection to make. Yeah? Just a few ideas that I can give you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nadisalingam. I'd request Mr. Kashyap to present the memento to her, please. The next session is on built-in kitchens for energy efficiency, to be presented by Nitesh Mathur of BSH. Mr. Mathur.
It's not giving up.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, my name is Nitesh Mathur and I'm representing BSH. BSH means Bosch and Siemens Home Appliances Limited. It's a global company, Europe's #1. So just to give a brief on the company, we have got two main brands, which is Bosch and Siemens over here. In India, predominantly, we have these two operational. We were founded in 1967 as a joint venture between Siemens AG and Robert Bosch. But in beginning of 2015, entire stake has been taken over by Robert Bosch Group. But the brand license continues to with BSH for Siemens as well. We are proud market leader for built-in appliances. So at times, many players confuse us with built-in kitchens as well, but we have only interest into built-in appliances. Apart from that, we are also among top 3 global players in home appliances space, wherein our shares in Asia are very low, but in Europe and America, it's decently very high. Apart from these two brands, globally, we have few more brands. Gurgaon, which is a very luxury brand. Then we have Thermador, Neff, and various others. So, not only these global brands, we also have certain regional brands to work upon. So, with a very large portfolio, we have different requirements which has been understood by the whole company and a long experience in managing kitchen appliances too in particular. Our presence is, although as said that we are a market leader in Europe, but we are also a very strong player globally. And we have substantial manufacturing R&D base as well. So when we look at, these are the 8 portfolios which we work very strongly with. But as a subject matter when it comes to kitchen, this is the space we are talking about today. It's built-in appliances, predominantly for kitchens. So that's hood, hobs, ovens, and dishwashers. So this is the kitchen space, which is maybe for Europe or maybe for India now. So when we look at a space which is a little more exciting, people go in for induction, people go in for teppanyaki, which is catching up very fast. Barbecue grill is also catching up fancy. And to be safe, people want to try deep fryers as well because it's quite stable and quite different. So this is what constitutes in principally for a modern built-in kitchen, may it be European, may it be Indian. So what is so special about it? As ma'am said, happiness. Definitely, it is very, very important for a family. And today, people talk about kitchen as the new living room. So most of the time when people are together, they are found in kitchen. That's what is the new saying. So what is the subject we are talking about? We are talking about energy efficiency. So we have tried to break energy into 2 parts. One is human, and second is the fuel. So these are the 2 energies we will talk about. So as we all being from the trade, what interests to us is the customer or a consumer. So we always look at how he is going to decide. So when we look at the purchase cycle, so we have all been discussing, it is about selection, defining the needs, planning and design, getting advance or a confirmed purchase order. We get into a preparation mode that how do we go about it, how we will deliver, what will happen after that. There should not be snags. We should go and talk to him after a month, what is there. But the subject what we are talking about is what happens after that 1 month if everything is okay. So there is a metered electricity bill which comes, and there is a water requirement bill which comes, and especially a place like Gurgaon or Bangalore where societies are getting tankers because government is not able to supply water as well. But in the entire purchase cycle, neither the consumer nor we the experts talk about energy efficiency or water efficiency. So I'm really thankful that the organizers given me this subject, and representing a German company which is known for engineering, it's a proud moment for us to share the knowledge, whatever we could gather. So after this end, customer realizes that there is an issue of energy efficiency, which was never figured. So as a responsible trade and a fraternity, we need to really look at how do we define appliances required. So at the consultative phase, we need to build in that aspect as well. So maybe as somebody said, it is our responsibility as professionals to take care of things which consumer today does not rate high in his priority list or is in his decision making criteria. But they are like the part of hygiene, safety. So we need to consider that. So this is where we start off. What is energy efficiency? So the Google gave a definition. We could not understand it, so it's little gray and white. But what it means is maximum utilization of the input provided in terms of fuel. So first thing which has happened is people moved from bulb to a CFL. So that is energy efficiency in a layman word. The next level went is from CFL to LED lights. That is the next level of energy efficiency. So as we said, two levels of energy efficiency we talk about. Human, which can be sorted out by ergonomics and layouting. The second is electrical or fuel. So fuel cannot be only gas or cannot be only electricity, it could be either. So in India we have a principle, if it is gas, it's fine because it is cheap. Electricity, we need to be careful. Switch off the light. So first let's talk about ergonomics in brief. I think this subject everybody is aware. So just to put up few words, we have put up the slide. So what is the height of the workstation we were debating? So there cannot be a unanimous answer. With BS experience we talk about is 10 centimeter below the elbow height. The hob should be 25 centimeter, sink should be 10 centimeter. So now it depends on the user, and that's a complex an exercise which we all have at hand, so we have to sort it out. How can be the space division? So we said that distance between a hob and the sink, that means fire and water should have minimum 90 centimeter difference. This is very important. So what is the next important thing in a kitchen? It's the work triangle. So while all the research and PhDs has been done on shop floor to reduce the burden of industrial worker, but there is much more work being done in kitchen, and very less studies have been done around it. This is the only thing which is to start with, which is the work triangle. What does it say? It says you pull out material from the storage, you wash it on the sink, then you cook it, and then you put your vessels down back to the sink. So this is the work triangle in a kitchen. So within these 3 points, what are the maximum distance? The maximum distance is recommended is this. Maybe you can have a very large kitchen, but at least these 3 points need to be concentrated. So while cricket is played on a very large ground, but the pitch is concentrated in the center. So that is where the action is. So this is what a pictorial view, just to show what a work triangle is in a linear kitchen. Maybe in a L-shaped kitchen, they are more Indianized to have a look. So another thing is dishwasher, which has been added. So it can be inside, but most of them people put outside. So it is also an important parameter, because otherwise what happens is dishwasher doesn't get used and people end up washing in the sink only. So that is a very important placement which is often missed out. So we come to a triangle and we say how many kilometers does a lifespan person, or rather say a 20-year span person will walk through. So we say he will use consumable, non-consumable, cleaning, preparation, cooking, and they created a thread diagram. So Germans, very detailing, very high-end engineering. So this is one of my German colleagues telling me about energy efficiency on human platform, and say this is the walk. And if you talk about 20 years, this is the distance. And we can save about 20% of the human energy. And what does this mean? In 20 years, we have walked 400 kilometers. When I was making my presentation, and my wife looked at the slide, and she told, "Oh, now I understand. Why don't you roam behind me after the marriage? Because this is too much, and you are lazy enough to walk." So it does not end only at the distances. It also talks about placements. How something should be inclined and kept so that the retrievable is easy. How do we have levers which can enable something for quick yet sturdy retrievable, to control dials, even storage in refrigerators. The new refrigerators that you will see from BSH will be having inclined storages, because even if you put straight and you open the door, the things fall. So if you make a provision that they are inclined, A, it is easy to retrieve, B, it does not give a shaking feeling to the appliance. Similarly, full length door, because a kid may try to open it, or maybe a long person or a short person, so ergonomics is taken care of. Like we all talk about full extension drawers, so that it is easier for retrievable, quick access. Similarly, soft closures and full extensions. So like a soft drawer is available in hardware, now appliances also come with soft closure. So you don't have to stand and wait that it goes slowly and it gets closed. You can just leave it, it will do its job automatically the way it should. And then the eye level ergonomics. Most of the time we end up like a classic example, oven is always placed below the hob. Why? Because some old magazines pictured it like that and they all went viral. People just went about it because it looked good. But just imagine a person sitting down, opening an oven which is at 300 degrees centigrade, and then pulling a cake from the bottom shelf. It is really painful. So the thumb rule is put everything at the eye level. Storage can be down. Let the appliances be at the eye level. Few more examples. And then there is a distance between a hood. Hood cannot be too high. It has to have a certain distance from the hob so that the suction can be measured or it can be made effective. At the same time, controls can be operated. So these are very fine things, but in the gamut of hardware, colors, baskets, layout, often get missed out. So as we talk about fuel and energy efficiency, electrical especially, we look at how appliances in Europe especially have transformed. They are the first ones to realize that they need to conserve energy, and that's the reason they are rich countries, because they conserve. While we are naturally rich, but often we neglect it. But it's time that we have to look at it. Water shortages we are already facing, electricity problem we are already facing, but we really need to get into these priorities as well. So if we look at various years, so appliances have graduated and are saving up to 57, 68 or even 73% of energy. So let's see what made them do this. So if you see ovens, intelligent people started improving insulation. They created more efficient ventilation systems so that with the same amount of heat, if the air is circulated, the heating requirement will go low, and within the same energy, output can be better. More energy efficient components were used, like BLDC motors and various other things. So there was a 43% energy efficiency which has been achieved by 2014 over 1999. If we look at refrigerators, again a significant work has been done. So if you look at a fridge freezer, 75% of energy efficiencies has been achieved. Again by use of more efficient compressors, selective use of vacuum panels, and improved insulation materials. So if we look at washing machines, now water also comes into a picture. So there you can clearly see how water is being conserved. So earlier people used to talk about what a maid will use water vis-a-vis a machine. So there was a huge saving. Now people have graduated one level above and they are talking about machine which was at that, which was considered as to be a water saving. With that reference, what is more that we can say? Tumble dryers, even higher water saving, energy saving. Dishwashers. In India, still we are struggling to explain people that it takes less water than what a maid does. It cleans better and hygienic way than the maid does. Even why maid? Even what we can do manually. There is a huge energy saving between the dishwashers what were available a few years ago and water what they used to consume. Today they are very apt to wash any Indian vessel, may it be a kadai or a pressure cooker or a glass plate or a stainless steel or even plastics. So they are fully equipped to take any Indian utensil. So they are given, or I will say, they drive energy efficiency through optimum water circulation. So water is recirculated. They use different chemicals which are quite different and are able to ease out the entire thing. They also end up drying your vessels, and more efficient pumps have been incorporated into dishwashers. So if we look at the whole appliances life cycle, so in a use phase, energy consumption has been reduced by 90 to 95%. And if you see, they end up complete a recycling process in place for entire appliances industry in Europe. If we come to gas hobs, which are very, very prevalent in India, and if we look at gas hobs or a ceramic cooktop or an induction cooktop, often we come across a question, what is the difference? What is the real efficiency between the three? If we measure by the standards available, the efficiency in a gas cooktop is 40%. When we say 40% means there is a method to measure it proper, which means the energy transformed into the food or some water to heat it up to a certain temperature. And what is the loss? Similarly, electric ceramic, it will go up to 74. If we go to induction, it is up to 84. Even now, people have gone to free induction, the efficiency has gone up to 89%. So, this is how efficiency can really play, and inductions are the way forward, which we foresee. But in India, why induction has not caught up so fast? So, we also did an analysis. So, these gas rates are the ones before the new, now today the gas cylinder rate is something 500, but before that it was 423 rupees. So, we calculated what is the effective rate to boil 10 liters of water. So when you look at how do you boil 10 liters of water, we converted energy used based on the rate, and this is what the answer is. If we use a subsidized gas cylinder, the cost was 5 rupees approx. If we used the ceramic, the cost was 591, and if we used an induction, we used 521 rupees. But if it is an unsubsidized one, the cost using a gas is 10, and that's the reason many advanced countries in the world have moved to induction, while we are still at the gas, and all the taxpayers pay this 5 rupees gap which is there. So now with the subsidies getting reduced, and that is on the agenda of the government, this is the area where we all need to look into it, and this is something very informative that we could collect. And this is the short message that we have to really look at towards Go Green. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. It is, we borrow it from our children. So that's the message which we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. Mr. Kashyap, if you could kindly do the honors. Thank you, Mr. Mathur. Next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Shrikant Iyer of homelane.com on stage, please, to present his thoughts.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Uh, First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. I actually just put some thoughts down over the last 10 minutes as to what I wanted to speak. I was actually struggling with it for some time, but I thought I would use my weakness and convert it into my strength. I'm not from this industry for very long. I've only been there for 1.5 years or so now. So the first thing that I claim whenever I speak to anybody very easily is ignorance, because I always say that I'm new to the industry. I don't know. I'm learning. I don't know for how long I'll be able to say this, but I'm going to say it till it works. So, the thoughts that I wanted to actually share was slightly more broader, and I'll try and finish in 10 to 15 minutes. Is that slightly more broader, and what I noticed in the industry. Just to give you a very quick context, I run a startup called homelane.com, which does modular furniture. We have an online to offline model. It's an omni-channel model. So we do have touch and feel points, but it's an asset-light model also. So we've been around for the last 18 months or so. And we have got some decent traction, still a long way to go, but till so far, whatever we've been doing seems to be working. So what I thought I would leave you with is something that I have believed in and I'm trying to implement in my own organization. I think this industry also needs to implement it for the industry itself to scale, so I thought I'll give you some my 2 cents on that, okay? So I first of all believe that no company can be great at everything that it does. I strongly believe that actually. In fact, most companies try to be great at everything that they do, and they become average at everything or below average at everything, at best average, and that's the real problem. And I strongly believe that every company who wants to scale needs to choose what are the things that it needs to be great at. And I also believe in one more thing. I really believe companies need to be bad at a few things. And when I mean bad, not intentionally bad, but I'm just saying that really it is what we call bad in the service of great. So if you need to be great at a few things, you necessarily need to be bad at a few things. And let me give you a couple of examples without giving you just some thoughts from Swan. So one example is actually of a bank which some of you have heard of. It's not in India, but the other example, I will give you an Indian example. So take this example of this US bank called Commerce Bank. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. Commerce with a Z, I think it is. It started sometime in the 80s or late 80s, I think. And it was the fastest growing bank in the US. And I think in the 10-15 years period of time, it grew the fastest, despite the fact that there were many older banks. You know what they did? They did a couple of things. They said that for the customer, the single biggest pain point is that current banks in the 80s were open for 2 hours a day. Because you know in the US, right, labor is expensive, you can't open for too long, then your cost becomes too much. So banks were open just for 2 hours a day. They said we will be open for 6 hours a day, right? They also said the second thing is, obviously, you know, you need to be, like I said, bad at something to be great at something else. So they just chose their points very well. They said the single biggest thing that matters for a customer is the hours of operation, simply because they will have convenience of coming in whenever they want, okay? Somebody has to pay for it. Obviously, if they are open for 6 hours and they have more people, it's costing them more. They made their interest rates the highest in the industry. So this is really the bad in the service of great. So I actually am charging far more to pay for convenience. And guess what? Customers loved it. Commerce Bank grew the fastest in the first 10 years, even though their interest rates were the highest. So this concept of saying, you know, just because you're more expensive, you will not grow, just flew out of the window. I'll give you a local example, Indigo. So Indigo, I'm sure most of us have flown at some point in time, right? They do the main thing that matters right, and they're really not bothered about anything else. It's a very, very good example. And believe me, it's only come from design. It's not come by some accident. It's come from design. I don't know how many of you know, every single aircraft of Indigo is the same aircraft, A320-200. Every aircraft. They don't buy any other model. So their everything, every day, turnaround, their cleaning, everything is, it's completely by design. What do they do wrong? I hate the food on Indigo. I don't know about you, but I do. They don't bother, but they're not bothered. They're not bothered if somebody likes the food or doesn't like the food. If it's a 1-hour flight, you try your best. Even if you're the Prime Minister of India, you won't get a cup of coffee because they say, I will not serve you hot stuff if it's a 1-hour flight. So they are necessarily bad at something to be great at something else. I do really think it's required. And for every organization that it is required, it's very important for us to decide in what we want to be bad in. Only then we can really try and be great at a couple of things. Obviously, like I said, bad in the service of great. And I do think that it's very, very relevant in our industry. And that's really what I wanted to leave you with, which is if we need to offer predictability to customers, if my target segment at least that Homelane serves is the middle class segment. The middle class segment today mostly goes to the unorganized market. The biggest problem that they have is predictability. The lack of predictability is the #1 pain point. That's what I think. Okay? So if I have to be predictable, if I have to give them a guaranteed delivery date in an industry which is prone to delays, the only way that's possible is I have to limit the number of offerings that I give them. So really what we have done is instead of offering 100 colors, I can only offer 20. If instead of offering 15 finishes, I can only offer 5. But I do believe that that's really being bad in the service of great. And like I said, somebody has to pay for it. The customer has to pay for it in terms of lack of variety for getting predictability. So it's actually a very, very simple trade-off. But as an organization, I do think that we all need to look, especially if you want to really scale and make our respective companies large ones, in which areas we want to be bad to be great in some areas. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. I hope you're not talking about us. As long as it's not us, I'm okay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm also guilty as charged, so I have no qualms in admitting it. Yeah, please go ahead. So I can't understand the second question. So can you just elaborate? If a company doing interiors is doing so much revenue, how do you value that company? Is that your question? Okay. Okay. So I think the first question was the journey from doing kitchen and wardrobe to full interiors. The transition. Okay, so it's very easy to answer. That was the first question on our transition from doing kitchen and wardrobe to full interiors. The answer is very simple. We have not made the transition, nor are we going to make the transition. We are only going to do kitchen and wardrobe and modular stuff. We are not doing full interiors. That's again going back to my bad in the service of great. So I need to limit what I can do, be great in some stuff, but be great in only some stuff. I can't be great at everything. If I think I can, I think that's the first problem. So that's not scalable. So that's the first question. The second one is, how do you value a company or an interior company which is doing whatever, X revenue? See, I keep saying this. I was speaking to Ahuja ji in the afternoon today on something else. I was telling him the same thing. So valuation is not a science, it's an art. So there's no logic, frankly. This is the truth. Whatever anybody else may tell you, don't believe them. Okay, this is the truth. But typically, if you're looking, you have two kinds of valuations. You have top-line valuations and you have EBITDA or bottom-line driven valuations. Obviously, if you're talking about e-commerce companies, including Homelane, you're talking about only top-line driven valuations, because the bottom-line driven valuations will give it a negative value, if you know what I mean. Typically, if you're looking at asset-heavy business, then you would look at 3 to 5 times their annual revenue in this industry. If it is making money. If it is not making money, then it's an art, it's not a science. Yeah? I hope that answers your question. Sorry? The ugly, yes, one thing, the valuations. That was not a very tough one. Valuations are really ugly right now. Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer. The next session is on the topic called Are Designers E-Commerce Ready? And it will be presented by Navneet Malhotra, the co-founder of Renomania. Mr. Malhotra, please.
Um, 25 years back, as an architect, when one started out working, one felt isolated like this spot in this room. One didn't know how to reach out to people. One didn't know how to get work. One had to only rely on word of mouth. That was the only source of reaching out to people. You did the best that you could as a designer, as an architect. You tried and do your next project better than the last one, and hoped somebody saw it, somebody noticed, and somebody gave you work. That world has changed. That world is constantly evolving, because now the new digital world or the digital arena is actually bringing us forward to a very large audience. We at a given moment can communicate not with 20, 50, but maybe thousands of people together. It is opening up several opportunities, but more than that, I think it's the designers who have to see inside their heart and figure out whether they are looking at this opportunity as a point of fear or a challenge. Fear being, if I post my work on the digital arena, will people steal it? Will somebody else copy my work? But then, if I look at history, then the entire print media has been working on that. Architects have been printing their works, posting their pictures. If that didn't, make their projects or designs get stolen, then why would the digital be any different? The challenge second was, and this is a big challenge that most designers here would be seeing if one were to, just do a little introspect, is that Indian designers never documented their work. I don't know whether it was lack of being proud of what they did, or whether it was the last few months interaction with the client which went a little bitter, that by the end they never documented their projects. But the documentation of their past work, or like a visual library of their past work, is almost devoid with a very large fraternity of designers. I want to know, how many architects or interior designers here? Okay, not too many. So All right, so, okay, my topic given today is, are designers e-commerce ready? I can see us designers are in very small numbers, so I'm going to step back and probably change the topic to, are all of us ready for the digital arena? What is this digital arena? What is this big wave that is coming across all of us? If I were to look back in history, immediately after the agro and the cottage industry where cloth was being made on a mill, came the mechanization, which was a huge wave. Post that came the computerization, which again changed the way mechanization was working. And now post-computerization, it's a digital wave or a digital arena where I now have thousands of followers and I'm following another 100, and Facebook is connecting us on a minute to minute with a large number of varied people, various organizations. We are able to share and exchange thoughts across not just my city, not my country, but across the globe. So are we all ready for this digital arena? Let me start by asking some of you, how many of you have stores here? You have store managers? How many of us have e-managers? People who, address to, you have Deepakji? You do? You have an e-commerce or e-platform manager who can, digital marketing. How many people have digital marketing managers? Okay, I see a few hands. Yes, yes, yes. So part of this whole wonderful digital world that is bringing us with huge opportunity. Are we ready to address that? Are we able to, okay, let me put it in the other way. How many of us like to read reviews and ratings before we buy anything online? I get a way better response. So I see a lot of you are looking for rating and reviews. So how many of you have a digital manager to address to those questions and those reviews that people are posting? We on Renomania saw this some time back as a huge gap in the home interior industry. We realized that there was no such platform which could connect this industry together. That industry is not just restricted to us designers, it's not restricted to architects, it's not restricted to a contractor fraternity or a brand fraternity or a manufacturer build and supply online facilities, offline facilities. It is actually the entire just home interior fraternity. And if we were to create a platform like that, the next thought was, is that fraternity ready for a platform like this? And if it is ready, how does it make the most out of it? Because simply saying you have now a car to, go 100 miles an hour, but are you even learning how to drive it? So there is an opportunity which is opening up in front of us, and it's not just restricted with us as in Renomania. I know of several other such platforms which are coming up in the country, and of course there are several other bigger players in the world. Each of us bring onto the table a certain level of opportunity in exposure. The Indian players are giving us a little more local sensitive nuances so that it recognizes the pain that an Indian customer has. It recognizes the difficulty with which we approach the market and try and resolve that in the best way we can. So I want to pick up on some questions you have with e-commerce and how we can, or let me say digital arena, and how we can as best imbibe it. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer on that. It's a to a large number of people, it's a new field. Let me recap what is it that we are doing. We are a content discovery platform in the home interior industry. The content is on several levels. It could be a design ideation which anybody starting out to build a home needs desperately, even though he may or may not hire an architect or a designer. Anyone starting out to build a home nobody has this clarity when he picks up a project or gets a new flat. He doesn't wake up and say, oh, I know exactly the bedroom I want and I know exactly the living room I want. So he needs to clarify what is it that he wants. Those visuals can be foreign to him. He may get excited by it, but most of us know at the end of the day we end up choosing something which is from where we are coming, as in we've grown up with a certain taste, we like a certain flavor of food, we may go abroad and we may enjoy that food for a short while, but when we come back home we want to have our dal and our roti and our sabzi. So at the end of the day we want the same flavors which we have grown up with in our home. So we like the similar visuals is what I'm saying. You may like that modernistic look, but after 5-7 years you may say, I think I might go back to my old style. So Indianization of the content on visual is one very big part. And connecting the Indian designer fraternity, the contractor fraternity onto those visuals is another content that we are showcasing on the site. And of course the entire product owners, the large kitchen manufacturing fraternity here, all of them are connected to the Renomania platform. The platform allows people to rate and review the services being provided by the vendors, by the architect, by the designer. The site also allows all the key players to build their own pro page. It's like it's their domain. In fact, half the time I have to ask those architect friends of mine, what are you going to do? Just build your platform or your pro page and then sleep on it. How are you going to make sure that you are going to be engaging with the end user who comes to you? So soon we'll be having analytics on our pro page where the person will be able to see exactly how many people have engaged on it. Currently he can see how many people have saved or liked their photos. So he's able to then figure out which part of the project that he needs to highlight higher. The same is good with all of us here. You have several different products which are displayed in real projects, real home photos, which when you post on Renomania, you will start to see which ones are being liked by people at large, and you then can start pushing those products on a little more aggressive way to the user. So, any other question regarding how you can place yourself, or is there any way to boost up with?
Yeah, the platform that you have is a wonderful one. I've been, monitoring the same, and very soon probably I'll be there. I was keen into understanding how do you bring in the target audience that each of us are looking for.
Currently, the Renomania site is moving through a social platform methodology of discovery, as well as through the organic growth that the SEO, SEM is bringing into it. The social discovery platform, we are targeting our audience to women 35, 45, 50, because we do believe that women are the key decision maker when it comes to home interior decision making, and that has shown some tremendous growth on the site.
Is it pure online way of bringing in eyeballs, or are you also doing some offline activities?
No, of course. I would say 80% of it is online. Rest is through the word of mouth, through our fraternity, through the other digital platforms within the organization that we are part of the architectural interior design fraternity. So word is spreading across, yes, very quickly. We just launched 5 months back, and our traffic last month was 3,12,000 unique visitor. And for a young site like this, we got more than 30% repeat traffic, which by itself is talking volumes of how public at large are looking at a platform like this. It's also clearly proof of concept. Do people want something like this? Yes, they are. And these are not the people looking for watches and phones and things like that. They're clearly coming in for home interior as a focus zone. So, any other question? Revenue source is clearly on the roll right now. We are placing. Okay, let me start by saying we are closely looking at ourselves like, say, Zomato in the which is Zomato doing for the food industry vertical. We are looking at ourselves in a similar platform. Zomato last year made, I think, a revenue of about 80 or 100 crores. I don't know the numbers. Somebody could correct me on that. But revenue streams through paid advertising, through subtle way of through listing, through pin on tops. We have several methods whereby the brands who want to have greater visibility are pushed up in the entire listing, and their information is spread out to a larger reach. No, we will not. You will be selling the product for yourself. We will only help connect you to the end user. I believe, like Mr. Shrikant said, there are some things we can't do good. So we can't sell very well your product, that is. So you'll have to do your selling. We will only help you get connected to the end user. Okay. Question is difference between us as in Renomania and House, which is an American site. Okay. To begin with, House is a $2.5 billion company. Big difference. No, but more than that. House has several limitations when it comes for a branded product to showcase itself on it. House only allows those products which are going through their referral channel to be showcased on it. I believe for many years they were only showcasing one brand, two brands. Okay, I stand corrected. Kohler was the only brand which had completely taken over the House catalog, while House was just selling some tiles and no, not even fittings. It was tiles and some lamps and accessories. Yeah, that's right. So House limited who could sell, while Renomania clearly opens its doors to everyone to come on board and sell through Renomania. I know Rahul is sitting here with me. Rahul is a co-founder. He is from IIT Kharagpur, earlier with Yahoo, then Samsung. His last hooray was with 99 acres. He was vice president technology there, and now with Renomania. He's chief of technology with Renomania. We are very quickly bringing in a very powerful app, which will be launched in just about a week, maybe 10 days, both on Android and on iOS. And shortly after, we will also have a very unique interactive catalog where you could even upload all your products and do either a quote. You could share a quote to the end user or put a price where he can buy directly through you. Will it work? Sorry. Sorry, we've not really gone into the selling bit yet, so I can't share that numbers with you, Aman, but sorry. We're just 5 months old. We had.
Don't mind me interrupting, Mr. Malhotra.
Please, have you run out of time?
You're just winding up. If you could just
Yes,
discuss it over a break, maybe.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Anyone else has a critical question, I'll be more than happy to answer at the tea break. Thank you so much for your patience. Sorry? Are you? Are we open to investment? Are you offering? I know that's the ugly part there. Valuations right now are very sad. So, no, thank you all so much for your patience, and I'll be happy to answer whatever questions you have on a cup of tea. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mr. Malhotra. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll slip into a short break and reassemble at sharp at about 4:30. We'll begin with a session on Gurpal Singh post the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in about 2 minutes. I request you to kindly reassemble.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Because of paucity of time, I'm going to start. On behalf of Furniture and Fitting Skill Council, I'm grateful to the organizers who have given us the chance to put before you our 8 months experience ever since we have formed this particular skill council. You may be aware that present government, for the first time in India, has formed a new ministry which is responsible for this particular initiative. The ministry is known as Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And this ministry has also supported NSDC, which stands for National Development Corporation for Skilling. Now, CII actually promoted 12 skill council promoted by CII and supported by NSDC. The whole ecosystem is little different. CII promoted in the sense of, if you take my case, I have spent about more than 35 years with CII, and I have all kinds of experience internationally, nationally, in various sectors, starting from defense. You name anything, I have it. You may call me a little, a person which believes in everything. But the circumstances were such that I was given in my career the challenges. So I used to accept challenges. Now when they asked me, when I was about to move on from CII, just last year, 30th of June, they asked me that we would like to offer you something. I said, what's that? They said, there are sector skill council, people are looking for some CEOs, and you will be asked to look at 3 particular areas where I need to choose one. So I went for this particular sector. You know why? Simple reason. NCRI, as you know, is the only body in India which has got the large membership which comes from both small, medium and large companies, and also multinational and many other players in manufacturing sector. While I was in there, at initial stages, the first big challenge which I took was to see that why our small and medium companies are not getting the same recognition from various quarter, and why only the large people. Because if you ask me, my belief was that without SME support, you cannot grow, particularly the large companies. So what they were lacking at that point of time, I'm talking about 77, and mid-80s, CII started working with Government of India that why should we bring liberalization to the country so that, we progress, otherwise we'll never be what we are today. We are one of the country which are ahead of, one of my slides will show that as far as the young entrepreneurs are concerned, we are number 1 in the country. So keeping all this in view, and I started working for small companies. And I'm very proud to say, you are in Gurgaon, and the Gurgaon is known for a hub for small and medium companies which are producing components for the Indian engineering companies which are being exported to Southeast Asian countries. Because at that point of time, my role was that how do I convince them that how to produce quality. It took me 6 months to convince 16 guys, why should you go for ISO 9000? And when I convinced them, after they gone through that exercise, they became my role model. And with this role model, we created such a big pool of SMEs who really started working so hard and so methodically that today, whatever they are producing, they are really quality. And they were trained not other than, I really worked hard to bring expertise from Japan, expertise from Korea, expertise from Taiwan, expertise from some European countries like of course, some of the part of UK and some from USA. And today, they are there. So when I looked at this particular sector, I saw this is also very, very noble for me. I can use my experience that what are we doing with this sector? Our domain, we go to rural India, not the urban area. We look for youngsters who are school dropouts between 5th class and the 8th class. And they are trained in the level 2, because the moment I go beyond 10, or beyond 8th class, then level 4. So we have produced about 5 job roles. The first job role is carpenter furniture, carpenter modular, fitter furniture, fitter modular, and lock technician. When I was completing 4th month of my existence, or existence of FFC, I was asked that why don't you go for interior decoration? I looked at that, but I thought it may be too early for me because the training which we were imparting through our VTPs, which are sponsored by NSDC, they were not finding required number of youngsters who should be undergoing this kind of training. So it took me a little time, and then I thought that let us do some numbers. I'm very happy to say that in the last 10 months, we have been allotted about 28,000 numbers. We have done about fully trained, certified also, about more than 14 to 15,000. Rest are under process. Now with these few words, now I will take you through a speech which we have written for you because there are some figures, there are so many things which if I go extempore, I will not be able to cover everything. So I will, please bear with me. I will start with, the first thing is this, bridging the skill gap. As far as skill gap is concerned, I'll just say that by the year 2026, 26.8% of the Indian population will be in working age bracket. The impact of employability on the overall demand-supply situation indicates that India could face a huge issue with the shortage of skilled people. That is, engineers, less than 6 lakhs, graduate, less than 39 lakhs, and vocationally trained person, less than 7 lakhs in next 5 years. Hence, a large skill gap will exist requiring skilling development. The projected demand of skilled workforce is 500 million workforce by 2022, with 150 million required in the manufacturing and service sector alone. The role of government, whether it is private, skill development training providers, or society, is imperative for imparting necessary skill to workforce. It is also essential for the industry to become a part of Skill India to make the Make in India mission reality. In India, more than 90% of country's workforce is in unorganized sector, which you all will agree with me. And only 4.69% of our workforce in India has undergone some kind of formal skill training as compared to an average of 50% across the developed countries in the world. They are generally acquire skill through informal channels and they lack skills certification. This leads to hindrance for entering into organized sector. As far as the skill gap in the furniture fitting sector is concerned, let me say that sector currently employs 4.11 million employees and will employ more than 11.29 million employees by 2022. This implies additional creation of around 7.2 million jobs in the coming years. The period 2017 and 22 will see a higher growth in employment vis-a-vis 2013 and 2017 due to expected change in consumer preferences and penetration of organized furnishing services in Tier 1 and Tier 2 towns. As far as the bridging the gap, I have to say that in order to bridge the skill gap, the government has taken crucial role in making skill training accessible to every individual of our country. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, short we say MSDE, along with 21 other central ministries have various schemes and programs targeted at reaching out to greater section of Indian population. National Skill Development Corporation, NSDC, is also one of the public and private initiatives, as I just mentioned before, which is mandated to skill 150 million Indians by 2022. There are 40 skill council and more than 200 training partners with over 2,500 plus training centers of NSDC spread across 366 districts in the country. Government also promotes centers of excellences and ITIs, vocational institute, private and government institute for catalyzing vocational education and training across the country. Furniture and Fitting Skill Council is mainly an organized sector where there is a lack of formal training and certification. The time is now challenging. The carpentry is only related to wooden traditional and conventional furniture. It is much more than that. The modular furniture, the modular kitchen are the future of carpentry. You will all believe with me. To upgrade the skill as per the industry need and to create pool of workforce to meet the demand of skilled worker, Furniture and Fitting Council is working as a channel between the skilled trainees and the industry. FFC is an industry-led organization which works towards establishing an effective and efficient ecosystem for skill development in furniture and fitting industry. Working under guidelines of NSDC, FFC creates occupational standard for job roles in demand. These national occupational standard NOS are developed by taking technical expertise from industry and hence help in benchmarking the skill set required for each job roles. Now, if I can say that through the NOS, we are able to identify the course structure and needed infrastructure like machines, tools required to implement training for each job roles, which we have created. To meet the requirement of workforce of this sector, the entire ecosystem will need to scale up its training initiative and align themselves to industry recognized national occupational standard. Center of Excellences, in short we call it in Hindi, Kaushal Kendras, will be set up in every region to implement the quality of training which is expected by industry. Such a center could cater to the captive demand of corporates, enhance productivity of supply chain partners, and meet demands arising from aspirations in surrounding areas in a sustainable manner. These centers will provide seamless mobility path between job and training by linking formal and vocational education. Training of trainer programs will be conducted in such a center to develop master trainers who will ensure the quality delivery of the training. The skill development training programs in India, in Indian furniture industry is mostly done in an informal way. As the skill is imparted with the help of family members, relatives, etc., as you all are aware of that. They are generally school dropouts and work in the unorganized sector. They do not have any formal certificate even if they are highly skilled. Their working experience and skill are their proof of knowledge, and whereas FFC identifies such skilled people and certify through recognition of prior learning, which is shortly known as RPL, schemes so that they can have a better advantage. The certification helps them to enter into formal organized furniture industry. An online job portal pertaining to details of skill and certified training has been initiated to provide industry with the skilled workforce in the region required. Industry support is in setting up of corporate skill center will be crucial in providing the trainees with exposure in the latest technological advancement, and such center will help in setting up the benchmarks for quality training. Skilling in country the size of India is a mammoth task, all of you will agree with me on that, and will be made possible with the scheme like Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, shortly known as PMKVY, in coordination with state skill mission. All states in India are also running their own skill missions, which are also giving numbers to us to impart quality training. Now, to answer the one of the topic which we have been asked to speak, are we doing enough? Well, our finance minister, Arun Jaitley ji, announced many measures for skill development training in his budget speech 2016 and 17, including setting up of 1,500 multi-skill training institutes in India, earmarking a sum of rupees 1,700 crores and scaling up Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. He further proposed to exempt service tax on services provided by Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushal Yojana and service provider. This particular scheme also did well as far as imparting training in many domains, and provided by assessing bodies impaneled by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Besides, the weighted reduction of expenditure on skill development project under Section 35 CCD of Income Tax Act will continue up to April 1, 2020. He emphasized on the education, skills, and job creation to make India a knowledge-based and productive society as one of the 9 pillars that would transform the country. Our government is giving continuous focus to skill development, and government is also improving its scheme like earlier from STAR, Skill Certification and Monetary Reward Scheme to PMKY scheme, and now adding many quality measures to the version 2 of PMKY. In fact, when we were formed 8 months ago, we were the part of PMKY part 1. In effective first of coming month, we'll be moving toward the version PMKY 2, which will have many more addition for the help of imparting more aggressive approach towards the imparting training for particularly needy persons in the urban areas as well as in the rural area. Government is taking many measures to correct the shortcomings in previous scheme under the skill mission. Being a CEO of the Sector Skill Council, I would like to say, as a new SSC, which only 8 months old, we are trying our best to improve, learn, strategize our activities for quality contribution to the Skill India mission. Indeed, we all are facing many challenges which need to be addressed to ensure people participate in these skilling building initiatives. We found that sometimes there is a disconnect between what is taught and what is required on job, not having enough potential to give quality training in the identified areas by the training providers, and a mismatch between demand of industry and supply of trained manpower of the training providers. We are looking forward for constant support from industry to go to higher level of skilling. If the industry could employ certain percentage of certified workers and move to a 100% certified regime in a given time frame, then it will encourage more and more young people to acquire skills and will help in achieving the Skill India mission. Amendments to Apprenticeship Act made in 2014 could increase India's apprenticeship by at least 500% over the next few years and cater to 15 million apprenticeship opportunities in India. There are also other positive signs: the robust national skill development policy, several government and private initiatives, a sharpened focus on skills in union budget, industry-led forums, bilateral and multilateral dialogues, formation of NSD, SSSC, which is sector sector special council, etc. But there is no quick fix addressed to skill constraint and problem. The aim of skilling requires long-term reforms across the education and training spectrum. However, as a responsible identity, we have to frequently ask a question again, that are we doing enough? We take the pride of skilling and certifying people of our sector, but it is not where I am and my council stops. We continuously try to improve, learn, relearn, and we will be happy to receive your suggestions, feedbacks, comments on our activities. Please do visit our website www.ffsc.in. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite my panel members. And first, I will request Mr. Vikram Singh from Hetish to come on the dais, then Mr. Rajinder Kumar, then Mr. Amit Kumar from Zimba, and Shefali Holani, EasyFX, to come on the dais. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, for my forum, I think the topic on which they will be speaking is taking the big leap with a skill team. I will request Mr. Vikram Singh Hetish to give his views. Vikram. And mics. Not working? You can come here. You can.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vikram. I am representing HETIC. The topic today that is skill development. As everybody, we have got our friends from furniture industry here, and everybody would agree that everybody is facing a skill problem. When we need to have technicians, fitter, everybody is facing problem. So HETIC, on the behalf of HETIC, I would like to announce HETIC is coming up with a state-of-art, I would say flagship. I would not say it's a flagship, but yes, state-of-art woodworking institute in Faridabad. And we intend to start this institute by end of June. We commit to the industry that in 1 year time, we would be in a position to give you minimum 1,000 trained technicians and fitters. So anybody needing support, I believe as a company, we take it as our social responsibility, where we would be contributing to the society, and at the same time, we will be also contributing towards the upliftment of the workmanship of the technicians. So this is something on the behalf of HETIC I wanted to tell.
Okay, I'd like to add what Mr. Vikramji just mentioned. In fact, the MD of HETIC, Mr. Anil Goyal, happens to be my co-chair. And while you were looking at our activities, one day I said that, when will I have the iconic center? He said, where? I said, in NCR. Because our VTPs are located all over the country. He said, he promised that it will be ready by July end. And we went and saw our minister and then told him, sir, you have to come and inaugurate. This is going to be the first iconic center put up by HETIC. I will now request Mr. Rajendra Kumar to please share his views. He is an architect.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Gyanin, sir. For inviting me. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm an architect by profession. I was asked to share my experiences about skill development. The topic is a very interesting. Taking a big leap underline with skill team. What is the meaning of taking a big leap with a skill team? Life is going on, the things are going on good. Everything is okay. But if we have a skill team, we can take a big leap. That is the theme what we are about to discuss. We as an architect, we design, we drawing, we make a drawings and everything. But for implementation of our design, implementation of our creativity, it all depends on labor or mason or technician. Labor and mason, I'm talking in terms of civil construction, but when we talk about more specifically about kitchen, it's all about our workers. What are the growth of a skilled person? Generally, if we know any migrating population of these workers, they come from UP or Bihar. What generally they do? The first, they work as a, when we talk about as a civil construction, they work like a labor. Then they become mistri. Then they become contractor. This is a kind of a growth trajectory of any person. सबसे पहले आते 3-4 साल labor as a labor काम करते हैं. फिर उसके बाद when we talk about kitchen and all, it is in the same. सबसे पहले as an assistant, then they become mistri, then they become contractor, and after that there are many histories where the contractor becomes one of the big developer of any part. I don't want to name. Some of my very big developer clients were actually a contractor before, but now they are the one of the biggest developer of India. So these are the general, growth trajectory of a person. But where is the things missing? The missing part is this. Any worker can, anybody can come and get the work with the 3-4 year experience of working under any mistri or working under any skilled, so-called, you can say, contractor. There is no formal education required. There is no policy. I'm very thankful that NSDC and such kind of organizations are coming and they are making, they are giving opportunity. But sir, the issue is that, our construction industry is not making compulsory. That's the biggest problem, sir. The problem is that, okay, this is kind of a voluntary. If you come, you work, you get a certification, it's a good for your this thing. But the problem is that there's no policy which makes that any labor who comes and work on my site, he has to have that certificate. That is the things what we are missing it. And so that's what, and there is another thing which I really wanted to quote in cases like India, when we make a drawing in English. We have all those things. But the person who read the drawing, he doesn't know English. He do lot of assumptions and all. Acha wo aisa hoga na, this is the issues, which is a very, very critical issue. So at least for the person who are going to realize your drawing into a product, they need to be a little bit educated. If it is there, then it's definitely, there's a lot of things to be done by an organization like NSDC. And okay, so what happened is that in this, I have been working in Europe for quite long, and then I came back in India in 2009. And what is the working difference between Europe and, for that matter, in Middle East also? Because, for example, Middle East, more than 50% of the buildings or more than 50% of labor market is actually Indians. जो same labor जो यहाँ काम करते हैं वो वहाँ पे भी काम करते हैं. More, I might be wrong in the figure, but more or less 50% is there. What is the issue? There are a lot of loose point on drawing. हम लोग क्या करते हैं, 4 drawing बना के भेज दी, वही site पे decision हो जाता है, अच्छा ठीक है ये है तो ये कर लो. I'm sure that there are many architects colleagues are there and they must be doing that. वही site पे सब कुछ हो जाता है. But when I was working in Italy, I saw it for one toilet drawing. One small toilet drawing, the drawing set was more than 35 or 36. Only the drawing of toilet. हम लोग toilet की drawing एक ही में शायद toilet और bathroom के toilet और kitchen के साथ एक ही drawing में काम चल जाता है and all those. So these kind of things, everything needs to be documented. There are many loose points. What we think, in our issues we are having. And okay, so. And to conclude, this thing, of course, I'm not saying that there is the only wrong point. Of course, there is a good things also happening, like Hattic is, I must compliment, but Hattic is a very big organization. They have a very deep pocket. They can do that. Organizations like L&T, they have a policy that they will, L&T means, all Larsen and Toubro. It's a very big construction company. And a company like SCCs, they made it mandatory that anybody who has a basic training of any sort of labor, mystery, or whatever it is, if they have a certain category, certain certification, certain of orientation course, or they call it a foundation course, until if they are not certified by that course, their labor cannot enter in the site also. I think such kind of things are really good. But the thing is that the organization like Mr. Gurpal Singh, I would really recommend, that agencies like NSDCs and all, those certificates should be the kind of a mandatory for anybody, whether talking about labor, whether talking about contract, whether talking about anybody. It should be a compulsory, and I think that's the only note I would like to discuss. I'm open for any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Let me give you an immediate answer to your 2 issues which you have raised. As far as the certificate is concerned, we do issue certificates. We exist for certifying also. and even to RPL, which are recognition of prior learning, people, those who are trained for many years traditionally, sitting idle doing nothing, government came to us and then said you should be looking after RPLs also. So they designated them RPL, and there we are supposed to be giving them orientation about 2 or 3 days and then give them a certificate. They can be re-employed. Oh, okay. Okay. A very good question he has raised. In fact, I have an answer for that. In version 2 of PMKY, we are going to do that.
I mean, I think it is
okay.
compulsory to make compulsory.
Yeah. As for the languages, when we give training, our curriculum which we give to the trainees are being translated into 6 languages. Slowly we will go into the other languages also. So this is just for your information. Now I will request Mr. Anil Kumar Jimba to share his view.
Sir, with your permission, I would like to be here on. So, hi, good evening. My name is Amit. I am co-founder and CEO of Zimber, which is a home service e-commerce platform. So, to add to this topic, I have 2 things to say. One, what does the skill mean, and how it boils down to finally the satisfactory service. So, the skill is something which I know what I'm supposed to do. That is a skill. I know my job. Now, the problem is that comes with a cost. So the problem which we faced as Zimber when we were serving to the masses, that you want a good quality job, but you don't want to pay for it. For example, if I'm sending a plumber to your home, you're comparing that plumber with a 50 rupee worth job. You don't want to pay 150 or 200 rupees to that, but you want excellent quality job. Now you compare how the developed countries are shaping up in this, and how a developed country and developing country difference. If you compare the salary or the earning difference in India between a plumber and a software engineer or an educated engineer is 10 times, where in US it might be only twice. So they have opportunities to learn because they have potential to invest time and money to learn, because they can get the return on it, which is not the case here. Here the handyman services, the blue collar services, they are considered very, very low end. Now I'm completely agreeing to what Mr. Rajendra is saying, that this certifications and training should be made mandatory, not only in the corporate, to a regular home as well. When you are calling a plumber or a carpenter at home, government should enforce these kind of certifications, that only a qualified person is allowed to come to your home, and there should be a basic minimum price to pay for it. That is going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Now I will call upon Shefali Holani from EasyFix. Please.
Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Shefali, and I started EasyFix in 2011. EasyFix is into construction. We started with a simple aim to bring professionalism into this industry. And today's topic, which is skill development, I say that it is a result of bringing professionalism into this industry. So what we are really trying to do is, EasyFix is a platform for people who are blue-collar people. When they come into EasyFix, they get transformed as professionals, and when we deliver services through EasyFix, there are 3 stakeholders. One, which is handyman. He feels the pride to be associated with EasyFix, to do the job. He feels respected. That's missing completely in the industry, so skill development. Second is customers, who of course face a lot of problems. I can't find a handyman on time. Can I trust him? Will he come back to rectify my problem if the work conks off? I don't know. Then third stakeholder, which is the brands, who we are talking right now, whether it's Heritage or whether it's zero. We want to provide 360-degree solution to our customers so that we can do installation also, repairs also, and give a great customer service experience. So coming back to today's topic, which is skill development, I would reiterate that it is a result, it will be a result if we increase professionalism in this industry. And this is completely going to happen when our people, our handymen, they start feeling respected about what they do. Right now, it's not a choice. It's like my father was an electrician, I became an electrician because I did not have anything better to do. Do I really get somewhere in my path? Do I keep earning a 20,000, 30,000 rupees and then what? So, I really think that this is a great opportunity wherein the demand part, which is the product manufacturers who want great services for their customers, can come together, in the supply part, the training part, what we are really trying to do for the blue-collared people, increasing their soft skills, increasing their technical skills, telling them that how their future is going to be if they just go and do the simple things, go and smile at customer. It's going to be beneficial for them. Right now, he doesn't recognize the importance of these small things, reaching on time or not cheating. It's just a cultural issue, I would say. And with platforms like this today, it's surely going to change 5 years from now. And we are sure to see a definite change in the service industry. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shefali. I make a note of this. While we are imparting training, we should be very careful about telling them about the soft skills. This is very, very necessary. Okay, before I invite Mr. Amit Kumar again for a different topic, but I'll request Mr. Atul Bolkar from Iron Exchange to come up and share his views with us. Mr.
My name is Atul Bolkar. I recently joined Iron Exchange 6 months back. It's again a different industry change because earlier I was working with a hardware company. Prior to that, I was working with an electrical company, and this is the third change. Developing the skill itself was a challenge for me also, frankly, because whenever I change the industry, I had to improve my skills. I had to learn thousands of things, and I had to learn a lot of new things. All my experience is resetted the day I joined the new industry as such. So skill development is a big challenge for me. I am drifting away this challenge, this discussion a little bit towards general management and development of the organization as such. I am not talking about, I also have the service engineers, carpenters, everything, but I am taking this discussion further in that way. So what I have seen was that developing the skill is an important activity of any organization. And one more thing one should see is that development of the skills directly leads to a demand generation. Many of the companies spend thousands of crores of rupees, hundreds of crores of rupees on marketing, creating the pool and everything. But when the customer buys the product, that experience is not delivered. That experience is not delivered not only by the product may deliver the experience, but the people who are involved in the process, they may not be delivering the experiences what the customer is looking at. And ultimately, whatever the marketing campaigns you are seeing or the product sold, suppose, that resultant doesn't come. So I think definition of the skill sets, what organization needs to be developed, that needs to be defined by the organization. I want every organization to define 3 questions, and answering that questions will be the solution for this thing, where we are as far as skills are concerned, where we want to go, and how will we go. These 3 definitions, these questions needs to be answered by the leader whoever handles that business as such. That is very much essential. One more thing is that how the skills can be developed. Skills, every person has his inner strength. As I always say that if the person is born, he has some skills, he has some inner strength, he has to understand that inner strength and he has to take that things further. That's his inner strength as such. One thing is that organization as a culture, as a values, has this strength in this in that particular organization. They also have that skills in there. That individual skills and the organization skills, that gap needs to be bridged by the organization. That's the job of the leader. And for doing that, organization has to spend the money, has to spend the resources. Need not be money only, but every leader has to do that thing every day. Whatever the knowledge he has, whatever the skills he has to interact more and more with the team. He has to impart his knowledge and skills to the team so that this development happens. So development of the skill is a culture of the organization. The way you develop the product, the way you develop the solutions, you need to consider these also as one of the most important aspect of the business. So that is what I feel. In fact, wherever the organizations I have worked, I usually focused on the 3 competencies or development of the 3 skills. One was technical competencies of the product, because so far whatever the products I have sold, they were technically competent product. For selling that product, your sales team, your execution team, in fact your accounts person, your HR person also need to be technical competent to understand the product. You will say why the HR person need to know the technical competencies, because frankly if he doesn't know the technicalities of the product, he will not be able to scan the right CVs and right people to the manager who is looking at, who wants the person, and ultimately you will not be create the organization what you are looking at. So what I feel is that technical competency is very much required. The second point what I am talking about is the commercial competency. Ultimately organizations are there to make the money. They are there to make the money efficiently. They are not there to make the, profiteering is a wrong word, but profiting is not a wrong word as such. So they need to develop the commercial competencies of the team. This commercial competency need not to be developed by the salesperson only. The guy who is working in the warehouse also, how does he improve his efficiency, commercial sales, that needs to be made understood by the leader as such. So that's what the commercial competencies. And the third important point, which obviously we talk a lot but never execute, is a customer centricity. Customer is king, customer Bhagwan hai, God hai, Allah hai, everybody, right from top to bottom, everybody says. But I have seen it's very difficult to execute. Still nobody has mastered that skill, and there is a huge gap in doing it as far as India is concerned. Obviously, I have all the senior people and experienced people, and they will agree that product is no more a differentiator now. The only differentiator what has left out in any of the industry is a service. And service will be delivered by the people or the technology, and that will only come with the skills. So that's what the points I have. So other than that, let me check if I have forgotten something to talk about. So anyway, I am talking to the people who are already experienced more than organization building up at everything than me. So this is the thing stuff from my side. As far as Zero V is concerned, frankly service or developing the skill is an important parameter for us, because our 40% of our business revenue comes from the service. And that is how this model works in this industry. So for developing the service again, we need to develop the skills, and that is what we are working on. We are going to use technology extensively for developing the skills. And again, as he was saying, that development of the skills is not only the technical competency, we need to focus on the soft skills also. How to deal with the customer, how to talk to the customer. How do we deal within the organization also, that's also the skill that many of the times we need to see, because I have the weakness that I don't basically counter the conflict. I don't like the conflicts. But I have developed my own skills of how to avoid the conflict and still finding out the solution for the conflicts as well. So I try to develop these organizational skills in my organization. So झगड़ा नहीं करना है, तो बिना झगड़े किए भी कैसे solution निकालना है. That's itself is the skill, and I try to develop my team accordingly. So these are the soft aspect and the harder aspect of business, what I feel we need to focus as far as skills are concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Borkar. As an Iron Exchange, one of the key member, and you are a very active member of CII also. I know your whole system, and the point which you have made, 3 areas, really very essential. As we started 8 months ago, and these I felt, I wanted to share, but pardon me, because I should have mentioned in my speech, these are very essential. Otherwise, you are not doing justice to your training. Now, floor is open for question. If anybody has question for any of my panel member. Otherwise, I will request Mr. Kumar to, if you want to say more, because you have. Okay, you have another session for it. Okay. So now let me quickly, in 5 or 6 minutes, I've done some advanced preparation. As far as towards creating skill ecosystem, what are the messages which has come out of this particular session? Let me take you through some 20 odd points which I have jotted down, which I like to share with you, and it can be our agenda for future. There is a need to create avenues of vocational training through policy advocacy and competitions such as Work Skills and World Skill International. Also, there is a need for a framework to ensure career progression. You see, last year, The work skill was held in Brazil. One of the sector skill council promoted by, again, CII, in beauty and wellness, they participated and they brought medallions. So when I heard that, and people told me in my team that, sir, when can we not, we should also, participate. So this time, fortunately, the world skills competition, which will happen next year, and that happens to be in Abu Dhabi, which is not very far off. It's 2.5 hour drive, a flight from here. So we are going to take initiative to train a youngster between the age of 18 to 21. They should be making themselves competitive in two domains. One is in the cabinet making, the other one is joinery. If anyone of this room from the great industry, from furniture and fitting sector, can recommend few youngsters who they feel that they can be tested about their competitiveness, about their zeal, about their interest, and the aim for winning some kind of a recognition in that particular forum. So I will request anybody who is Mr. Asudani is here, please help us in this particular thing to in identifying, and then we'll make sure that they are trained by the master trainers so that they are brought to that level and so that they are eligible to compete in Abu Dhabi next year in 2017. This is a humble request. The second point is it is necessary to utilize the existing training institution and to ensure that they can scale themselves up to match the demand. This is something which we felt that is not happening actually. Maybe there are some reasons, but every problem has a solution. So my request is this can be looked at by the people concerned. National Assessing Body for the Modular Employable Skill Scheme, MES, that has witnessed the power of training to create an industry, believes that this training focus on skill development in India at present and is very critical but highly welcome. So this is one of the things which we in this particular council fraternity, we are looking at it, how can we move forward in this direction. The fourth one is there is a need to create employment exchange to link training to employment and to create a skill depository to link trainings to jobs, which is actually missing at the present moment, if you ask me. Also, the existing employment exchanges need to be converted into model career center, quote unquote model career center. The fifth one is, which I have mentioned earlier, the recent RPL, which is recognition of prior learning initiative by Government of India, which will be training workers in the construction sector and utilize construction sites or the training centers. So this can be replicated in other sectors also. The right kind of skills can make our industry highly productive and globally competitive with a corresponding impact on job creation and as well as economic growth. These two things we cannot forget. It is very, very essential for us. Seventh, the government has announced major steps to take this initiative forward, like Make in India, will happen as long as we have people skilled to support both manufacturing as well as services. The next one is with regard to industry. We believe industry would play a major role in this transformation by setting standards, quote unquote standards, differentiated pay for skilled workforce and through partnership with government to build ecosystem and help make necessary investment. The ninth one is towards skilling initiatives are an important step, no doubt about that. But skilling initiatives which are important step towards meeting industry's human resources requirement and will boost growth. Also, they will give India's aspiring youth access to stable employment opportunity and sustainable livelihoods. These are the things which we in the council looking at. The targets that we are looking at in terms of skilling are not possible to be achieved without technology. It might be worthwhile to coordinate the efforts from digital data campaign and create some measurable impacts. Formal internship program can work wonders if reducing gap between expectation of talent, supply and demand side and increase employability. Employability, the biggest challenge what we faced when we started We imparted training. People were there. First problem was the duration was given by NSDC was very short. 120 days they expected us to produce a carpenter. How can we do that? We have now increased to 308 hours. And we are still now looking at, we are trying to convince people that it should be, why not 500 hours? If you really want a good manpower who actually learned something good. Okay, the next one is, indeed, we need vocational universities built around the concept of community colleges, which allows vertical mobility. They offer blended learning through a combination of classroom, board, and distant education. There are 4 more. Our dream should be to create skilling for respect, honor, livelihood, self-employment, and better remuneration, not restricting itself only for jobs. We in India must also identify future skills that will arise in next 10 years. Empowering large number of people by equipping them with skill sets that are need of the hour would enable all sectors to create major buyers of the products and thereby create a bigger market for itself. Time has reached where all industry sectors should give up its attitude of complaining about lack of skilled workforce, and rather better responsibility, rather be a responsibility of skill-based training and employment. At last, we also need to focus on importance not only on skilling but also upskilling and reskilling. Lastly, it is necessary to integrate vocational education and training with the formal education system in order to provide pathways for growth to school dropouts. Inculcating the value of practical hands-on skill among school students has the potential to alter the way we view vocational education in the country. Last, amendments to Apprenticeship Act made in 2014 could increase India's apprenticeship by at least 500% over the next 5 years and cater to 15 million apprenticeship opportunities in India. Thank you very much, and we went and thank you. Thanks to all my panel members.
Thank you, gentlemen, and Ms. Solani. Our next session is on training as a business opportunity, and it will be presented by Rajat Khawas of Manipal City and Guilds Private Limited. Mr. Khawas, please.
It's always a challenge of doing the last session. Yeah. Thanks for this opportunity to be here. I'll try to play more of an orchestral role for the previous session. I've got few, if you can put up as City and Guilds, as an organization, we will give you a very different perspective of rather in coherence to what we'd had. In previous session we had HETIC, one of the very strong organization, multinational setup. We had young entrepreneurs who were looking for skills. Started off, we had a professional from the 0B, and we had Mr. Singh, who is actually putting the things together from the standard. We as City and Guilds, as an organization, has been doing this part of skill for, if you need to take up the number of years, this year, 2016, will be 137 years. What we bring to the table is, we have been working, just like I mentioned, we have been working with HETIC in UK, and we love to work for an Indian initiative also. Absolutely. What we try to look at, there were some questions which had come up before I go through my formal things, something which Mr. Rajendra mentioned about fundamental of certification. There are 2-3 things what the UK or the European countries or few of the progressive countries have done, which India still needs to do is, one is the recognition of the skill which needs to be there. Internationally, what they have done more successful is they tied up with the insurance. Now, if you look at any other international organizations where if you want to do a work, if you want to build a house, in India, if you have a piece of land, you can have your own design, you can get your own people, and you can construct a house for yourself. That is absolutely not possible if you want to look at outside. What they do is they want to put in checks and balances, say that, do you have the right design, which you need to get it certified by a person who is authorized to do it, which means we have put different layers of quality assurance, and that is where the importance of certification comes. Something we need to really look at from a policy perspective also in India is that who bears the risk if today, it's egg and chicken story. One hand we have people who do not get employed, other hand organizations like HETIC or organizations like IKEA or Godrej wants to hire people and they don't have quality manpower. So we need to play a role. So what City and Guilds does is, we have been working with sector skill councils globally. We operate in 80 countries globally, and in India we work through a joint venture with Manipal City and Guilds. The organization is Manipal Education and Medical Group. So we create qualifications, we create based on the standards of that particular country, and we try to build in a robust mechanism of both migration. Someone talked about people moving out from India to Middle East and other parts of countries, or else we talk about both intra and inter. When we say migration, means migration from the supply states. Let's say people who want to move from Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa to more prosperous, employable states like it can be, let's say, Haryana, Punjab. So which means we are talking about migration within states, within the country, or else migration outside the country. So as City and Guilds, we offer international qualifications and the certification. Our certifications are endorsed by 99% of the employers that we work with. And fundamentally that we work with is we start with an employer and then we work with backwards. So that has been our strength. If you can quickly go through, that is the reason what we say is people's skills is the smartest investment. So we feel that until unless you invest in people, you will not really get the output. Tools are there, but finally who manages those tools? It has to be the people. So this is our core fundamental where we say that people's skills are the fundamental. Do you have? Skills versus jobs, this is what we talk about. It's a Royal Chartered organization, not for profit, started 136 years back in London, and we work across 28 sectors. One of the key sectors is furniture and furnishings. But however, our approach to furniture and furnishing has been little more holistic than what we have been currently seeing in India is, we consider this sector part of manufacturing. You have to do manufacturing, whereas in India, we have separate sectors where you focus on manufacturing and we treat this as separate. We consider this part of the build environment, because if you do not have a building, what is the furniture and other things you'll be doing about? So it needs to be have a holistic approach where you have manufacturing aspect of it, furnishing aspect of it, furniture aspect, as well as the construction. So this is how we address this sector in a holistic manner and not in isolation. City and Guilds has, second, on the people management, we look at not only the blue collar workers, because as we go up, you need to go up to the management level also. So when we're looking at leadership qualifications or blue collar, we are not only talking about trainees or technicians. We are also looking at how a technician can grow up to the next level to become managers. So that's all. So we look at both management as well as the domain experience. This is basically the history I'll not go through. I've already mentioned about. There's a few organizations we work with. The point which I wanted to touch with was, the way we see the furniture is in three segments. One is you have the major players, one like HETIC or IKEA or big players. Then you have the small players, mid-level players, and the absolutely entrepreneurial staff very low. So how do you, from a skilling perspective, how do you really address all three factors which really make the entire ecosystem? Which means different people at different level. For example, someone who wants to run his own, being an entrepreneur, wants to run a small shop or an office where he does furniture. That person, from a skilling perspective, will not only be a carpenter, he needs to have a good polishing and understanding, he needs to be a little bit of interior, he needs to be a manager. So when you're talking about skills, at different organizations, different expectations, the skills needs to be different. So probably for all, much more larger organizations can look at more focused jobs, but as you go down below, when you have more smaller organizations or mid-term, the occupational standards or the competencies for that particular role will start getting different and different. So our approach to the skilling part has been on this aspect, that how do we address all the three pillars here. These are the few studies that we were working on where we talked about whom should we target and what are the factors which affects the skilling component of it. Because finally, if the skill does not give a return on investment to the employer, how does it give a return on investment to the employer? Based on the productivity, based on the number of less defects that you do. So if an accepted norm for a particular person is in a day, let's say for example, he has to build 2 chairs as a productivity output, and if both the chairs are defect free, absolutely good, he has achieved his right productivity. But on the other hand, see another vis-a-vis, another person has manufactured, or he has through his skills has done 3 chairs, but all 3 are defect. So which one do you want as productivity? So what happens is, how do you really measure productivity in terms of skills is very important. You have to have the right numbers as well as the right quality. So the moment it is less defect, you're improving your ROI for your company also, improving on the project delivery. So what areas we talk about is, if you see on the left hand side, the activities are actually the activities which goes into, I'm sure all of you are from this industry will understand this much from than us. What we try to do is, how does each of these activities impact on an organization's output. From these activities we bring in the qualification, the skills each of the individuals require to justify, and then we build onto it. So this is something which is, if you look at the different bars, you have the degree of difficulty level. You have on the extreme left, you have the multiple, then one-store shops and specialized buyers. So different people looking at dipping into this aspects reflects different aspects of the skills. If you look at the other slide, again, this is again a reflection on the wages. Now, if you really look, again, there was someone talked about, probably yes, you were talking about on the wage, how do you do? Now, it's again part of how do we improve the age, which means the quality of delivery. Taking an example on the plumbing. Now, when the plumber comes at a home, I'm not really sure that what's the knowledge he has, what's the output he will give, which means it goes back to one, that there has to be a recognition of his skills at somewhere we need to do. So there has to be a mutual agreement between the buyer and the seller at some point of time, and we have an accepted norm. So bringing that to this can always increase where we start recognizing X level of skills, which is mandatory. Second, those skills, acceptance of the skills and the recognition has to be through a paper, which can be a certificate or it can be any others, whichever, and the employer has to accept it. Any industry, if you see globally, the government doesn't drive it. In India, it's a different case because the industry is taking time to come and set this up. Globally, we have seen, we work with majority of the players, employers, and the employers are involved in terms of qualification building, doing the assessments, giving inputs, but India it takes little time. Fine. So this is something which we are wanting to look at, is more and more employers should be coming in, and the wages can only come when the employer say that this is my threshold. The employer has to define this is my threshold, and if one person is getting in this threshold, I am ready to buy or ready to pay X amount of wage. This needs to be also brought in terms of the ecosystem. Something which as the fraternity from the furniture or this sector, we should be looking at, should as an industry put a benchmark that we should take at this, will not take below this, that really ups the level. But also at X level when you're taking, I'm ready to pay 200 rupees more than the current market price. That's how the game slowly starts changing and becomes more quality driven. Today it's more like, do you have 2 hands, 2 legs, 1 head, please come over. Right, so the game needs to change from there. So that's something. We did this type of 2 studies on this, and we felt that probably the area where we need to really work on is the two areas where we are talking about the activities which really impacts the employer from a return on investment perspective, and how we can really impact the wages. If we can really impact the wages, the quality, obviously quality and wages linked together, the output can be improved. This is something which we talked about. Yes, we agree, and this can come from a demand supply perspective. Is skilled migration, certification and migration can happen within the country or outside the country. It's something which we work on. This is what we do is whichever projects or organizations we work on. This is you can say we look at 90% of people should be employed. That's the data on which we work on. You also mentioned about apprenticeship, Mr. Singh. This is something which has been one of the success models globally, and we think in India we should look at apprenticeship because the best possible place for training happens to be the workplace. It has been always seen that no amount of training is good enough for them, the person to be absolutely ready until unless it is on-job training. And on-job training fundamentally happens to be the apprenticeship. A lot of international organizations have been hugely successful. They 50 to 60% of the time they spend on the workshops. So if this is something which can build on, there has been discussion. I was part of the apprenticeship committee for the 2014 along with CIS for this. So if we can get that into this, where one of the fundamental aspects of apprenticeship is the employer's participation. If that can happen, well, this is one of the finest things which can happen in this country. So we strongly believe we have been working in apprenticeship for many countries and will be happy to contribute. Few of the offerings which at City and Guilds we offer is, we have few of the options. You can talk about job roles, cabinet furniture installers, blind shutter. There are multiple things that we work on. Just to give you a snapshot that these are the international qualifications that we have. So if you're looking at, if you can look at integration for already people who are already in India, looking at migration to internationally and working at across, we have standards which are accepted globally. So these are qualifications which are accepted globally, so and we can work on that. And as I said, we believe employer is fundamental, is core to whatever we do, and that's what we see. That we feel that not the government, but the employer should be driving the skilling space in India. Thank you. Thanks for a patient hearing. Any questions I would love to have, or
Thank you, Mr. Khawas. Mr. Kashyap will present you the speaker memento. Just like to call the speakers of our previous session for the speaker mementos. Mr. Gurpal Singh, sir. Mr. Vikram Singh. Rajendra Kumar. Mr. Amit Kumar. And Mr. Shifali.
Good afternoon. I think I'm very fortunate, the back end of the session, such a large audience and very energetic audience. So I was just thinking whether I'm talking in office or in a forum. So I think half of the people belong to my team. Yeah. So I'll just speak a couple of minutes, and as the team has discussed with me, I'm going to save some time there. So Zimber, as I shared earlier, is an online platform where you can order the handyman services, basically the home services, and we have a good spectrum. So for this forum, this particular forum, what we do, I try to simplify it that you guys design it, you guys manufacture it, we install it, we maintain it, and we repair it for you. So we are not going to manufacture it, we are not going to design it. You will design, you will manufacture, we will install it for you, we will maintain it for you, and we will repair it for you. That's what the role of Zimber is. We've been doing these kind of services with multiple platforms. So coming to today's topic, which is behavioral change in vocation. So that's what I was asked to talk about. So I was just thinking, what is the behavioral change? How we can put it in a framework where we can understand it better. So I was discussing with my colleagues, and I did some internet search on that, and I found a very good example. This is a behavioral change wheel. So the center part, if you see, is like opportunity, capability, and motivation. This is the source of any behavior. Why people behave in certain way? Because of this core. And then there are influencers to this core, like education, persuasion, restrictions, maybe kind of penalties, guidelines or something. Then there has to be an ecosystem. Then there should be some kind of enablement, training, and incentivization. So these things influence the core. And if you are able to channelize and align these things, then we can really change the behavior. And it's a organic process, it's a psychological thing, so it takes time. So what we are doing at Zimber, I'm just going to share a couple of things with you. So we call our service provider as champ. That is a recognition. So this is the first thing which impacts a lot. We never say handyman, we never say internally a service provider. For the external world, when we introduce first time as champ, and then we start communicating that language, even our entire deck is saying champ, champ, champ. So because in our mind we should be very clear that what are we doing? We are elevating the system. When we are elevating the system, we have to address it at a different level. So this is the first step. I would like to show one video which will further reinforce this, what I'm saying, the kind of development we are doing for the champs. Can I have the sound please?
ये मेरे पिताजी का साथी, ये दादाजी का, और ये उनके पिताजी का। तब सब घर घर जाकर काम ढूंढते थे, पर अब काम मुझे ढूंढ आता है। बस जिम्बर ऐप यूज करो, बुलावा आने पर निकल पड़ो और पैसे कमाओ।
अगली बार देर हुए तो मिलने मत आना। जब पिंकी ऐसा बोली तो क्या बोलता मैं, टाइम का कुछ ठिकाना ही नहीं। लेकिन अब अपना टाइम मैंने अपने हाथ लिया, जैसे कि 1 बजे मिस्टर खन्ना जी के बाथरूम का लीकेज और 2 बजे शर्मा जी की टंकी, और ठीक 4 बजे चौपाटी पे रोमांटिक डेट विद पिंकी एंड अ परफेक्ट प्लानिंग।
नमस्ते मैडम, जिम्बर चैम्प। परफेक्ट प्लानिंग मतलब 3 दिन में 11 घर।
आजकल लोग मुझे प्यार से चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस बुलाने लगे हैं, और वो जो अपने एरिया का लोकल इलेक्ट्रिशियन है ना चंदू, उसको बुलाते हैं शॉर्ट सर्किट। अब भी बैठा हुआ अपने घर पे काम का वेट करते, और यहाँ अपना बना घर पूरा।
भैया ये क्या किया आपने? जो मैं 4 साल में नहीं कर पाई, आपने 1 दिन में कर दिया।
थैंक यू मैम। भाई अगर सही रेट में सही सर्विस हो तो कस्टमर भी खुश और हम भी खुश।
लेकिन सबसे बड़ी खुशी तो ये है कि पहले मेरे बेटे को लोग कारपेंटर का बेटा बोलते थे, और अब चैम्प का बेटा बोलते हैं।
So this is the Zimmer champ. Now you can feel it, what I'm trying to communicate to you. So, you know, the video, though the characters are the casted characters, but the feelings and the message is directly collected from our champs. We have interviewed most of them and then written the script. And this is what the Zimmer champ feels like about what they are doing. So next thing comes is the soft skill training and lifestyle training. So my friend Shafali is also there. She was also sharing that the soft skill training is important. One more point is also important, the lifestyle thing, because when I'm going to prove to them that I'm going to increase your earning from 10,000 rupees to 20 or 30,000 rupees, I also have to train you how do you spend this money. Because आप पहले देसी दारू पीते थे, अब अंग्रेजी दारू पिएंगे. पहले बीड़ी पीते थे, अब सिगरेट पिएंगे. No, this is not the solution. You should be spending the money on the child education. You should be spending money on your wife. You should be spending money to buy a house. That is the lifestyle training we add. We also add the drug and narcotic training to their curriculum. Though it's a small session, but there are a couple of examples when the champs have come back and told, sir, मैंने गुटखा खाना छोड़ दिया है. मैं इतनी ज़्यादा दारू पीता था, मैंने कम कर दिया है. So that is the kind of impact we are trying to create on the community. The next thing is technical training, definitely, because the criteria which we have is a stringent criteria. If 10 people are applying, hardly 4 of them are getting in. So we do check their technical skills, but still it is required to brush up their technical skills, because they may have learnt it from some ustad or master ji or some mistri, but it has to have some structure around it. So when they go back to the institute like YMC or NSDC supported training centers, they see anything as a cross section, they see anything as a flow chart, and then they get a wow feeling. You know, that's how it operates. They know how to plug an electrical problem or how to fix a carpentry thing, but they don't know the science or the logic behind it, because they have not worked in an established industry. So that's why we brush up their technical skills as well. Then the process training. Now we are not a regular contractor kind of company. We are an e-commerce platform and a tech company. We are trying to solve the problem. How are we solving the problem? By setting up a process in the entire thing. Now we need to train them on the process, because the kind of applications which we are using, the kind of backend which we are using, they are trained on that, and that is how the entire behavioral change is seen in them. Then comes the performance and reward. So when they do a good job, they need to be rewarded for it. And we don't believe in monetary rewards. We believe in kind of in-kind rewards. So I'll show you a couple of things and how do we reward them. Then restrictions and penalties. We have guidelines and we have full set of feedback session with them. We have a structured program where we sit with them, we share our feedback with them, we understand from them as well what kind of problems they are facing, because you cannot use only the stick, you have to use a push and pull both. So that is how the entire development happens with the Zimmer Champ in our company. A couple of photos I'll like to share. These are like across the cities. So this particular picture which is there is the gentleman is talking about the narcotic session with the champs. Then if you see this particular thing, so there is a kind of blindfolded guy, and she is one of our trainer who is arranging a session for them. Now I attended multiple development programs at L&T and KBR and NPCL and other organizations where I was working. But then we thought, can we do something with them as well? Can we do some team building session with them as well? Can we bring them together and then play some small corporate games with them? That will change their behavior, because they have never thought in their dreams as well that someone is going to do like this with them. This is a technical brush up. So at times I get a feedback that sir वहाँ जो आपके जो lecturer थे हम तो उन्हीं को सिखा के आ गए, because experience wise these people are good. So they don't know the theory, but practical wise they are good. So this is how we try to tell them that your skill is in this side, and the trainer which you face there is skill is in that side. So आपको क्या ऐसा लगा दैट यू हैव नॉट लर्नड एनीथिंग? नहीं सर, ऐसा तो नहीं लगा। मैंने कहा ठीक है, हम भी जब कॉलेज जाते थे तो हम भी सोचते थे कि हमने प्रोफेसर को 4 चीज़ें पढ़ा दी हैं, बट इट डजेंट मैटर। द मैटर व्हाट मैटर्स इज हैव यू लर्न समथिंग फ्रॉम देयर, डू वैल्यू दैट, डोंट वैल्यू दैट पार्ट विच अब ये तो मुझे उससे ज़्यादा आता था। So this is how we take that. Then open house and feedback session where a gathering of 300, 400 champs in a hall, and then they talk. So it's a cross knowledge sharing kind of platform. Again, I learned from the companies where I worked. We used to have the cross knowledge sharing sessions. Here we do this with these champs. They in this kind of gathering kind of forum, they share their customer experiences and their challenges. And then we also share with them that what kind of feedback we get from the customer, so that we also get to know the impact on what the process we are framing on them. And then we exchange these ideas. Then this kind of reward. So we have a criteria of so all the service providers are champs. People who are doing good job, they are star champs, 3-star champs and 5-star champs. So that's how we reward them, and based on the kind of star rating they have, we try to reward them which impacts their family. Some utility article which their kid can use, their wife can use. Because so a couple of times we presented them sari. Now once he has a sari, he is going to share with wife or mom, and then someone is there to influence कि जिम्बर का जॉब कभी मत छोड़ना, जिम्बर का जॉब आएगा तो पक्का जाना. So there is someone who can influence now. So the 5-star people, they have dinner with me and my co-founders, with our families. So it's a matter of pride. It goes like viral in their community. Everyone talks about it कि हमने अमित की फैमिली के साथ, अनुभव की फैमिली के साथ में डिनर किया है. It goes viral, and the entire community talks about it. Like star, 3-star, 5-star. So this is just a recent session we had on 4th of March. Just Zimbar, thank you. Anything? I think I saved time. Thank you. Like a champ. Anything? Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings this year's IKC to a close. But before we officially end, I'd like to invite Mr. Kashyap to give the vote of thanks and also to present the memento to Mr. Kumar.
On behalf of India Kitchen Congress, Kitchen Review, Bracecop Publications, our sponsors Heritage, knowledge partners FI, sponsors Accentesa, BSA, Zero B and Bosch, I thank all our delegates, our speakers and sponsors for their cooperation. Thank you so much. Looking forward to all of you in the next edition of India Kitchen Congress. Till then, goodbye.